just take the proper precautions because these particles in the air could aggravate the situation. And the breeze out of the east-southeast today will be anywhere between 5 to 10 miles per hour. The remnants of Henri being tracked by the Weather Prediction Center this time around, located 90 miles west of Hartford, Connecticut, producing a lot of rain stretching into the mid-Atlantic region, but parts of southern New England, Connecticut, Massachusetts under some flash flood watches and warnings. There's also an area that we'll be following closely. There's nothing there to look at right now in the Caribbean, but an area of low pressure could form as it moves west-northwest into the northwestern Caribbean Sea. Hurricane Center giving that area low potential in developing. And then there's this low pressure area west of the Cape Verde Islands, and once it reaches this area over here very close to Bermuda, it will have a low potential in forming.
But yeah, Jackie, we're definitely concerned with the tropics. We could be dealing with our next named system just maybe a day or two, or hopefully 3 or 4 from now.
Yeah, with time, for sure. We think that something's going to be developing here. Could be Ida, or perhaps the one near Bermuda could beat it and would get the name Julian. So those are the next 2 names that are on the list. Right now, it's just kind of that elongated area of low pressure. You really can't pick out any type of a center of circulation. We do have a lot of, bubbling happening here into the atmosphere and some lift, and we've got the thunderstorms that are developing. I mean, we also have this area over here with a lot of thunderstorms. So somewhere in this vicinity, eventually we think we'll lose some of the wind shear that we've been fighting, and it will slowly start to take on that low-level circulation as well as the mid-level circulation and become a tropical depression, eventually a tropical storm, and perhaps a hurricane as it enters the Gulf of Mexico. An 80% chance of that happening over the next 5 days. So conditions are more conducive for development, a little bit closer into the Western Caribbean, closer to Central America, up here towards the Yucatan, and also into the Gulf of Mexico, where conditions are very ripe for tropics to develop. So if it does end up going over the Yucatan, it could kind of tear things apart or disrupt it a little bit. But once it gets back, that disturbance in the Gulf of Mexico, if that were to happen, we think all bets are certainly back on the table in terms of a developing system. So the area of spin is expected to slowly begin to get its act together. Strong high pressure is going to be steering this and driving this in a westerly direction, as it's slowly doing that already right now. And it's really that strong high that's keeping the heat in place that Paul was talking about, but also bringing that flow into that west to northwesterly direction. As it gets into the Gulf, we're expecting to start to turn a little bit farther up towards the north, and that's going to move it over some very warm waters into the Gulf of Mexico. As we take a look at water temperatures, you need about 80 degrees to sustain a hurricane. We've got that easily through the Western Caribbean, but also look at that. I mean, it's bath water and beyond. It's almost hot tub type of water into northern parts of the Gulf. But it's not just the sea surface, it's also the ocean heat content, the deep warm water. And we've got plenty of that in the Caribbean as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. That wind shear stays light and moves over those warmer waters. We do expect some rapid intensification could be on the table here. There's that wind shear that I was talking about. That's what it's kind of fighting off to the west right now, keeping that westerly side of all of this down and tamping down and suppressing the development at this time. We've got some shear here into the eastern Gulf, but much of the rest of that area has light winds, and that allows a system to develop. It allows it to vent out and can help it to intensify.
Watching Tropical Depression number 9 here, which is forecast to become a hurricane as it moves towards the Gulf of Mexico, away from us.
And that is not the only system we're watching.
Let's go to our Betty Davis right now, who is watching what is happening out there, and from the National Hurricane Center, the very latest. Betty.
Thank you so much, Calvin. Well, we just got that new advisory in on Tropical Depression number 9. Has not been upgraded just yet, but we do expect that to happen, and it will likely happen by tomorrow morning. Winds of 35 miles per hour. The tropical depression near Jamaica, or just west of, moving northwest at 14 miles per hour. The Hurricane Center acknowledging that it may be undergoing some light wind shear at the moment, but fuel it will get from the waters of the Northwest Caribbean Sea as well as the Gulf of Mexico will allow it to intensify. So let's get you straight to the intensity forecast as well as the forecast cone. And obviously Florida is not in this cone, so we like what we see, especially as it relates to South Florida. But notice where the system is forecast to head toward the northern Gulf Coast, and it may very well take aim at the Louisiana coast by Sunday. And the intensity forecast showing that by Sunday, Category 2 winds of 110 miles per hour, so on the verge of becoming a major hurricane as it approaches that area. Now, outside of TD number 9, which is forecast to become a tropical storm and then a hurricane, there are 2 other areas out over the Atlantic with a high chance of developing. At this point, not much concern about these. We'll let you know if they become tropical depressions or actually get a name. Right now, they look to stay away from us.
Hey everyone, thanks for staying with us. You're watching Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. We've got a lot to talk about tonight in regards to newly designated tropical storm Ida. If you were with us last night, you're thinking, goodness, it's here. It's here. And we think, Mike, it's only going to strengthen here in the short window before it makes landfall.
Yeah, that's the whole key here too, Alex. Short window. We don't have a whole lot of time to react to what could be coming our way here because Ida's going to intensify pretty quickly here and may really ramp up to an intense hurricane. As of right now, a 40-mile-per-hour tropical storm. We'll get another advisory later on this evening. Northwest movement at 14 miles per hour. And the thing is, the planes are going to be flying pretty much nonstop missions into this. So we're going to have a really good idea of what it's doing and how the forecast can be fine-tuned. As of right now, tropical storm warnings in effect for us in the Cayman Islands and the western end of Cuba. Now, as I mentioned, the planes are out there flying right now. We're going to get constant missions from them throughout this because of the threat that it does pose. Doing some crisscross right now. And as they are sampling the atmosphere in and around it, it really gives us a better idea of what the system will be doing, especially once it starts to intensify, which is anticipated throughout basically its lifespan at this point. You take a look at the forecast cone here. Pretty narrow short term here. It's going to be a pretty quick mover. Slow down a little bit getting into the Gulf of Mexico. And look where it's aiming for. Northern Gulf Coast, Louisiana, and Mississippi right now in that forecast cone and forecast to be a high-end Category 2. So let's bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, for some more details on this. Dr. Knabb, what's steering it, what's intensifying it?
Yeah, and I am afraid that it's possible it could be stronger than Cat 2 when it makes landfall on the northern Gulf Coast. We'll explain why in just a little bit. Right now, the center's between the Cayman Islands and Jamaica, and for the time being, while wind might not be the biggest problem, heavy rainfall and life-threatening flash floods and mudslides are possible in Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, and Cuba as this strengthens over the northwestern Caribbean Sea. Cayman Brock has already been gusting over 40 miles an hour, and that will be getting stronger as they get onto the stronger side as this moves northwestward. And it'll be going over the landmass of western Cuba, but I don't think that's going to slow this system down intensity-wise very much as it's steered by not only surface high pressure, but deep level high pressure over the western Atlantic. It's going to take it into the Gulf of Mexico where the waters are warm. They're extremely warm at the surface in the northern Gulf. They are warm to some depth here in the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. The loop current feeding into the Gulf Stream. There's a warm eddy down there. It's just got lots of fuel to tap into. And that, along with the weak wind shear that is starting to take over overhead, just all the ingredients are there for rapid intensification over the Gulf of Mexico. And once it leaves western Cuba tomorrow night, it will have, you know, a little less than 2 days over the Gulf of Mexico, but that's plenty of time, unfortunately, for it to rapidly intensify. The Hurricane Center doesn't usually forecast this much strength. Look, going from 80 to 110 miles an hour from p.m. Saturday to p.m. Sunday. And that's just when the landfall of the center will occur. But the winds will start arriving before that. The expectation is that winds of tropical storm force would start arriving on the northern Gulf Coast Sunday morning. But if this speeds up a little bit, the wind field expands as it strengthens, it could be Saturday night. So we might only be a little more than a couple days away from winds of tropical storm force arriving. You got to have all your preparations done, your evacuation, your supplies, be in your safe place for the storm by that time. So if you want to be sure you're ahead of the game, plan to get all your stuff done by after dinner Saturday.
From when this thing starts through Tuesday. And that's on top of what's already been incredibly soggy for this year. I mean, you guys are 21 inches above average for rainfall since January 1. So we do want to bring in Dr. Postel to talk about Ida and, of course, how this thing has its sights set right there on the Louisiana coast.
Yeah, for now, I mean, that does appear to be correct, Jordan. We are watching the northwestern movement of Ida, even in the Caribbean, at about 15 miles per hour. That's fairly quick. And if you do the math, I just did it like literally within a few seconds ago. We're about 800 miles away from the northern Gulf Coast. And if you divide that by 15 miles per hour, that gets us there in just over 48 hours. So Sunday afternoon. may indeed be the landfall time, roughly. Now, maybe a little before then, of course, the weather comes in before that. But keep in mind that Sunday is game time for many of us in the northern Gulf Coast. Now, it does appear that Louisiana is the most likely region for landfall, but there could be other regions as well. If you live in East Texas or Western Florida, you are not off the hook. There is still movement left in this forecast, and we don't know exactly where it's going to go or how strong it's going to be, but we're getting a better and better idea with each passing hour. Let's have a look on the satellite pictures. It's a big system. I mean, we've seen some really small ones this year. This is one of the big ones, at least in terms of the cloud presentation and the cloud pattern. It extends over a very large area. And I have a feeling that when this system is over the Gulf of Mexico and closing in on the northern Gulf Coast, the cloud pattern is going to extend over much of the southeast and western Atlantic. It is going to be huge. Right now, one of the reasons why the clouds look like they do and what's holding back the intensity for now a little bit as a 40-mile-per-hour tropical storm is a bit of wind shear. It's subtle, but it's there. And you can see there's a little bit of a west wind coming into the system, which is why the system is lopsided in the cloud pattern a little bit, sort of toward the east. And that is a good thing. We want that wind shear on Ida, because as long as it's there, it's going to probably try to hold its intensity back, at least for now and for a little bit. But where's it going? The steering patterns are clear, and there is really no other way but toward the northwest. There's an upper level low there. Big ridge of high pressure over the southeast United States is not getting out of the way. And essentially, all systems are go for a northwestern path of Ida into the Gulf of Mexico, where by the time it reaches that region, the atmospheric and oceanic conditions will be suited for fairly rapid development. Jordan, it's something to watch carefully. The Hurricane Hunter planes are in there. We will let you know exactly how strong Ida is when they get inside.
Right. Okay, so currently tropical storm status.
Yep.
It is a bit lopsided. We do want to show you right now, as we do have some of those warnings, those tropical storm warnings. They are in place right here in the Cayman Islands. Wind gusts could be as high as, 46 miles per hour. In fact, those have already been clocked in as Ida slowly makes its way and its approach towards Cuba.
Welcome back. New information right now as we continue to track Hurricane Ida. It's now made landfall. Its first landfall in Cuba on the Isle of Youth. It is a Category 1 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 75 miles per hour. Our pressure has dropped fairly significantly, so this is an intensifying storm. It's moving to the north and west around 15 miles per hour, so it's a fairly decent rate of speed, and it is expected to continue to intensify as this moves back over the open waters here into the Gulf of Mexico as we head into tomorrow. So a big difference in the satellite imagery compared to what we were dealing with yesterday. It was a very disorganized, very lopsided tropical depression, and now we've got a hurricane which looks very symmetrical. We can see some outflow with this as well on the visible satellite, and it's just looking like a much healthier tropical cyclone at this time. Hurricane warnings remain in effect for the Isle of Youth as well as much of western Cuba, with tropical storm warnings on the periphery of that to the east of Havana. So this is going to continue to move north and west and work over the mainland western parts of Cuba later on this afternoon and into tonight. Now, the approach on the U.S. coastline is going to be pushing in by Sunday morning. I think tropical storm impacts could happen by the time you wake up. So you really need to rush to completion any of your preparations and any evacuations that you are planning. If officials are telling you to go on this one, you need to go. This is the real deal. This is likely going to be a major hurricane at landfall with all of the hazards that come with that, including damaging winds, life-threatening storm surge, and some flooding rain with this as well. Hurricane watches are in effect now for all of southeastern Louisiana. This includes you in Baton Rouge. This includes you in New Orleans and southern Mississippi, too. This includes you in Gulfport and Biloxi, with tropical storm watches on the periphery of all this for Lake Charles and then over towards Mobile and just west of Pensacola.
Welcome back into Weather Underground on this Friday. I'm Alex Wilson here with Mike Bettis. We've got a lot to watch moving through the next 36 to 48 hours.
The thing that probably is going to get a lot of attention is what the forecast has done here with the last advisory, Alex. now forecast to be a Category 4 with 140-mile-per-hour winds at landfall.
Yes, and I want to get you caught up on what we know right now about Hurricane Ida. Louisiana Governor Edwards declared a state of emergency yesterday. That was approved by President Biden this afternoon. The city of New Orleans is calling for voluntary evacuations across the parish. But for areas outside the levee system, there is a mandatory evacuation in place. That includes Irish Bayou, Venetian Isles, and Lake Catherine. Energy companies are also evacuating their crews from Gulf oil platforms. So a lot that continues to emerge. We're monitoring the news side of the situation, but of course you're here for the forecast side of the situation, and for that we go to our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, we've got a lot to watch with this storm, and again, the forecast is for a very strong storm approaching the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, and Alex, when I think through what I want people to know the most, one is that you need to focus on what this is forecast to be, not what it is now. It's a Cat 1 now, forecast to be a Cat 4, and we even need to plan for the possibility it's a little stronger than what the Hurricane Center is forecasting. It's going to be a large and slow-moving major hurricane when it comes ashore on the northern Gulf Coast, and you've got to evacuate ASAP. If your local officials tell you to go, and you need to evacuate from storm surge primarily, but some of you need to evacuate from structures that aren't strong enough to deal with winds that will be a lot stronger than what we've got right now. It's only going to be over western Cuba for a little while. And then later tonight, it gets into the Gulf of Mexico, and it already has overachieved compared to the forecasts from yesterday. It was not forecast to be a hurricane already before getting to western Cuba. So Ida already has a nasty habit of doing more than what the forecast says. So let's get into that mindset that this could end up being a little worse than you might have originally thought. And the atmospheric and ocean conditions are just, unfortunately, extremely conducive for this to strengthen some more. Surface temperatures in the northern Gulf of Mexico are especially warm, and the surface temperatures aren't the whole story. There's deep, warm water right along the path of the hurricane. It's going to be moving along. There's not going to be any churning up of cold water from below. There just isn't much of that. So the fuel is abundant, and the atmosphere around it is starting, unfortunately, to cooperate even more. That upper level low getting out of the way, upper level high pressure taking hold overhead. So the wind shear is going to be weak. The water is more than warm enough, warmer than average, deep warm water. So this is not a forecast you see every day from the Hurricane Center going from Cat 1 to Cat 4 in a couple of days, but that's what we've got. And we've got to treat this with all the seriousness and action that requires. And also, again, we got to realize this is not going to be a really fast-moving system when it comes ashore. So it's going to be a long duration of wind and water. Now, I want to emphasize this is not just going to be a coastal event. Look at how far inland those hurricane warnings go. A lot of people are going to be experiencing life-threatening winds, and look how far the storm surge warning goes from the immediate Gulf front. This is not just going to be, if you can see the Gulf of Mexico, you've got a problem. The Gulf of Mexico is going to come inland and see a lot of people. Mike, this is going to be a big wind and water event, coastal and inland. We only have a day and a half to get ready.
Welcome back. Well, we are tracking Ida, which strengthened into a hurricane earlier today. Just take a look at just how massive this thing is as it's growing, and it's headed toward the Gulf right there. Doing my best Ryan Phillips impersonation. But this thing is getting strong. And as the hurricane heads towards Louisiana, folks, they are starting to prepare. If Ida becomes a major hurricane by Sunday, it would be on the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. The governor of Louisiana has declared a state of emergency for the whole state. First Alert meteorologist Ryan Phillips, the real expert, joins us now with more on Hurricane Ida.
Julian, there's one thing that you were on to. Watch this explosion here. This is a 6-hour loop right here in western Cuba. This system, again, very explosive in its development. It's strong now, getting stronger down the road here as we go into the weekend. Hurricane Ida will likely be our second major hurricane of this busy 2021 season. Right now, winds are at 80. It's Category 1 hurricane. Remember, just a day ago, it was a tropical depression. So this thing is on the move. It moves into some super warm Gulf waters, lighter wind shear, and now the intensity forecast ramped up. Category 4, that's what we're looking at into Sunday, as it still is zeroed in on the Louisiana coastline for landfall. The impacts will begin to spread in way ahead of it, but we're talking about surge. We're talking about damaging wind, a prolonged period of that, and excessive rainfall. And those impacts will spread into the lower Mississippi Valley, into the Tennessee Valley by the middle of next week. So this is really a significant system. This is a high impact hurricane. It's also a high confidence forecast. So a 10 to 15 foot damaging storm surge in place here. Storm surge warnings are in effect. Excessive rainfall, maybe to the tune of 8, 10, 12, 15 inches of rain, focused in areas that are already very wet this season, especially in the month of August. In fact, today, some really rambunctious thunderstorms across Louisiana. So unfortunately, this is a really tough situation shaping up for the weekend across the northern Gulf Coast. Today in South Florida, it's been dry. Broward County, Miami-Dade, not much happening. We've had rounds of rain sweeping through the Keys earlier this afternoon and earlier this evening. Now, a little bit of a break. Some of the heavier, more concentrated rain still off to the south of the lower Keys. Of course, yes, all this moisture cycling into Hurricane Ida. So we'll keep an eye on that. Locally, right now, we're at generally mid-80s with about 25 minutes of daylight to go.
Now, 7 weather with meteorologist Brent Cameron.
Well, the high clouds we have noticed late in the day today on this Friday, South Florida, a result of the tropics coming up from Hurricane Ida. And then you see some rain bands. These are some far-reaching bands, but coming out of the straits and even clipping a portion of the Florida Keys on the sweep. We've seen some on and off wet weather, mostly around Key West and just to the south of that area of the Keys, otherwise fairly dry. The most concentrated rain, of course, is where we find the center of Ida right now. It is a Category 1 80-mile-per-hour system as it continues to move to the northwest at about 15 miles per hour. Want to show you the impact of winds right now. In orange, tropical storm force winds just on the fringe of that around Havana, now shifting a little bit as some new information comes in, and that is where you find the strongest of the winds right now, 25 miles, and that is fanning out from those hurricane force winds as the new information comes in on the system known as Ida. This is an updated track. I think right now we're seeing it with the very latest 11 o'clock information. No change in strength. Future strength here around up to a Category 4. And then this is a little bit of a change as it gets closer to the Louisiana coast. Going into the evening, right now drops slightly. Still a major hurricane, though. And that's why hurricane warnings are up all along the Louisiana coast, highlighted in red. And it goes beyond that, of course. This could be a very large system. That could very well mean a large amount of rain and flash flooding. And then the storm surge, also about 10 to 15 feet at the peak. And that would be most likely around Morgan City, Louisiana, and some very dangerous conditions there if all goes as scheduled here. There's Ida tomorrow afternoon. I show you that because there it is in relation to Florida. It's moving a little more to the northwest away from the peninsula thanks to high pressure, and because of that we'll get a breeze and a few showers off the ocean, but none of that concentrated rain associated with the system itself, the hurricane, as it moves toward Louisiana going into late Sunday. It's not going to spend a long time over water, but enough to get intensified and probably some rapid intensification there.
Welcome back to our coverage of a very dangerous hurricane that is now coming up from the south. It made landfall earlier today in Cuba. We're talking about Ida, which is a Category 1 hurricane right now on its way to becoming a Category 4 storm by Sunday morning. There you see the latest from the Hurricane Center. We got an advisory at 11 p.m. No real big changes in that advisory. Still looking at the same basic forecast ideas here, and the path narrowing, showing a landfall in Louisiana most likely. But of course, you don't want to focus on that one point because the storm is a very large system and there's going to be impact well outside of that forecast cone. This is not an impacts cone. It's just showing you where the center is most likely to be and the average forecast error as you go out in time. And so right now the best guess is that the storm comes in a little to the west and southwest of New Orleans, but then begins to turn to the north and really slows down. So this could be a very high high impact event for a lot of reasons. One, because the storm is going to be so strong. The other, because it's going to slow down, and that's going to make everything last that much longer. And I want to show you quickly a live picture of New Orleans right now. And, the crowds here, Jeff, we've been sort of amazed by this. Now, New Orleans is a very hurricane savvy place. There's no doubt about that. But, this is not your average storm. This is a storm that is forecast to be a Category 4. And, you couldn't say that it's absolutely not going to get any stronger than that. Intensity forecasting is really tricky. And everything's in place for it to get really strong. So, what's to hold it back? It's hard to say,
Yeah, we as meteorologists see the urgency here, but obviously some of the folks down on Bourbon Street, not at this moment, but hopefully in the next 24 hours, they will maybe see the light, so to speak. All right, well, Ida to make landfall on a day that sends shivers down the backs of those living in coastal Louisiana. Yeah, we're talking about Katrina. Well, on Monday, it's the anniversary of one of the most destructive hurricanes that we've ever seen in the U.S.
We're looking at a Sunday landfall. That is the anniversary of Katrina. We have canceled our memorial services there this weekend, and our thoughts and prayers are with those families. And we know this is a tough time for them. The 167 people who died during Katrina, and we want that to be a message to our citizens now to make sure that they prepared for this event, and so that we can move forward sooner after this storm.
Good morning, everyone. It is 6 o'clock on your Saturday. Welcome to Today on 5. I'm Tori Dunnan with WPTV First Alert meteorologist Steve Villanueva. And Steve, right now, all is quiet here, but in the Gulf, it's definitely a different story.
Yeah, coastal Louisiana is going to get walloped by this hurricane. This is not a major hurricane right now, but it could become a major hurricane as we head into the next several days. Currently, Hurricane Ida is a Category 1, winds of 80. It crossed western Cuba during the overnight hours. Now that it's in the Gulf, the water's very warm, very little wind shear, so it is expected to get stronger as we head into the next 48 hours, making landfall sometime late Sunday, early Monday as a major hurricane. Category 4, winds of 140 miles an hour. With winds that strong, we're talking a storm surge for parts of Louisiana, a storm surge of 10 to 15 feet, widespread flooding from rainfall, which could easily be over a foot in some spots. And on top of that, winds of 140 miles an hour. So this is going to be a major hurricane for them. Once it's inland, the storm system quickly starts to fade away.
And what we know right now, New Orleans says 96 of 99 pumps are ready to drain Ida's floodwaters out of the city. Officials warn Louisiana hospitals are at capacity due to COVID-19, and you should go to an emergency room only if your life is at risk. Schools in at least 10 southern Louisiana parishes will not hold classes on Monday, and the Louisiana State Fire Marshal reminds everyone to operate those generators outdoors only to prevent against carbon monoxide poisoning. All right, so we've seen some strengthening with Ida this morning, Ray, now up to 85 miles per hour, and we are likely to see more intensification.
Yeah, based on what the satellite picture is showing, certainly seeing better organization, a more well-structured storm now that has emerged again after a second landfall over the southern Gulf of Mexico. Also, it looks like the diameter of the storm's expanding. Right now, roughly that arrow shows it's about 185 to 190 miles in diameter, and seeing thunderstorms and thunder and lightning wrapping around that center now, it's certainly what you don't want to see for additional strengthening, but it is going on and getting more and more organized or stronger as we continue to head through this morning and through the day today. Now, the hurricane hunters have been in there. Right now, they're not quite back into the center, but they are finding winds just under 74 miles per hour, but still certainly sustained at tropical storm force strength. They'll continue to fly around, give us the valuable data we need to do this, and that's the wind forecast. So not only from the models here, which have backed down a little bit, at least most of the models on the intensity forecast, but that hurricane hunter data will go back into the next run of the models, and we'll see if we've got an intensity forecast that'll get dropped or made higher from what the Hurricane Center does at 11 o'clock. Just starting to see now some of the first images from the satellite picture, and you can start to see here, you can see these blowups, these overshooting cloud tops around the center. Well, the central dense overcast and then these thunderstorms around the center show that we are starting to see a little bit more in the way of organization or strengthening. This hurricane is most likely getting stronger even as we speak. The track is going to take Ida right up into central Louisiana. The guidance in the Models basically are in pretty good agreement where it's going. The question is going to be how strong will it be? And right now, the forecast is for a Category 4 storm to potentially make landfall, or pretty close to it here, as it gets across some of this deep, warm, open water into the Gulf of Mexico.
The city cannot issue a mandatory evacuation because we don't have the time.
Once it comes across Terrebonne Bay, which is just right south, there's nothing to stop it. You know, there's no levees. All levees are up north. The rain, yeah, it's going to come up, it's going to go down, but it's really more of just the wind. That's what I'm worried about.
Half past the hour now as Weekend Recharge is rolling on. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodell live in New Orleans, and we're under a hurricane warning as Hurricane Ida continues to get more organized and head this way as we head into your Sunday, into Monday as well. There are a lot of concerns with the system. It's forecast to become a major hurricane over the next 24 hours and perhaps make landfall maybe as a Category 4. Right now, it's just a Category 1 hurricane, 85-mile-per-hour winds, but the pressure has dropped as of the last advisory. As the pressure drops, the wind will be increasing, so expect that wind speed to increase as the system becomes more and more organized. It's working on and over very warm water, but look at the track. That cone continues to get pretty narrow, which is bringing it into Louisiana coastline as we head on towards the latter part of our Sunday, even into Monday, and it slows down. It's not going to move as fast tomorrow as it's going to move today and then through landfall. So that's a longer duration of a metro area like here in New Orleans to see the heavy tropical rains, which will cause flooding from rain here in New Orleans. They cannot pump that rain out fast enough. Hopefully it's not severe flooding, but flooding will definitely occur. We are under that hurricane warning, and we even have tropical storm warnings to the west and east of here as well. And let's bring in Dr. Rick Postel to talk about this. Right now, the forecast, Dr. Postel, is for this to be a Category 4 at landfall late tomorrow. Is there a chance this could perhaps be even stronger, or what about even a chance this thing could be weaker as it makes landfall?
It is possible it comes in stronger than forecast, Paul. There is some chance of that, but I think it's even more likely that it maybe comes in a little bit weaker. So there's a little bit of an asymmetry here in the likelihood. Yes, it could come in stronger, but we've got to prepare for those higher end scenarios because, you know, those are the ones that those forecasts change very quickly at the last minute. We've got to be careful of that, Paul. So let me show you what we've got here on the intensity forecast. Now, here's a selection of models, generally the best ones out there, that are showing you the forecast of the intensity at landfall, which is probably during the afternoon, right about, let's see, there. That is the landfall point. It is likely to be at its strongest at the landfall time, which is not good, and that will likely be early tomorrow afternoon. But notice the intensity. From these collection of models, it appears that perhaps the intensity forecasts are a bit less aggressive now than they were last night or last evening. Now it seems like most of the guidance doesn't really quite put it into that Category 4 strength. That's not impossible. It certainly could get there. But perhaps this is a little bit of a silver lining that maybe some of the intensity guidance is coming back a little bit, a little lower, a little weaker than it was showing yesterday. With all that said, very significant impacts are still likely with destructive winds over 100 miles per hour, very significant life-threatening storm surge. All of those are still in the forecast and to be expected. Today, the weather is fine across the parts of the Gulf Coast, all the way from Louisiana through Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. Now is the time to enact those final preparations because today the weather will allow it. Florida, West Coast, the weather is fine today. We are not going to be impacted here in Southwest Florida by Ida. The bulk of it is well offshore over the Gulf of Mexico, and there are some concerning trends on the latest satellite pictures. In particular, the appearance on these satellite pictures of an eye. That tells us, at least we think, that there's a bit more robust subsidence in the middle of it, which is going to warm the interior and then lower the pressure underneath it. And then with lower pressure, the winds around it strengthen up a little bit. But the eye has been there, I might add, since yesterday evening. We saw it on other satellite depictions and other ways of looking at it. It's just now that it's showing up on this type of satellite picture that suggests maybe it's really starting to try to get its act together. And I think that is being explicitly mentioned by the Hurricane Center, that today is the day we will probably see significant intensification as it closes in, Felicia, on the northern Gulf Coast. Likely landfall tomorrow afternoon with destructive winds, significant life-threatening storm surge, very heavy rain as well.
I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori on the banks of the Mississippi, which is where I have been for so many times here, especially in the last 2 years. We had 4 landfalls last year, of course, with storms. Now we face yet another one here, this one potentially catastrophic. All right, let's get right to Dr. Rick Knabb, our hurricane expert, to talk about some of the nuts and bolts of the new advisory. And Dr. Knabb, certainly unnerving when you see a hurricane of this magnitude right of track. How does that change the game for the city of New Orleans?
Well, it certainly raises the concern level, because if that right of track trend, although it's in the overall scheme of things slight so far, if that trend continues, then that could raise the stakes for the wind and other impacts in New Orleans. But it could also, trend back in the other direction. We can't take anybody who's in the hurricane warning out of the mindset of got to get ready for the worst that Ida could bring. And it is in the middle of a rapid intensification phase. Now the max winds are up to 105 miles an hour, and motion is northwest at 16. I wish it was going to be moving that fast when it comes ashore, but it's going to be slowing down. Pressure's down to 976 millibars, and when you look at it on the satellite a little more closely, certainly very concerning. It is getting a much better defined eye. And look at these outer bands here with a lot of lightning. Hurricanes tend to have a lot more lightning in their outer bands, especially when they're in a strengthening phase. Sometimes when they go through an eyewall replacement cycle, you'll see some lightning in the middle there. But you can see the weather is going to be gradually going more and more downhill tonight. So the sooner you can get your preparations done, the better. And taking a really close look at this, you can see the eye is right in here, and there's a very, very pronounced banding around it. Here's a band right there. There's a band right there. The eye wall is getting its act together. This will start to get more symmetric as time goes on, and we're going to have both NOAA and Air Force Hurricane Hunter data in there over the next few hours. So we'll bring that data when it comes to you. The upper level pattern, it's breathing. It is not suffering from any wind shear, and it's got the really warm waters all the way up to the coastline in the northern Gulf, and it's going over some very deep warm water. This is the fuel that it has been utilizing to strengthen so far, and I don't see anything to stop the strengthening trend all the way up until landfall unless it goes through some sort of internal structural change, some sort of eye wall replacement. But bottom line is the intensity and track forecasts have not dramatically changed here on this advisory, and I don't want anybody to be thinking, well, okay, it's definitely going to keep going on the right side of the cone. If you're on the left side of the cone, it could end up trending back in your direction. But certainly in New Orleans, you got to be concerned about, the strong likelihood that you're going to be on the right-hand side and maybe take the eastern eye wall. And we're still talking about Category 4 at landfall, plus or minus the 130 miles an hour, and then that's a relatively slow motion after landfall.
Off the top at 6, all eyes on Ida, the system growing to a Category 2 hurricane and expected to strengthen even more as it aims right for Louisiana.
Task force teams from South Florida loading up truckloads of equipment heading to the Gulf Coast, ready to respond to search and rescue efforts. Ida is expected to make landfall tomorrow, 16 years to the day after Hurricane Katrina devastated the area. And these are live pictures out of New Orleans. You see one side of the interstate there headed out of that area.
People just trying to get out of there, and that's where we find Local 10's Roy Ramos live on the ground in the storm zone where final preps are underway as residents brace for impact. Roy, what are you seeing out there?
Sanella and Laren, well, we're actually standing right off of Lake Pontchartrain, and you can see the conditions right here behind me. Getting a little choppy. You could call this the calm before the storm, because we do know that Hurricane Ida is moving right through the Gulf of Mexico. Warm waters expected to strengthen that storm, and for that reason, these residents are not taking any chances. They're boarding up. They're placing those sandbags outside of their doors, and the advice from the mayor at this point is no longer to try and evacuate, but rather to hunker down.
We need to make sure that you are in a safe place, everyone.
Hurricane Ida slowly creeping north through the Gulf of Mexico and expecting to strengthen as it moves across warmer waters. Its projected path making landfall near New Orleans Sunday night, and for that reason, residents are preparing as best they can. From business owners boarding up.
They certainly are taking it serious because we've gotten so many calls and we just can't keep up with the volume right about now.
To heavy traffic delays coming with locals choosing not to weather the storm and evacuate.
What's the plan now?
Now, I'm trying to rent a car and get out of here. I tried to catch a plane back, but they didn't have any flights available.
Nicole Bronner told me she just arrived in Louisiana for vacation and an air show. Those plans changing quickly, landing in New Orleans and quickly driving far away from where Ida will make landfall.
What are they saying? What are you hearing about the storm?
That it's going to be pretty bad.
New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell called for a voluntary evacuation Friday, and many heeding the warnings as we saw traffic delays and rental vehicles sold out.
Prepare yourselves. If you're going to leave, you need to do that now.
Many choosing to make sure they were gone before Ida arrived.
Just more so just taking precaution. I'd rather be safe than sorry.
While others are now questioning their decision to stay.
Are you a little worried?
Yeah, it's scary.
And as we come back out live, you can see residents there just taking in the views off of Lake Pontchartrain. Again, the water's becoming very choppy, and we do know that police officers are here in this area making sure that everyone does stay safe. The conditions here expected to deteriorate over the next 24 hours. We are going to have updates for you throughout our newscast on both WSFL at 10 and Local 10 at 11. Laren, Sanella.
And Roy, 16 years ago, when Hurricane Katrina did barrel through roughly that similar area there, we saw catastrophic damage, flooding. How confident are the residents there in that levee system?
So, Sanella, following Hurricane Katrina and that levee system giving way, $14 billion were invested in a new levee system. And I did get a chance to ask residents about how confident they were in that levee system and how confident they were it would keep them safe as Hurricane Ida moved through. They said they would just have to wait and see. For now, here in New Orleans, Roy Ramos, Local 10 News.
Wait and see. Thank you so much there, Roy. And some incredible video from hurricane hunters flying through the eye wall of Ida earlier today.
And so let's bring in certified meteorologist Luke Doris with the latest advisory on Ida. Luke.
Yeah, we have hurricane hunters in there right now investigating and probing the storm. So as of 5 p.m., here's the advisory with winds to 105 miles per hour, making it a Category 2 storm. But the thing that stands out is the pressure. Winds have held steady, but the pressure has dropped, and that typically is followed by an increase in winds. And also the wind field, how big the storm is, that has been expanding. Moving northwest at 16 miles per hour, no major adjustments with the track or with the forecast. Still expected to be a Category 4 storm with winds to 130 miles per hour as it makes landfall along southern Louisiana by tomorrow afternoon. Now, the conditions will start to go downhill tonight. That big, broad wind field will move in as we go through the overnight hours. Here's a closer look at the cone. Remember, the cone just tells us where the center of the storm, the core winds around the eye wall, are expected to be. And that may pass near or over Baton Rouge, but we notice New Orleans is on the right side of that as well. But beyond just that core, there's still going to be really high winds, and you can see that here with the wind field. And the highest of the winds are actually all found over here on the right side. So New Orleans is certainly going to feel this, and Baton Rouge right in the middle of the forecast right now. The other thing is, with a broad and powerful storm, a lot of storm surge, and this is a vulnerable area from it, so storm surge warnings, of course, in place. 10 to 15 feet is the forecast peak. We notice around Lake Pontchartrain 5 to 8 feet is forecast, but notice New Orleans not included in that storm surge warning. As Roy was just talking about, after Katrina, they built a really sophisticated levee system. They are much better protected now, and the forecast is that the surge will be below those levee walls. We certainly hope so.
And welcome back, everyone. New advisories come in from the Hurricane Center on Hurricane Ida. Maybe some good news here is that the wind speeds have not increased, so we're still standing at a Category 2, 105 mile per hour winds. The one thing that might be a little concerning is that the pressure continues to drop, which means we have a deepening low pressure. And a deepening low pressure usually means you're going to see the winds intensify. And I think they will overnight tonight. I still think that's going to happen. It's still forecast to be a Category 4 hurricane at landfall, winds at 130 miles per hour. So keep in mind there are going to be some intensifying winds as we go through the night. The one thing that you'll notice on the satellite there is that we're starting to get a lot more convection coming around the eye itself. There's a look, by the way, at the forecast. And tomorrow morning, right offshore, 130-mile-per-hour winds coming inland and coming past New Orleans. I mean, look at this. By Sunday evening, still 100-mile-per-hour winds inland here. So we're still talking Cat 2 winds as it may come very near New Orleans in this forecast, then quickly diminishing after that. But not much has changed here. It's gotten a lot closer to shore here, but not a lot has changed in the last advisory. We'll get another advisory in the next 3 hours here, but 145 miles south-southeast of the mouth of the Mississippi. We stick way out here at Burris, and then we've got, Grand Isle, Louisiana here. But one thing you're going to start to notice here if you're watching us from the coast is that there's now going to be more of a push of water. The water's going to start to come up here, and as the hurricane gets closer, you're certainly going to see a push of water here. Coastal Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, into Louisiana as well, and I think there could be real issues at Lake Pontchartrain as well, pushing water north. The difference may be, especially if we keep in our current forecast here, which would bring the hurricane just to the west of New Orleans, that'll increase our push of water into coastal Louisiana, but it's also going to push Pontchartrain north, as you recall in Katrina. Because Katrina went in this direction, the water was pushed to the south on the backside of Katrina. So that could be a big difference. In this case, it was pushing water down into New Orleans instead of away from New Orleans on the north side of Pontchartrain. Having said that, if you live on the north side of Pontchartrain, you're very concerned now of what may happen, including an intensifying hurricane. Close-up view, we're going to analyze around the center. You can see an eye is now starting to form. And the other thing that we're now starting to get, you see the dark colors are really starting to encircle the hurricane at this point. But now what we're also getting is a lot more white. That color code corresponds with cloud height. So basically what it's measuring is temperature in the atmosphere. And so basically the software, if you will, corresponds a color code to a temperature. So the higher you get these thunderstorm clouds around the center, the colder it is at the top, right? And so now you're starting to get some white colors or some gray colors starting to feed in to the color table here, which tells you now we're really building the eye wall in this. And I think that's another sign that we likely have an intensifying hurricane along with the pressure drop here. Now, the hurricane planes that are out there will confirm that, but I think ultimately we're definitely going to get higher wind speeds to come. And you're now starting to see on the radar, can you see far left-hand side of your screen, starting to see that opening, that clearing in the center. So I think that also another sign that things are getting worse with this hurricane. The other thing that we're getting now are severe thunderstorm warnings. These outer bands, tall thunderstorms in these outer bands as well, and you can see that from the lightning that's in them. The thing about these thunderstorms, and here's that severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, in Mobile County. The thing about these thunderstorms is these outer bands are the bands that are most likely to contain severe weather, including tornadoes. So be aware of that risk for us as well.
For about 24 hours before it really gets that circulation moving away from the southeastern Louisiana coastline. So a very serious situation. We could see flooding from fresh water, the rain that actually falls. We could see upwards of 20 inches in some locations, plus the storm surge. So we have those factors involved. Tropical depression number 10, it's not going to bother anyone. It's moving to the north at 10, and there you can see staying out in the open Atlantic. We also now have Tropical Depression 11 just issued as of 11 o'clock. Max winds 35 miles per hour. This also looks to stay out in the Atlantic, so just a fish storm there, and that's some good news. We don't need anything else threatening the United States anytime soon.
We just got a brand new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Jen Carfagno joining me here in studio, and Jen's been poring over that new advisory, and it looks like we've got a strengthening storm still.
Yes, we do. All right, so winds now are up to 140 miles per hour. So it is a system that is strengthening as it tracks towards the coastline today. And as Kelly mentioned, look, the rain is already here. Here at this point here, you need to shelter in place and wait this one out here, hopefully in your safe location. Now, we've got a Cat 4 pressure down to 946. It is moving to the northwest at 15. That is unchanged. It is now 75 miles from the mouth of the Mississippi River. There has been such a dramatic change in the last 24 hours. If you were watching us yesterday morning at this time, we had an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane. The pressure has dropped significantly. We're down to 946, and really just in the last several hours, 6 hours or so here. We lost significant pressure, meaning that as pressure goes down, wind will go up. Now, for rapid intensification, which is what we have seen, you need at least a 35-mile-per-hour wind increase in 24 hours. Well, yesterday at this time, it was 80 miles per hour. Now we are looking at 140 miles per hour. So that is a 60-mile-per-hour wind increase, doubling what you need for a rapid intensification. Most Cat 4 and 5 hurricanes do actually undergo rapid intensification, so it's not surprising that is happening, but it's certainly concerning because this one is heading right towards the coastline and it will be strengthening on arrival. Look at how the winds have changed here over the last 24 hours. They're really ramping up in just the last, 6 to 8 hours. That's when we've really seen a lot of that happening. Now, here's the latest satellite view, and as you can see, where we have these darker colors, that's the core of the strongest winds. And the inside of the storm here, the center, the eye of the storm, is actually calm. The strongest of the winds are right around it here, and the strongest of the winds here is still looking like they're trying to wrap all the way around here, and that's where you realize that it's still undergoing strengthening. Let's track where it is right now. It's in an area of very high ocean heat content. That means it's in an environment that has the ability to sustain continued strengthening. There's not a lot of shear. There's a lot of moisture. Here's some of the buoys in the area. Buoy that it's about to go right over top of, 42394. Winds now jump to 60 miles per hour. Now, Hurricane Hunter aircraft have been through tonight. There have been 2 flights actually that had to be turned around and brought back to San Antonio, where they're coming in and out of tonight because of maintenance issues. So at the moment, what we have is satellite, we have the buoys, we have the radar to give us data about what's happening inside the storm.
New Orleans in its precarious position. You've got Lake Pontchartrain to the north. To the south, you've got the Mississippi River. But then in the city itself, you think about this being a walled city with a lot of dams. You've got berms. You've got all kinds of barriers to hold back the water. Some locations 20 feet above sea level. A few other locations about 6 feet below. So it does not take a great deal of rainfall to cause big problems in this fine city. A fine city treated to some very rough weather in the coming hours. Kelly, let's send it back to you.
Now, we already have a surplus, Reynolds, going into this event of about 20
Indeed.
inches. So we already have pre-existing saturated conditions there in New Orleans and all along the Gulf Coast. Thanks so much for that, Reynolds. We do want to get to the newest advisory. Jen is here in studio with me. Jen, they just upped the winds to 145 miles per hour.
Yeah, so we just got an update, and hurricane hunters here are in. We've got the NOAA aircraft that is in right now with data showing us that, yes, the winds have increased. We're at 145 miles per hour. It is still a Cat 4. A Cat 5 starts at 157, but this is the upper echelon of hurricanes as it approaches the Louisiana coast here. This is in beast mode. It is moving to the northwest at 15. It is hours away from a landfall in southeast Louisiana. And we're watching Ida and the core of the worst weather with it. You can see that from a satellite perspective. I'm going to draw it right here in some of those brightest purple colors. Those are the worst of the thunderstorms, the strongest of the winds around that center of circulation. In the eye itself, it's calm. It's that eye wall that contains the worst of the winds. Now, it was over extremely warm sea surface temperatures with a lot of ocean heat content. It still is, actually. It still is. So that's not going to help us out. We are not looking for any type of storm that will be weakening upon landfall. In fact, we anticipate that it will continue strengthening as it heads towards the coastline. Look at this buoy. So we have other data, too. Besides hurricane hunters, we've got the buoys out here. Buoy 42394 now showing winds sustained at 98 miles per hour. Right here, that's in that northwestern part of the eye wall. That's the kind of system that we are looking at making landfall in southeast Louisiana, 98 miles per hour. It's over water right now. It's going to be heading overland here in hours. We're watching the approach here and expected landfall. So we've got another Air Force flight here. So this one is coming in. This will be in soon. Now we've got the NOAA aircraft that has been flying through, and their data actually is what allowed that increase in the wind speed to 145 miles per hour. You can see what they've been sampling over here on that western side. So they came right over here, and this is where they found winds of 141 miles per hour when the estimated surface winds here based on what they're finding at flight level, which is up over 150. All right, so projected path. We get you into landfall today in southeast Louisiana, watching the track very closely, because at this point, if there's a wobble to the east, you can see how close we are here into New Orleans for that potential direct hit. We We are going to be watching for, though, the cone as it, moves the circulation inland. The impacts will be felt outside of the cone, and tropical storm force winds well inland and well to the east of the circulation. Tropical storm force winds actually extend out 140 miles from the center of the storm.
All hands on deck for this system, which continues to. Wow, this is going to be bad, folks. I got to tell you, it's going to make its way on shore by this afternoon into the evening hours as a powerful system, bringing with it again abundantly strong wind, incredibly strong wind, storm surge, heavy rainfall. We now have a new update, and the new update, winds of 150 miles per hour. Unbelievable. Moving into an area, obviously, with very minimal shear and very warm water. It is truly blossoming. It is getting bigger. And as this robust system continues to bring its terror to the shorelines, folks, I implore you to be ready. Hopefully, you're already prepared. You're in a safe spot. Hopefully, if you've had those evacuation orders, you've been able to heed them and move to a safer location. The airport yesterday was awash with people. You had so many trying to get out, but other people showing up without reservations trying to book at the counter, and there were no flights to be had. It's one of those times, folks, where neighbors are going to have to help neighbors, especially when this comes on shore. And then days after, I fear it is going to be a huge human issue. So many people having problems, no power, down trees, lack of drinking water. It's going to be a big issue. I'll tell you, the situation that we have for the time being has been one where we have some scattered showers moving through. The wind has been picking up. We've had flashes of lightning, some thunder booming here or there. And I'll tell you, the streets, for the most part, are relatively empty. There are some people walking around, but in terms of a lot of traffic in New Orleans, not seeing it at this point. However, we have seen on the roadways a lot of cars stacked up in a couple of locations. It's troubling because we don't want to see cars stacked up, motionless, on an interstate with an approaching tropical system. That will not bode well for anyone. Kelly, again, keeping a sharp eye on it. As you know, Kelly, very well, it's really mind-numbing now, 150-mile-an-hour sustained winds. Back to you.
It's awful to see. I mean, it is a very scary sight as we still have a system, a hurricane that is strengthening upon approach. So we do have that latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. Jen Carfagno joining me here in studio. And Jen, at the latest drops on, they measured that pressure down to 935 and therefore a response in that higher wind.
Yes, so we now have the winds on increase to 150 miles per hour. It is still Cat 4. Cat 5 is 157, but this is a very strong Cat 4, and it has continued to be strengthening. Visually, you can see actually it looks even more impressive than it did just a bit ago. That eye wall, very concentric, looks like it might have gone through an eye wall replacement cycle, and so it's very circular here, and those strongest of the winds completely surrounding that eye. Now, we've got 150 mile per hour winds. It's a Cat 4. It's moving to the northwest at 15, and it is 75 miles away from Grand Isle, Louisiana. Already seeing the winds gusting over 100. That's at Pilot's Station there in the tip of southeast Louisiana. So we're getting into it right now as we see some of the outer reaches approach us here in southeast Louisiana. So you can see this purple color on the satellite. That's indicating where we have some of the worst of the weather. And you can see how that's now grazing here, that coastline, where it's going to go downhill inland as we get through the next several hours. Expecting a landfall not until early this afternoon, maybe lunchtime or just after. And so we're watching the conditions already start to go downhill. Look how the winds have been increasing here at this buoy offshore. We're seeing those some winds too on that western side of the circulation, up over 98 miles per hour. That's sustained. Gusts will be higher than that. And again, some of the peak winds now have been measured up over 145, 150 miles per hour in several locations. And so we have two Hurricane Hunter aircraft in. The NOAA flight as well as the Air Force flight has now made it in as well. And so the NOAA flight's over on the western side measuring some of those winds here at that level. And now the Air Force aircraft is on that northeastern side measuring some of those same winds as well. And so you can see what we're looking at in terms of an increase in speed. Look at that, up to 150 miles per hour. The pressure down to 935. This is a strengthening hurricane as it approaches southeast Louisiana. Kelly, very concerning today, very certainly sobering as you take a look at what's coming your way in southeast Louisiana.
This is 7 News Today in Florida.
A new advisory in at this hour as we continue to track Hurricane Ida ahead of its looming landfall in the northern Gulf Coast.
Ida expected to lash Louisiana by later today. A live look at a very quiet Bourbon Street after evacuations were issued for parts of the state. The storm expected to slam the area as a life-threatening major hurricane.
Yeah, we'll get to the new advisory in a moment. Our coverage begins with reporter Madeline Rivera. She's in the strike zone there. Good morning.
Good morning, Lorena and Ethan. We've been feeling a lot of rain this morning here in New Orleans. We haven't felt some wind gusts just yet, but we are definitely preparing for that. Advisories just keep getting worse. Now maximum sustained winds of 150 miles per hour.
Heavy winds intensify along the Gulf Coast as Hurricane Ida barrels north, taking direct aim at Louisiana.
Prepared for damaging wind, power outages, heavy rain, tornadoes.
The National Hurricane Center warns Ida could strengthen already a Category 4 hurricane.
This is a very strong storm.
On coastal highways, it was bumper-to-bumper traffic Saturday. Drivers heading northbound to Mississippi.
This will be a life-altering storm for those who aren't prepared.
In New Orleans, businesses boarded up, bracing for the worst. Shoppers scrambling to stock up on supplies.
I want to make sure that we don't have anything to where we're getting any kind of dehydration or food problems.
Their lessons, residents say, they learned from Hurricane Katrina when it made landfall here 16 years ago to the day.
Like deja vu, you know what I mean? Here it comes again.
And it's a stark reminder that we have to do everything we can to prepare the people in the region and make sure we're ready to respond.
And New Orleans could see up to 20 inches of rain, so that is really going to test the city's flood protection system, you guys.
All right, thank you so much.
Live team coverage continues now with meteorologist Erica Delgado. She's in the Hurricane Center with the 8 a.m. advisory on Ida. Erica, good morning.
Good morning, Ethan. And that's right. And now we're getting updates every hour on the hour because the system is so close to making landfall. This is as of 8 a.m. and we saw this update during the 7 a.m. hour. Winds are up to 150 miles per hour. So a very strong Category 4 hurricane. Just to put things into perspective for you, anything above 156, that's already considered a Category 5. Right now, it's a little over 50 miles to the southwest of the Mississippi River, and it's a little about 100 miles to the south of New Orleans, and you can see it's moving towards the northwest. And the forward speed that we're seeing since yesterday has remained higher than previously noted. So this system will make landfall during the daytime hours today instead of what we originally thought was going to be late Sunday and into early Monday. I want to take a closer look because now we have radar on the system, and you can see how well defined that eye is as it continues to move closer and closer to coastal Louisiana. Outer bands already pushing through New Orleans, and as far as Mississippi is concerned, Biloxi getting some of these outer bands, and these outer bands extending across portions of the Florida Panhandle as well as the system continues to move closer and closer to Louisiana. Here's the latest forecast track. System will be a powerful major hurricane as it makes landfall later on this afternoon, and still by early Monday and Monday afternoon we could still be dealing with a Category 1 hurricane as the system continues to move farther inland. Here's a close-up view of the cone, exactly where the system is headed right now, and you can see that as we head into the afternoon, they're anticipating that we could see some more strengthening just before it makes landfall. Locally, unrelated to Ida, we are seeing some showers of our own, and we'll talk about those showers and your local forecast that's coming up in a few minutes.
Well, Hurricane Ida first barreled through the western portion of Cuba as a Category 1 storm, damaging homes there.
Yeah, the island dealing with countless other problems as the system leaves a lasting impact there. 7's Robin Simmons reports.
Hurricane Ida crashing through western Cuba Friday. The storm disrupting coastal seas, bringing down trees and flooding streets. Several dams compromised as the heavy rains caused water levels to rise above the structures.
Evidently, there is a level of rainfall already accumulated that has saturated the soil. That means that the runoff must be large.
Hurricane Ida bringing as much as 20 inches of rain to some parts of the island. Heavy winds reaching 80 miles per hour, causing damage to homes.
Strong winds are whipping all over. It took a roof there.
As Ida turned toward Cuba, farmers hurried to harvest crops and protect livestock. Another top priority, protecting tobacco crops, one of Cuba's main exports.
The tobacco seeds from this season are stored in very safe places.
Some Cubans who rode about the storm say Ida was not as bad as hurricanes in the past.
Compared to other cyclones, this one is weaker. We have always stayed for cyclones here. We have never left.
Robin Simmons, Today in Florida.
Well, some good news here so far. No deaths have been reported in the country as a result of Ida. And be sure to stay with 7 News as we track Hurricane Ida. Look for updates on air, online, and on our mobile apps.
Reynolds, the National Hurricane Center is saying this will likely have winds of 155 as it makes landfall. So that is just a few miles per hour short of Category 5. And as Ida pushes closer to landfall, we want to get you the information about community preparations. Here's what we know right now. LSU canceled events through Monday and will provide students on campus in Baton Rouge with meals. Ferry service along the lower Algiers-Chalmette route has been suspended since Friday. Entergy saying Louisiana customers should plan to be without power for up to 3 weeks. Because, Jen, you know, with these kinds of winds, it's not just power lines, but power poles that will likely be snapped. We're talking about infrastructure damage with a category, you know, high-end Category 4 hurricane.
When you look at the descriptions for a Category 4 or a Category 5 hurricane, it is catastrophic and it's significant and it's lengthy when it comes to coming back after a storm like that. The first visible satellite images of the day are now in, now that the sun has come up over Hurricane Ida. Take a look at this as it is spinning just offshore. Now you can see right here is the eye of the hurricane. Right along that is the eye wall. That is where the strongest winds are of 150 miles per hour. And as Kelly just mentioned, it is still on a path for strengthening. It is still over water. There's really nothing in its path to prevent future strengthening other than land. So here we go, looking at the location 50 miles from the southwest of the mouth of the Mississippi. I actually want to go back and look at that visible one more time because you can see so much from these visible images. And I know this is just one sort of glance because we're just getting daylight over this area. But look at how tall the thunderstorms are around the center. That's a sign of strength. And they ring the entire center. So we have a pretty sort of well-composed eye wall, if you will, that is now heading towards land. We do have that tornado watch that is up that goes until 7 o'clock. And this area now under a tornado warning, Dauphin Island, this goes until 8 o'clock. Been watching actually right over Dauphin Island is where we have that potential tornado. Things will be certainly very transient today. So watching for that risk, watching for the winds to spread into southeast Louisiana as we watch the approach of Hurricane Ida.
Of course, Dr. Postel, very close eye on this forecast as Hurricane Ida is approaching the coast of Louisiana. Just an absolute monster of a storm. So let's talk a little bit more about what we're expecting as we move through the next several hours.
Catastrophic winds moving inland into southern Louisiana. Wind gusts well over 100 miles per hour. We're already seeing that. And an extreme wind warning has been posted for Jefferson, Lafourche, and Terrebonne parishes in southeastern Louisiana, just south of New Orleans. But I would not be surprised to see yet another one issued later on this morning farther to the north as Ida moves inland. And this is for the expectation of wind gusts over 115 miles per hour in it. And notice that much of that may even indeed occur outside of the eye wall as the core of Ida moves through. The eye wall being that little donut there where winds could be well above that even. Perhaps 130, 140 mile per hour wind gusts actually make it inland with this particular system. We'll be watching it very carefully, of course. And you can see that we've got some exceptional winds already being reported at these stations. Now, a lot of these are elevated, but this station right here, Pilot Station East, as I mentioned earlier, the anemometer elevation is at about 20 meters, so a little higher than average, but not much. It's pretty close to what the standard height is and is reporting a sustained wind of around 100 miles per hour, Felicia, and we'll be watching this continue to close in on Louisiana and bring its bad weather for many other areas east of there, including coastal Mississippi and Alabama as well.
And, you know, Dr. Postel, not just Mississippi, Alabama, but we actually have a tornado warning right now for portions of Florida, the Florida Panhandle, and Alabama. This tornado warning for Baldwin and Escambia counties. So Brent, Cantonment, and Ferry Pass, I want you to be in your safe place. You do have a tornado warning as some strong storms move through in this rain band.
We are covering the imminent landfall of Category 4 Hurricane Ida in Louisiana. I'm live here in New Orleans. You can see that eye wall getting closer and closer and already impacting severely some of the southern and southeastern parishes of this state, but we're seeing and feeling impacts well away from the center and well away from Louisiana, even parts of Florida, Alabama, Mississippi getting impacted right now from this hurricane, the latest major hurricane making landfall here in the U.S. It seems like it's a recent thing. We had several last year, and here we go again this year on this 16th anniversary of the landfall of Hurricane Katrina here in Louisiana. And also, you do know what happened in New Orleans here with the flooding. And by the way, the center of Katrina devastated coastal Mississippi, and they too are remembering this anniversary. Again, here in the French Quarter, we're seeing some wind and some rain right now, but the worst is yet to come. We've been dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts for the last 4 or 5+ hours here across the region. Again, tropical storm force wind gusts 39 or higher, and now we have some light rain showers coming through here as well. But let's talk about other areas dealing impacts well away from the center of the system. We have tower cams all across the area. We have tower cams here in New Orleans showing you rain. But let's go to Gulfport, Mississippi. That's about, say, 60, 70 miles away from where I'm standing right now. And you can see the surge coming in. Again, this is nothing like Katrina with a 30-foot storm surge there on the coast of Mississippi. Biloxi, Pass Christian, Gulfport, devastated for miles inland. It's not that type of storm, but you are and will see even a higher storm surge as we head throughout landfall and even hours after landfall. Again, you're in that right front quadrant. You have that unaided push of this moisture by a system which could still be strengthening as we speak. A little closer in by a few, maybe a dozen miles or so is Waveland, Mississippi, about maybe 45, 50 miles away from where we're standing. You too have surge waters already covering the beach and pushing well inland as well. And this will only continue to get higher, and there's also a duration of this floodwaters as well. We head to the other side of where I am here, basically maybe 40 miles southwest of New Orleans. Here's Houma, Louisiana, and we too are seeing the rain and feeling the gusty winds here. And we have that northern and northwestern eye wall we have to go through as we head throughout the rest of today. In fact, looking at the radar, compared to where we are here in New Orleans, we still have about maybe 65, 70 miles away from that northern eye wall. So we have a lot of weather to get to. That's what I'm saying. It's only going to go downhill and get intense as well. About 64, 65 miles from the northern eye wall. We still have more to the center. And by the way, just extrapolating all this out, as this storm makes landfall and pushes to the west of New Orleans, we are going to be between 30, 35 miles away from the center point, but the hurricane force winds will extend out at least 50 miles. So we do expect our winds to be sustained in hurricane force for quite some time later on today. I guess the only bright spot is this is happening as the sun is up, but the only downside is this is going to happen, and we have this kind of weather impact for the duration of today and then tonight, and not really improving till tomorrow. If you went through Zeta last year in New Orleans, I came in and it came out. It's not going to be nearly that quick. We're already reporting thousands of people without power this morning, not only here in New Orleans, but all across Louisiana. And now I'm getting a public advisory. Again, 911 right now is experiencing difficulty here in southeast Louisiana. So as a concern, if you are in some distress, know that it might be difficult to get first responders, A, because 911 is having problems, and B, because our weather is going downhill as well. So those that have evacuated, great. Keep it tuned. We'll keep you informed. But also, you might not want to call your loved ones here because it ties up the cell signals, which first responders might be needing, or other ways. Send a text. It's lower battery power even for people getting that text. And if they lose power, they need to conserve every bit of juice they have because they might not get power restored for days, if not weeks, depending on where they are here in southeast Louisiana. This is becoming a worst-case scenario for thousands here across this state. Let's bring in Dr. Greg Postel, who's tracking this. And the bad news, Greg, is further intensification is still on the table this morning.
Well, you know what? That's a really good point, because we thought maybe that would be the case all the way up until landfall, Paul. But looking at some of the latest observations, thank you for that reporting, it does appear that Ida has leveled off in intensity and may start to weaken gradually, especially once it moves inland. But that's also not a good thing because of where and the intensity that perhaps this thing is leveled off at 150 miles per hour. That does nobody any good. This is going to be an extremely destructive hurricane with catastrophic damage from both wind and surge. We've got extreme wind warnings out for the southern parishes of Louisiana. We've been talking about that for the last hour or so. It's in place for about another half an hour, and I wouldn't be surprised to see another extreme wind warning be issued for areas to the north that might indeed include New Orleans later on this afternoon. So heads up on that. Our radar sort of dropped out right there, but that's what happens when you have a landfalling high-end Cat 4. But let me show you what I mean by, I think, leveling off in intensity. What we're seeing is perhaps a secondary wind maxima here, another eye wall on the outer side here, which may be sort of the formation of a eye wall replacement cycle, or the early stages of it. That's a lot of complicated words, but it's good news in a sense, in one way, that it might level the intensity off or lead to a little bit of a weakening. But the problem is that it also expands the wind field, and there may be a secondary wind maximum here, which could include many other areas outside of the original eye wall that could see that destructive wind. So we've got to be very careful about how we manage the messaging of the landfall and the movement of Ida inland, because while the maximum winds in the original eye wall may be slowing down a little bit, there is another area outside of it that's got some extreme winds with it, and we're seeing that already. Pilot Station East, 100-mile-per-hour sustained winds. Let me take you to Grand Isle right now, Louisiana, where we're getting winds, at least the last report, of sustained 52, gusts to 74. The conditions we saw about 15 minutes ago were getting really, really bad, according to the camera. Let's see if we can get there, because I think it gives you an idea of the water rise and the type of weather conditions that you're seeing. There you go. There's Grand Isle, Louisiana. That wind gust that you see on the top left, that's wrong. The winds are a lot stronger than that. The winds are gusting over 70 miles per hour in places, and you can see the water rise and the storm surge already impacting many areas of coastal Louisiana. This is going to be a big problem for many of us in the region as we go forward. Right now, you can see there's Grand Isle right there. There's a bit of a moat here. That's sort of the region in between that outer wind maximum and the original eye wall here. This is where the very strongest winds are still way over 100 miles per hour and moving into coastal Louisiana within the next hour. Elsewhere, this is not just a coastal Louisiana problem. We've got bad winds and bad weather in coastal Mississippi, Alabama, and western Florida. The possibility of tornadoes exists with some of these outer rain bands and wind gusts over 50 miles per hour. And water rise from storm surge, even, as far east as Mobile, Dauphin Island, Alabama, perhaps Pensacola as well. There's some of those water rises from the storm surge that are going to get a lot higher. I'm going to show you this to show you the idea that this thing is a ferocious hurricane about ready, the eye, to move on board, probably within the next hour or so. And I'll leave you with this forecast, Felicia, to show you that the weather impacts will be carried well inland with Ida. You can see that the center of circulation by 7 o'clock tonight, perhaps not far from Homa, and that original eye wall containing damaging and destructive winds, perhaps gusting over to 100. We may see the same thing with that secondary wind maxima, that outer eye wall perhaps in New Orleans or areas farther to the east from there, maybe even Slidell, Bay St. Louis. Heads up, the weather is going to get very bad this evening and last throughout the night with, of course, along the coastline, significant storm surge, perhaps 10 feet and up to 15 feet in spots. Felicia.
Some of these oil platforms have registered those winds up to 96 miles an hour higher gusts. Now, some of them sit higher up, even 100 feet or so off the surface of the water. And look at how they go offline for a little bit. That's a sign of a huge, huge storm. And I want to show you this. Air Force reconnaissance flight. This was, I believe, that's the latest mission. They're just leaving. They just went through the eye of the storm. And we want to talk about this latest mission, if we can, with Ken himself, Mr. Ken Graham, director of the National Hurricane Center. So, Ken, we're looking at some of this data from the flight crew. If they get those winds up to, 160 miles an hour or so at flight level, that doesn't necessarily translate to the actual ground speed estimates. Is that right?
Yeah, it has to be translated. Just because what they find at flight level, we do some calculations to bring what would be felt on the ground. Winds are higher up, so that's why we talk about, in buildings. We haven't had too many conversations about that yet, but any high rises, any buildings that are off the surface get higher winds. So that's what they look at. They look for the center. They look for points of the winds. But Steve, a big point is the other thing that they do for us is they look at the structure. And one thing that they found, observing on the radar is you have the actual eye wall here, but you have a secondary eye wall that's forming around it. So something we're confirming with the hurricane hunters, they can see the extent of those winds, and we're seeing hurricane force winds about 52 miles out from the center in that northeast quadrant. And that's important. That's really important as we continue this forecast to see how far away some of those hurricane force winds get into Jefferson Parish, get into Orleans Parish, St. Tammany, some of these places, the Metro New Orleans could see hurricane force winds with gusts maybe even up to 100 miles an hour.
So Ken, you're watching that secondary, more outer eye wall band on the radar and also through the Air Force reconnaissance. So does that mean that those hurricane force winds are expanding just a bit?
Yeah, historically that's what it means. So we're going to have to watch out and see what those, get the plane in there as much as we can while it's still over water, and then we'll see some of the surface observations and start really looking at that wind field. But usually what that means historically is you'll see a little expansion of that wind field.
So yesterday throughout the day, Ken, a lot of people were getting out of town. The roads were packed on I-10. New Orleans Airport was massively busy. At this point, hours away, even closer than that for an official landfall perhaps, what's the key message for folks here that may be riding out the storm in southeast Louisiana?
I think at this stage, Steve, you got to have a safe place. Get in that shelter in place, be safe, have a way to get information, whether it's a NOAA weather radio, have some way to get information because, you're going to lose power, you can lose communications. Often maybe the cell phone may work, it may not. So these type of things are going to happen. So have a safe place from the wind, a significant structure, and also have a way if the water starts coming up. These rainfall totals are just staggering in addition to the storm surge. So once you start seeing some of the flooding, you also want to have a way to get up and out of that water.
Well, a big appreciation to you, Ken Gren, Director of the National Hurricane Center, all the forecasters, all the staff there at the Hurricane Center. We'll chat later on this morning about the latest with Ida. We'll talk to you soon.
We're looking at the satellite pictures, as you were talking about earlier, and we're probably within 45 minutes of landfall. Very, very impressive pictures here showing you the center of circulation in that sort of relative clear spot. That's the center of the eye, and right around it is the worst of all the weather, about ready to move into Grand Island. That would be the eye wall, where right now the winds in Grand Isle are gusting to almost 80 miles per hour, sustained at 60, but they're going to go way up once that eye wall, which is this ring of ferocious thunderstorms. Once that comes in, the winds will likely gust over 100 miles per hour there. And there's also a couple of other concentric rings here suggesting that there are maybe certainly more than one eye wall, and that makes the impact spread even farther than earlier perhaps anticipated, with now sort of this secondary eye wall bringing in some very destructive winds potentially through southern Louisiana right now. 15 miles away or so is where the center of circulation is, probably a little less than that now, and meaning landfall within the next 45 minutes, I think. So what we've got here is some pretty bad weather in western Florida as well. Some of these outer bands are bringing in gusty winds over 50 miles per hour, and indeed the threat of tornadoes. Elsewhere, we're starting to see the wind increase in New Orleans. Biloxi, right now, there's a bit of a moat, a region where the weather is not that bad in Biloxi, but it will get worse later on today. I'm going to leave you with this before I get more to the forecast coming up at the top of the hour. You're going to want to tune in for that. But over the past 12 hours, we've seen a remarkable drop in the pressure as Hurricane Ida approached landfall. Last night at 1 o'clock, it was about 970 millibars. We lost almost 40 millibars in about 9 hours. It's been a long time, if ever, if I've seen that kind of pressure drop.
across the East Coast, and thanks for staying with us for Weekend Recharge. Our meteorologist Paul Goodall live in New Orleans, Louisiana. We're in the midst of dealing with an onshore flow from Hurricane Ida, powerful Category 4 hurricane on its way within the next hour or so from making landfall in southeast Louisiana. You see that eye clearly visible on this enhanced satellite image. Yes, the northern eye wall already hitting land here in Louisiana. Landfall doesn't officially occur until that center point crosses land, and that is happening as we speak with that northern eye wall coming on in here. Weather going downhill. We've been dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts all morning long here in New Orleans. Winds gusting 50+ miles per hour. Lighter rain showers, about an inch of rain so far this morning, but we have several more inches to go.
So as we get into the evening hours, the winds do still hold. I think we see wind gusts just like this, right around 25 miles per hour, but some of the stronger gusts will continue to come, and we're forecasting those to be between 40, 50, maybe even 60 miles an hour. Let's get inside right now to meteorologist Carl Parker and storm specialist. Carl, I know you are watching this closely, still perhaps dissecting the latest message from the National Hurricane Center. Ida did make landfall. Do we see this storm going through an eye wall replacement cycle and potentially slowing down? And ultimately, if it does slow down, Carl, what does that do to some of the impacts across the Gulf Coast?
Well, yeah, it's definitely going to be slowing down, and that's going to make everything last that much longer. And it's absolutely going through an eye wall replacement cycle, and that's going to bring down the strongest winds, but allow the winds to expand at the same time. 150-mile-per-hour storm right now. This is only the first time in all of recorded history that we have seen two back-to-back 150-mile-per-hour landfalls in 2 years in Louisiana. And you can see very clearly where the center of the eye crossed that little spit of land there. That's Port Fourchon right there. That was 11:55 when the storm made landfall. An extreme wind warning now in effect in Jefferson, Lafourche, and Terrebonne parishes until 1:30. That is for winds over 100 miles per hour, now gusting to 85 miles per hour in Grand Isle. We've seen some live pictures out of Grand Isle. They have been just devastating. A tremendous amount of water rise there, and apparently there's at least a couple of dozen people that stayed there in Grand Isle. Here you see the eye wall. That's the most dangerous part of the storm right in there. Then what we call a moat in between and a secondary eye wall. And this secondary eye wall is the one that I believe is going to have a lot of impact in New Orleans later today. The winds already now getting up to 61 miles per hour in New Orleans, and they'll be gusting over hurricane force later today. Here you see the expansive area of strong winds across southeastern Louisiana. Strongest winds, of course, with that core right there. And of course, that's been piling up the water. That's been coming right across the northern Gulf Coast into Lake Bourne, and a 6.5-foot water level rise in Shell Beach. But of course, we're being protected in New Orleans by the risk reduction system. Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida, which has now made landfall in southeast Louisiana. It was just a little before noon as a Category 4 with 150-mile-per-hour winds, placing this storm in the top group of storms that have made landfall in the U.S. in terms of wind speed and intensities. Now moving northwest at 13 miles per hour, there's an extreme wind warning in effect for Terrebonne and Jefferson and Lafourche parishes. That is for winds over 115 miles per hour. We have seen winds gusting to nearly 100 in Grand Isle. They are still getting hit very hard there. Galliano, the winds are picking up, and that eye wall is going to be coming right into Galliano. Here you see the eye wall itself. So that is where the very worst of the weather is. That is now just outside of the heart of Grand Isle. Then you've got a secondary eye wall right in there, and that is going to be coming up towards New Orleans. But that eye wall, that inner eye wall coming into Galliano and into Homa as well. So those areas are going to get hit very hard here over the next couple of hours. And then we're going to watch that secondary eye wall make its way up to New Orleans. And so we expect that the winds are going to get much worse in New Orleans later this afternoon. Here you see the area of strong winds, and we get into those hurricane force winds right there. So even as the storm is moving off to just to the west of New Orleans, we're going to be getting in on those hurricane force winds, and that's going to mean some power outages and maybe some structure structural damage as well. Winds now gusting to 59 in New Orleans and gusting to 33 in Gonzales. All of southeast Louisiana along the 55 and I-10 corridors is going to be into very strong wind later tonight.
We had 16 years ago begin with Katrina making landfall again east of us here, but the winds knocking out more power. Power flashes have been on and off here in the corner. Overall, more than 150,000 customers without power right now in Louisiana, and I always try to use a multiplier of maybe 2 to 4, so easily 500,000 people without power. Again, customers are billing points where the bill is sent to, but it could be perhaps a hotel, could be an apartment building, could be a studio apartment. The bottom line is there's a lot more people than 150,000 without power, and you got to remember, unlike Zeta, that happened in October. It was cooler afterwards. This is August without power, without air conditioning. It's going to be brutal when it's finally safe to recover from this, which might not be till tomorrow. Let's talk about the duration of this event and bring in storm specialist Carl Parker. And Carl, unlike the last hurricane that went through and over New Orleans, this thing is going to keep us in this danger zone of impacts well into Monday.
Yeah, no question, Paul. It's a very slow-moving storm, and it's going to be slow to lose energy. It's an incredibly powerful storm to begin with. It's been very rare to see a storm this strong striking the Louisiana coastline. We've never seen it happen back-to-back in consecutive years to see a 150-mile-per-hour storm doing that. Now, notice the motion is northwest at 13 miles per hour. That's important. I'll show you why here in just a second. Extreme wind warning now in effect until 1:30. We'll see what happens when that expires, but there's certainly is potential for exceptionally strong winds where that eye wall is. We are still, look at this, still getting winds gusting to 97 miles per hour. We got an unofficial report of winds gusting to over 140 miles per hour in Grand Isle earlier. Winds are stepping up in Galliano, 82 miles per hour. Couple of stations to the east there in Plaquemines Parish now reporting calm winds. So the anemometers have been knocked out, but they did report winds gusting to 130 miles per hour earlier. So here's the most dangerous part of the storm right there in terms of wind. That is where the inner eye wall is. That is now coming into Galliano. It's going to get much, much worse in the next few minutes as that moves in. And then here's the secondary eye wall, and winds have really stepped up there in Grand Isle, I should say, as that has moved in. And so we're going to watch this inner eye wall come up into Homa, and then the secondary eye wall is going to be moving off to the northwest and then more towards the north as well. By the way, there's a live picture of Grand Isle. We've had a camera set up here through the course of this event. Absolutely devastating down there. Again, winds gusting most recently to 97 miles per hour, and we've seen a storm surge of nearly 5 feet there. Low tide is right about now, so maybe that mitigating it somewhat, but it's really been tough there. And again, that secondary eye wall right in there, that's going to be coming up towards New Orleans. Now, whether or not it gets right over New Orleans is tricky because we do think the storm is going to move more to the north at some point. It's going to be really, really close, but regardless, winds will be gusting over hurricane force in New Orleans, gusting to 62 miles per hour right now. That's only going to step up as we go through the next several hours. You've got a lot of surge as well. Shell Beach on the end of Lake Bourne there, 7 feet of surge right now.
You got to stop it. We can't have 3 more hours of this. We're watching the roof peel off of buildings next door to us. The flooding is catastrophic. We're in bad, dire shape. It's too dangerous. We're in the eye wall, I believe, because this thing blowing. Things are coming apart all around us.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Our coverage of Ida, powerful Category 4 hurricane, still moving on shore here in Louisiana. Made its landfall about just over an hour, 2 hours ago in Port Fourchon. But the winds are still coming onshore. So is the rain. So is the storm surge all across the Gulf Coast. We have live team coverage all day, all night long here at the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Paul Garneau, live on Canal Street here in New Orleans. And we're about to be done with our shift. We're going to hand it off to Jim Cantori. Good to see you, Jim.
You too, man.
We have a lot more weather to get through, not to mention heavy rain. you're going to take our viewers here and try to get them through the next several hours, because we're just now getting the strongest winds.
We have not gotten into the worst of this yet. You're absolutely right, Paul. I mean, if you go down toward Galliano and La Rose, those areas are about to get into this outer eye wall, and all that's coming our way. But we're also on the radar, there's some very heavy rain that is about to come our way. So this will be the true test for the pumps. It's kind of interesting, as we note, we actually see some of those bucket trucks here in New Orleans. So what that says to me is there is a little confidence that this city won't flood, given the rainfall, if they're going to leave those bucket trucks here. So we'll see, and that's what we're going to watch, and obviously a heck of a lot more wind coming here, buddy.
Yeah, to get
over 100.
To get those trucks up, we got to get the winds down below tropical storm force. That might not happen until tomorrow.
I mean, it's going to come right down through these buildings, and I mean, there'll be some areas that gust higher, by 2 times just because of the way that it's funneling through those buildings. So that's what we're going to have to watch out for. There's a lot of windows, there's a lot of pieces of debris certainly flying around. So guys, we will absolutely do our best to bring you coverage as long as cell towers emit. Paul, you take it away, end it away. I'll see you there, buddy. Go into Carl Park.
All right, Jim, thank you so much. And let's take a look at the latest on the storm now. We just got a new advisory from the Hurricane Center, and the wind is down just slightly, down to 145 miles per hour. Still a very dangerous Category 4 hurricane, now moving a little bit more slowly towards the northwest at 12 miles per hour. I want you to notice here on the infrared satellite imagery how the structure of the storm is still incredibly impressive. Oftentimes when you see a storm make landfall, if there's a well-developed eye, you see that eye begin to fill in. That has absolutely not happened in this case. And it made landfall officially at about noon at Central Time. But when we say landfall, you have to put air quotes there with that, because this is where it came in near Port Fourchon. Notice all the wet areas here. These are all intertidal areas. And so functionally, practically, it is still basically over water. And so that's why you've still got this incredibly well-developed eye there that is about ready to come into Homa. It's coming into Galliano right now. Another few minutes, going to be moving into Homa, so exceptionally strong wind is headed your way. There's an extreme wind warning, and that is in effect for Lafourche and St. Charles and Terrebonne parishes, and within that area, 115 mile per hour wind can be expected with that inner eye wall and with that secondary eye wall as well. That up to La Place there, just outside of New Orleans, perhaps getting up towards Morgan City as well. We got a report of winds gusting to 97 in Grand Isle, and that was at 1:30. That's the last that we got from that. 98, the most recent report from Galliano here. Again, that eye wall is coming right into Galliano right now. Secondary eye wall coming into Homa, and the secondary eye wall here and these bands that are just outside of that will continue to move up to New Orleans here over the next several hours. Yeah, that storm really slowing down, and that's going to make everything last that much longer. Tevin, thank you. And let's take a look at the satellite picture. The storm made a second landfall near Galliano in southern Louisiana, so 2 landfalls now within the last few hours. The first one at Port Fourchon, second one right about there. But the thing I really want you to notice is the structure of that eye that has actually improved in the last hour or so. So this storm is still an incredible powerful and well-formed storm. And when you think about the nature of the terrain here in Louisiana, those areas south of that yellow line, that's intertidal area, so it's open water for the most part. And there you see the storm has been passing right over those areas, so it's still drawing energy from warm waters, and that's a big part of why it has not lost very much. Still now a Category 4 with 145 mile per hour winds. Here's an extreme wind warning in effect. This means winds of 115 miles per hour are possible with the inner eye wall there and with this secondary eye wall as well. That is probably going to pass to the southwest of New Orleans. It's going to come up towards Homa here in short order. Winds now still gusting to 70 miles per hour in Grand Isle, 86 in Galliano, where that inner eye wall has been moving in, and now that secondary eye wall coming up towards Homa, Thibodaux, Des-Allemands, and also Jean Lafitte. Those areas about to get in on some very strong wind. And as this banding comes up towards New Orleans, Orleans. Certainly we're going to be looking at strong wind there as well, and looking at 8 to 9 inches of rain there in New Orleans and surrounding areas on the north side of Lake Pontchartrain, but it could be a lot more than that in some spots. Entirely possible that we get over a foot of rain in some of these areas. Let's go to Paul Goodloe now. He's been reporting on the storm in New Orleans. And Paul, seeing some structural damage there in downtown New Orleans.
Yeah, we're seeing some damage here in the French Quarter, Carl. You can see part of a roof has fallen off a building and kind of blocked this part of Toulouse Street where it meets Decatur Street here. And we're thinking the actual part of that roof came from the building to my left. And the prevailing wind right now it looks like it's coming right down the street. It is. I'm feeling this, but overall, it's coming from the northeast in this direction. Off to my left is actually the Mississippi River on the other side of these buildings here. And I walked up there, took some video, put it on Twitter. There's white caps, waves and white caps on the Mississippi because of the winds blowing in. And right here, this is Perils and Cafe Beignet. Part of this window here is been blown in a little bit. They do have some railings trying to prevent it from coming in farther, but I don't know whether this is glass or plastic. Bottom line is that's the wind. That's the duration of the wind up against this building here, finding its weak point and opening up not only that, but also down the street I'm seeing another door here next to this CVS or Jackson's, not quite sure, but that's the concern. You could be between buildings and the wind will find a way to find its weakest point. And wherever that roof came from, there's other parts of insulation, all types of debris being strewn about this part of Decatur Street here, and it continues. We drove.
All right, and so what we've got right now is a storm that continues to be very, very dangerous. 140-mile-per-hour storm, a Category 4 hurricane moving northwest at 11 miles per hour, and now 20 miles to the southeast of Houma in Louisiana. It is remarkable what we are seeing on the satellite presentation here. The storm is still very, very well formed, coming over very wet areas of Louisiana.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida. Still a very, very, very dangerous storm here. As it's already moved into Louisiana, landfall early this afternoon at Port Bouchon. Winds in that area, 130, 140, 150, almost up to 170 miles per hour. Have caused extensive power outages in the area. We're talking about 435,000 customers now in the state of Louisiana without power, and that number is only going up. Just to give you an idea of where I am, again, I'm in Canal Street, in between two buildings here. If we stand in front of a building that is downwind, it's a whole different world, okay? I just want to show you what's happening at the top of these buildings and between the two buildings. And you can see how much stronger the wind is. And that's been obviously strong enough to push over these trash bins. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them pushed over. Some good news. Power crews are here. A lot of the hotels here in downtown New Orleans are housing a lot of the power crews. So obviously once they get through this, and it may be till Tuesday before they get back out there, they're going to try and get this power back on for you as quick as they can. So, that doesn't seem much to people who can't see me say that, but if you know somebody, if you get a chance to talk to them, there's a lot of power crews in from multiple states across the southeast, across the Midwest, and they're ready to spring into action through here. It's really amazing, guys. When you stand in through here and these winds pick up, one of the things I can tell you really just within the last 10 minutes is the rain. We've really gotten into the rain with this outer wall now, and it continues to hammer this area. This thing is hardly moving. The storm is hardly moving. So that's what's going to really allow the rain to pile up. So far, so good. I'm looking at drains. I'm watching water flow here on Canal Street. That may not be the case throughout the rest of the city, but it's certainly the case in through here. It's certainly the case in the French Quarter. Remember, we've got this risk protection system. Part of that is the 96 out of 99 pumps that are currently operational. So good news there. After Katrina, a lot of the power underground. The substations way above ground. All right, so it's going to be hard to lose power here, but we haven't seen the worst wind yet. KMSY, Asaw Station, 78 mile per hour gusts. So we have had hurricane force already here in New Orleans, and it's only going to get worse, as I mentioned. All right, let's go ahead and check things out in the Bridgewater and over toward the river. That is where meteorologist Paul Goodlow is. Paul, take it away, buddy. You got some pretty strong winds and heavy rain there, too.
Downtown, we're just straight winds blowing right across the Mississippi, and take a look at the whitecaps here, and it's almost like we're on a bay or in an ocean, but this is just the Mississippi River, and normally on a good day you can see well upriver, but that's not happening with Ida and some of those intense rain bands coming through. The rain has been relentless, and typically when you look at the radar, you see those oranges and yellows, some of the heavy rain. That's where the strongest winds are, also co-located with the rain as well, and we're getting the double whammy. We're getting the heavy rain coming in here, testing the half-inch an hour these pumps can handle to get out of here, as well as the wind as well. We're talking probably, last check I heard, hundreds of thousands of customers without power across the New Orleans metro area and southeast Louisiana. In terms of people, I easily would estimate well over 500,000 to 1 million people without power, and that's a growing concern because this is not over yet. Unlike Hurricane Zeta last year, it came in and moved on out. This thing has yet to peak in terms of the intensity here in New Orleans. We're still about, say, 45 miles away from the actual center point of the hurricane, and as that moves past us, we still have the backside to get through. We're not going to go through the eye like we did last year with Hurricane Zeta. We're going through just that right side where some of the most intense winds are coming right in from the Gulf of Mexico, and almost increasing with the forward speed as well. So it is quite a lashing. We were just over on Toulouse Street where part of a roof of a building was peeled off one of these buildings here. So the damage is yet to be kind of surveyed because it's just not safe. Jim mentioned the power crews. They can't get out there and get those bucket trucks up until the wind comes down below 35 miles per hour. So if you're without power, it might be a while before it's safe to start restoring power. This city is not just about the French Quarter, as beautiful as it is and historic as it is. There's so many great neighborhoods here with a lot of trees. And you can see what's happening just to these trees behind me. They're taking a beating with this wind. Imagine neighborhoods with beautiful trees on both sides of streets. There's going to be a lot of debris, a lot of trees bringing power lines, especially in parts of the city that don't have the buried or underground power lines. So it's going to take a while, A, to clean things up, and then B, to restore power. And by the way, a lot of street lights are out, stop signals as well. If there's no flashing lights, treat it as a four-way stop. We don't want to compound things with more traffic accidents, as we're going to be dealing with this throughout the rest of tonight and even after the sun goes down, and more rain and wind tomorrow before conditions slowly improve here. So Hurricane Ida, yet another major hurricane making landfall, as well as the irony of this being the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina making landfall east of here in the Mississippi coastline 16 years ago today. Now, granted, we weren't hit with the eye wall here in New Orleans, but we all remember the visuals of the levee failures and how this city and portions of this city, the lower Ninth Ward, which is just behind me this way, literally filled up with water to the roofs of some buildings here. We're not expecting that flooding, that levee, that widespread levee breach and failure. They have improved this system by, I think it's $16 billion have gone into protecting most of this city. But the concern is what's falling from the sky is the rain that's going to cause some flooding. Not Katrina-like flooding, and there's a lot of anxiety that people who lived through that and now are living through this, and also, by the way, lived through last season when we had even Hurricane Laura make landfall just south of Lake Charles. So there's a lot of history, a lot of recent history, and a lot of people on edge. Thankfully, a lot of people did evacuate, and they're hunkered down and probably watching this coverage. We're going to bring you the very latest in terms of when we can start seeing things improve and people can return and hopefully get back to life as normal. But there's still several hours, maybe a day or so to go. Let's get more expert analysis on this and go back to Dr. Rick Knabb, who's in the studios in Atlanta. And Dr. Knabb, the question is just how long are we going to be dealing with these tropical storm force winds? Because some estimates are perhaps another 24 hours here in New Orleans.
That is well within the realm of possibility, Paul, because this is still a Category 4 hurricane, and yes, the 130 miles an hour, that's a bad number. Cat 4, that's a bad number. 938 millibar, still a really low pressure. That's a bad number. But the northwest motion at only 10 miles an hour. Remember yesterday when it was over the northern Gulf, it was moving at 16 or so, and this is probably going to slow down even more. So as it makes this bend around southeast Louisiana, yes, New Orleans will stay in the rain for many, many hours, and that flood risk will become more and more of a concern. So it is remarkable how well organized this system still is, unfortunately, even after having made landfall. But I'll show you why the terrain that it's going over is not all that conducive to spinning it down really quickly. So it's forecast to remain a hurricane all the way past midnight till nearly getting to the Louisiana-Mississippi border. So this will be a hurricane in all likelihood for Baton Rouge, and a big wind event, even with gusts getting well up into Mississippi. So these hurricane warnings still go into southwestern Mississippi. The only thing that's changed here on the latest advisory is the hurricane warning west of Morgan City is a tropical storm warning, and they've brought down the storm surge warnings west of there. But otherwise, we are in the middle of it. The landfall is just the beginning. We have a long, long way to go, and water levels are piling up. That's why Laplace, we're getting the visuals there of the storm surge flooding there on the west side of Lake Pontchartrain, and I'm sure these gauges aren't measuring all of the inundation we're getting from saltwater flooding. So it is still underneath this big upper level high pressure system. It is still a well-organized system from front to back. So after the eye goes through, we still have a lot of wind and water yet to deal with. And on the visible imagery, you can see how it still has a very well-defined eye on visible imagery as it is now over the Homa area. And this is the kind of intertidal kind of land area that isn't normally dry ground all the time anyway, and it's still tapping into the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. So it's not going over, solid ground in every place, certainly not mountainous terrain. So look at the infrared. It arguably is a smoother eye wall on the infrared than what it was when it was just offshore. So there might be a little bit of land-induced surface convergence that's tightening up the circulation a little bit more. And this area, including Homo right now, that is getting the northwestern eye wall, extreme wind warning. This is just like tornado warning. Lowest dry level, most interior room. I know not everybody has interior rooms, but just get as far away from windows as you can. And also, it is important to realize now that in Homa, we're under a flash flood warning. So you've got to, if water starts coming into the structure, you want to go up out of that water. Don't go to the lowest level if that's where flooding is ongoing. And the winds are pretty strong well to the northeast, and the hurricane force winds do extend to right about New Orleans in general. So we're getting certainly in gusts. Look at the lakefront observation, 79 miles an hour, International Airport gusting to 64, and we've got plenty of reports of strong gusty winds. The lakefront airport gusted to 82 a little while ago, and it's starting to pick up on the rainfall totals as well.
Live pictures for you right now outside or out of Louisiana. This is New Orleans, where a billboard is being shredded. We continue to track Hurricane Ida tonight. That storm continues to sit over Louisiana for hours now. Meteorologist Brent Cameron is live in the Weather Center with more. Brent.
And you make a good point, as we're hoping it doesn't sit very long over the same areas. We're hoping that it moves along. Unfortunately, the center, the latest information has it with Ida slowing down in forward speed and motion at just 10 miles per hour. As mentioned earlier, made landfall about midday, just before noon Central Time, as a Category 4 system, winds of 150 miles per hour. And as we continue to track it, here's the latest 5 o'clock information. Still a 4 on the scale. Winds down, though, from 150 to 130 miles per hour. And now that it's over land, we'll watch as it continues to weaken. It's just a question of how quickly does it move north, interacting with a front and pushing off to the north and east over time. There's the official cone, and it takes it into toward the Tennessee Valley as a much weaker system in a couple of days. Now, we do have some other activity in the tropics. In addition to Ida, which made landfall, newly formed tropical storm Julian. I'll show you the forecast track in just a moment. And there is tropical depression number 10 that's likely to remain over the open waters as well. Julian, that new tropical storm as of today, just an impact for the shipping lanes in the northern Atlantic over the next several days. As a matter of fact, not even being tracked after Wednesday. Here's a look at some of the effects of Ida, with some rain still lingering in portions of the Gulf and affecting the Panhandle, but far removed from the tropical system. Just some ordinary daytime thunderstorms in portions of South Florida, but mostly Everglades and west. That's due to the sea breeze. So
again, guys, as I kind of looked out, we can certainly see the wind blowing around. We've got some power on here, but 564,000 customers in the state of Louisiana alone without power. Governor John Bel Edwards asking for a disaster declaration, a federal disaster declaration. He has asked President Biden for that. They are going to need a lot of help down here, especially in Terrebonne Parish, where we've seen so many pictures and head reports of so many roofs blown off down and through there. So that's the issue. Let's get an idea of what we're looking at on the radar and where this thing may be going, even though frankly, it's only crawling along at a very, very slow pace right now. Dr. Rick Knapp, what are you looking at? What's got your eye on the radar right now?
Well, still taking a look at this northward motion. Yes, the overall motion from the update from the Hurricane Center at 5 p.m. Central Time is north-northwest at 10 miles an hour. 10 is not all that fast. That's a long-term motion over several hours, but over a couple hours, definitely pretty close to a northward motion. It doesn't mean that's permanent, but it certainly has brought stronger winds closer to Metro New Orleans. So look at over the last couple hours, maybe even 3 hours, it is really close, just west of a due northward motion, and it's just hammering everybody north and east of there and just west of there in places like Homa, and it's still blowing really hard down at the coast where it originally came ashore first. Because of that northward jog, you've got the extreme wind warning that goes into Kenner and Metairie and Laplace, where they have a flash flood warning also, and they've got the storm surge going on right now. We do have these recent reports where we've gusted 110, 122 miles an hour, so it's still blowing really hard down there. The eye going over Lockport, and then you can imagine on the north side of this is going to push the storm surge from east to west across Lake Pontchartrain. So Laplace is under a flash flood warning. They're under the extreme wind warning, but here's the shore of Lake Pontchartrain. It's pushing the storm surge waters into Laplace. This again is west of New Orleans. This is outside of the risk reduction system, and it is also the reason that flow from east to west, that we got the flow into the White Ditch area and overtopped that back levee and have that flash flood emergency. We'll be right back.
In our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida, still a Cat 3, 120 mile per hour winds with this thing as it continues to slowly move its way north toward the Mississippi line. Power outages starting to accumulate there. Here in the state of Louisiana, we are now almost at 750,000 customers. And that's just the households. All right, that's just the household. So a dark night tonight. We've been out without power now for about an hour and 15 minutes. As a result of that power outage, it was interesting because just a little while ago we had a couple of fire trucks that came by in front of the Marriott, which is where we are, and my producer Steve Pennerak went and said, "Hey guys, what's going on over here?" And there's people trapped in the elevators, because typically when the power goes out and you're on auxiliary power, you may get one of those elevators to be powered because you can't power them all. And so the people that were in the elevators when the power went out were trapped. And so So that's obviously a problem, and they're trying to get them out of there. But they've left, so that's the good news. They've left, so hopefully everybody got out safely with no harm, no foul. But we're going to continue to lose power here. If you're watching us in Mississippi, this is all coming your way. Obviously, it'll be a little bit dampened down, certainly from what we're getting in through here. But heavy rain continues to fall in New Orleans. Now some of these areas, 3 to 5 inches has fallen so far, and we may be half done. Now, one of the things that's really interesting, and I want to bring in Dr. Knapp to look at this, is there does seem to be a little bit of dry air coming in around the bottom side of this. Now, this doesn't do us well in the western part of the metropolitan area. All right, there's still a lot of water coming down in Kenner. As a matter of fact, very deep echoes there where we're having very, very high rainfall rates. But Dr. Knapp, do you think there's at least the potential? It's something to watch, right? We can't call it, but does some of that maybe shut off the faucet here, maybe even just temporarily in New Orleans?
Yeah, and maybe. But New Orleans over to the Louisiana-Mississippi border, over the next 12 hours or so, you're going to be kind of on a gradient of where the heavy rain is going to be and where some dry air might slide in. Now, in the overall sense, there's not a lot of dry air coming into the system. But what Jim's talking about is the relative lack of rain coming in on the southwest side, and you're getting a little gap in there. But what I want to show is the future radar. I'll just give you a modeling sense of how this might play out, because it's not just an issue over the next couple of hours, it's over the next many, many hours. So this is a model depiction. It might not have everything right, but watch how the southwestern side eventually really dries out quite a bit, but then you still have these bands dangling off to the south of the system. And this is just a model of tomorrow morning at 6 in the morning, but it's got this really nasty band just east of New Orleans. And maybe New Orleans gets into this dry gap, but then the coast of Mississippi, I don't see much chance of that, because the system will be moving northeastward during the day tomorrow, and that keeps Mississippi in this particular banding that takes well into tomorrow night to completely end. So, where you live exactly might determine what kind of rainfall you end up getting over the next day or so. So New Orleans could eventually catch a break, but certainly that is not happening right now. And I think there's the great risk of too much rain falling before whatever break finally comes, that the flash flood risk is still extremely high in this flash flood warning area. And I am almost certain that this will have to be extended beyond 10 p.m. Central Time in some way or shape or form. Now, here's the center of Ida, just to the northwest of Des Allemands and just to the southwest of Laplace. So this area here is getting some of the strongest winds that Ida has on land right now, but you're getting the hurricane conditions extending to New Orleans, because the center is only 25 miles west of New Orleans. So you're well within that radius of hurricane force winds in general, and you've already gotten over a half a foot of rain in some portions of the New Orleans area. And you also got to think about the volume of water that's falling over the entire city. It's not just how much rain you measure at a gauge at one spot. So this is a lot of water falling even inside that risk reduction system. So there's a lot more rain to come before the system moves northward into Mississippi, and you'll still be in some very heavy rain and strong winds in New Orleans for a while to come. And then look at what's going on the other side of Lake Pontchartrain from New Orleans. You got storm surge flooding, still under a storm surge warning in the Slidell, Mandeville area, and you're getting way too much rain. Either the storm surge or the rain-induced flash flooding alone could produce life-threatening flooding, and they're combining here in this area. So this is a very dangerous area to be in. Hopefully there aren't many people there to be experiencing the flash flood risk. Waveland, Mississippi under a flash flood warning until 8:30 local time. That could have to be extended. And then over into Gulfport, the flash flood warning goes till 8:30 local time. And it's not like you're not getting wind over there. We've got gusts to 50, 60 miles an hour.
Right now, a live look here at Waveland, Mississippi, and what we're looking at is Hurricane Ida's winds that are pushing water from the Gulf of Mexico across the beach. We can see that right here, and into and over a street indicated here by all the lights. So the water coming up and inundating here in Waveland, Mississippi here. Of course, it was on this day, August 29th, 2005, that Hurricane Katrina slammed this part of the Gulf Coast. And right now we are seeing, again, an inundation of water moving in. Again, this is a road underwater here. If you've ever been to this part of the country in Waveland, what few homes remain here along this stretch are elevated up on stilts back there in the darkness here. So again, one of the many threats, the salt water coming on shore. Also, the heavy rain with flash flooding, a concern for Mississippi into Louisiana, then eventually areas north. I want to show you some of the scenes right now that we've been seeing and some of the video we've been getting into the Weather Channel of one of the big concerns still ongoing, of course, the wind as well. Still a powerful hurricane, still expecting winds that could be topping well over 100 miles an hour. And what we're seeing right now is the strong winds from earlier in New Orleans, trees down, also power lines as well coming down, and the threat for more of this going into and deeper into Louisiana does remain. Again, some very heavy rain, obscene amounts of rainfall, wind pushing water as well, pushing the Mississippi River, pushing Lake Pontchartrain, and it's the threat from water, which is why officials tell you to not be out and about, of course. So this one of the concerns also when the winds do really start howling, they can rip apart buildings here. In this case, you can see some of the debris going in the air. What was appears to be either siding or a roof a short time ago, now flying debris. So we also do have the new update from the National Hurricane Center as well. Still a Category 2 hurricane as far inland as it is right now. The eye's just about due west right now of Lake Pontchartrain as of the 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern advisory here. Again, the storm and the damage does remain and does continue. And here it is, the storm, as you can see, the now Category 2 hurricane, 110 miles an hour. It is moving to the north-northwest around 9 miles an hour, so it has come down a little bit, but this is still a strong storm and one that is marching to the north towards Mississippi. And right now in New Orleans, still dealing with this big hurricane here. There was some very strong winds and extremely obscene amounts of heavy rain as well.
A live look tonight out of Biloxi, Mississippi. You can see the rain starting to come down, brought in by Hurricane Ida. And we're starting to see some of the damage left behind by the hurricane. This is out of Golden Meadow, Louisiana. You can see down trees, roofs that have been blown right off, plus severe flooding. Experts say Hurricane Ida is now one of the worst storms in Louisiana's history. Elizabeth Schultze reports from New Orleans.
Hurricane Ida is ripping through Louisiana, leaving devastation in its path. Ida coming ashore as a powerful Category 4 storm and staying as a Cat 4 for several more hours.
This is one of the strongest storms to make landfall here in modern times.
Hurricane hunters flying into the storm's stunning 17-mile wide eye. After landfall, catastrophic storm surge of up to 8 feet, winds up to 150 miles an hour.
We are here in the heart of New Orleans just as this storm has made landfall. You can feel how strong these winds are. This is the Mississippi. This storm is testing the city's flood protection system.
Those systems and levees were built up after Hurricane Katrina exactly 16 years ago. Officials here are still worried about heavy rain causing flash floods.
This is a very dangerous and a very real situation.
Hundreds of thousands in the state are already without power. President Biden visiting FEMA for a briefing, saying the agency deployed 2,400 employees to the region.
As soon as the storm passes, we're going to put
We're going to put the country's full might behind the rescue and recovery.
Now, the Mississippi River and the French Quarter are just behind me here, usually lit up, but right now it's darkness. New Orleans says the entire city is without power, citing catastrophic transmission damage. It makes the conditions here a lot more dangerous. While this flash flood warning is currently in effect, officials do still tell us, though, that those water pumps, which are used to get the water off the streets, are running using self-generated power. Elizabeth Schulze, ABC News, New Orleans.
All right, here's the look at what was once a Category 4 hurricane, now a Category 2. It's been over land for quite some time already, but you can see very impressive storm. It went through rapid intensification, which means winds picked up 35 miles per hour within a 24-hour period. That hoped to reach that Category 4 status, and then it went through eye wall replacement, so it strengthened before making landfall. And then we had the central pressure down to 930 millibars, so quite the difference just within the past 24 hours. So take a look, 11 p.m. advisory, Category 2 hurricane. This is sitting just off to the east of Baton Rouge. If you've ever been to this portion of Mississippi, very nice hiking actually, and the storm is actually going to pass over that area. Then it's going to make this turn off to the east, northeast, and eventually exiting back out to sea with all that moisture along with it. So everyone's pretty much going to be getting a taste of Ida as it will continue in that path and eventually possibly becoming a tropical storm after exiting back into the Atlantic open waters. As for us, so no serious effects from Ida at all. Of course, our thoughts are with Louisiana. Let's take a look, though, for the rest of the tropics. We have Tropical Depression 10, post-tropical storm Julian out in the Atlantic, and two other areas of interest that we're watching. We'll talk about that in just a little bit, but post-tropical cyclone Julian, and well, this is moving off to the northeast very fast, 26 miles per hour. It lost its tropical characteristics. It's going to continue to move away from land. Not really expecting it to be a major threat for us here across the southern portion of Florida at all, or even the continental United States. Now, it could be an issue there for Greenland eventually later on this week. And then the other system that we're watching, Tropical Depression 10, is going to take its time to eventually become a tropical storm. Next name on the list is Kate, and also no threat to us here in South Florida. Although after that, though, later in the week, we'll keep an eye on that for our friends across the Northeast. Now, the one area that we're going to watch will emerge off of Africa eventually, likely become a depression after that as it moves its way off to the west-northwest. Looks like, though, it could also stay out to sea as a fish storm, so no continental United States threat at all either. And then the other one that we're watching a little bit closer to home, drifting off to the south. This is not really looking organized at all. It doesn't really look like too much, but it was from an area of low pressure that's been off there. And again, we are going to keep an eye on that for now, but right now, chances of developing over the next 2 days very low at 10%. So, just a good reminder, peak of hurricane season right around the corner, September 10th, and that's when we start to see a lot of activity really starting to peak up before we see the decline in activity in the tropics. But radar for us, very quiet. We did have a few spotty showers earlier today. Other than that, though, a gorgeous afternoon here across most of Palm Beach County, even the Treasure Coast. We've had beautiful blue sky, a couple passing showers, but again, very warm and humid summer-like conditions. 84 degrees feels like temperature in the 90s. It's going to stay within the 80s as we go over the next 12 hours. Temperatures peaking right around 90 degrees for the afternoon highs, and we could see a few spotty showers to start you off for the morning, but I do think the second half of the day will be much drier.
Still not seeing that water recede, and we'll continue to have more heavy rainfall in the forecast. Ida came in as a Category 4 major hurricane, and through the overnight hours, it's going to be a rough night for the Gulf Coast. More heavy flooding, rainfall in some cases, some catastrophic flooding. High winds stretching from Louisiana to Alabama. I-10, I-65, and beyond. Even as you go northbound, we're going to see this flood threat continue. And when the sun rises in these communities, the real work of assessing the damage is going to begin. So Ida has made its mark, and it's really not going to be until sunrise we start getting some flyovers that we're really going to start seeing what the impacts of this powerful Category 4 storm, which is now weakened, if you'd like to say it that, but still very good satellite presentation, and a very strong storm now heading on inland here as a Category 2 tropical storm, or hurricane, 100-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds. Moving north and northwest now, so taking a little bend toward the northwest. 5 miles to the west of Killian, Louisiana is where the center is. And on the east and the northeast side of the center is where most of the heaviest rain, the strongest winds have been, in excess of 150 miles per hour plus, is one of the reports we got from a ship down in southern Louisiana. And now it's heavy rain, severe weather, and strong winds that we'll deal with as we head on through this morning and in through the daytime hours. And You know, Ida's going to take a little ride. It's going to take a ride all the way up to the northeast end of New England. So by Thursday, we could still be talking about remnants of Ida. All right. Near Port Fourchon in Louisiana is where we had landfall, Category 4 storm with winds at 150 miles per hour, pressure 930 millibars, and just an unprecedented event here. And it's 2 years in a row we've had a 150 storm, a Cat 4 storm, make landfall in Louisiana. And not only the wind and the rain and the surge, but the heavy flooding rainfall. Many flood emergencies in effect here. This is Doppler estimated rainfall in excess of 12 inches. We're easily in double digits, but once again, this is the radar estimating where the rain has been. There's severe weather element to this too. Hattiesburg off toward Monroeville and Mobile and Biloxi, and even around Lake Pontchartrain, we still, with some of these bands on the northeast side of this system, have the threat for severe storms, which would include tornadoes. They're quick movers, quick spin ups. You will not have much time to react. You should stay hunkered down here.
And we have a new update now. The intermediate advisory is coming out on Hurricane Ida. Still a hurricane. Category 1. In fact, the maximum sustained winds around the center circulation now down to 75 miles an hour. So we're inching our way from hurricane. Would not be surprised we end up pushing this toward a tropical storm as we head through the morning hours. But that doesn't change the amount of impacts we'll be seeing, because this is still going to be a big rainmaker. This is still going to be causing catastrophic storm surges. And also we'll be bringing about the damaging wind gusts out there as well. We're still talking about 75-mile-an-hour winds. So yes, even though the system itself continues to drift farther northward and will continue to weaken a bit, we're still dealing with a lot of rainfall in a short period of time. Current location 20 miles south-southwest as it works its way into extreme northeast parts of eastern Louisiana at this time. Let's talk about the power outages. So we're now dealing with the early morning hours Monday, still have several hours before sunrise. And we're talking 1 million homes and businesses out of power in Louisiana, the bulk of which in Jefferson and Orleans parishes. East Baton Rouge, about 150,000, closing in 150,000 homes and businesses without power at this time. And again, you got to remember, inside those homes, inside those businesses are people. So there's even more people being impacted by this. Now it's starting to spread into Mississippi, over 60,000. In fact, the last time I jumped on this, just really about 10, 15 minutes ago, we were at 50,000. Now we're jumping up to about 60,000 outages, bulk of which in Pearl River and Pike counties. Notice extreme southwest Mississippi for now. I'd not be surprised we end up seeing more and more of those power outages push farther north as, well, Ida continues to work northward as well.
This is CBS 4 News This Morning.
Hey, good morning. It's 5 o'clock, Monday, August 30th. I'm Frances Wang.
And I'm Maribel Rodriguez. Thank you so much for making us a part of your morning. We'll have a check on your traffic and weather in just a moment, but we begin by tracking Ida. This morning, we're getting a look at the new video of some of the damage done there. This is from the town of Golden Meadow in southern Louisiana. Ring destroyed and power line snapped.
Ida roared ashore on Sunday as a dangerous Category 4 storm. This is home security video showing just how much water poured into one of the beach houses in that area.
And this is what the French Quarter in New Orleans looked like Sunday. Ida slamming the region with whipping winds and blinding rain. This morning, the entire city of New Orleans is without power.
And Ida is also being blamed for at least one death. CBS 4's Michael George is live in New Orleans with the latest. Michael, good morning.
Good morning. Hurricane Ida has definitely weakened, but the danger is still very real. This morning, people in New Orleans are dealing with rising floodwaters, a citywide power outage, and a 911 system that's completely down.
Oh my God!
Ida's powerful winds blew the roof off this hospital as it made landfall in Lafourche Parish, Louisiana on Sunday. The storm came ashore as a Category 4 hurricane, exactly 16 years to the day Katrina hit the region. Packing winds of up to 150 miles per hour, it's tied as the 5th strongest hurricane to hit the U.S.
This storm is a total devastation to our area.
Jean Lafitte Mayor Tim Kerner told CBS affiliate WWL they're trying to get boats to reach people trapped in their homes now that the eye of the storm has passed.
You can't look left, right, back, or front without seeing high water.
Further south in Grand Isle, 40 people defied a mandatory evacuation evacuation order and rode out the storm.
First responders cannot get to you, so those folks are just going to have to hunker down.
Here in New Orleans, the entire city lost power after all transmission lines were down. Still, officials remain confident that the changes they made since Katrina could prevent a repeat of the disastrous results we saw 16 years ago.
Now is the time that we have been preparing for.
The city spent $14 billion upgrading its levee system to handle storms such as Ida. The National Hurricane Center says Ida will continue producing heavy rainfall today throughout the southeast.
Right around that center area, some areas 10 to 20 inches of rain.
President Biden approved emergency declarations for Louisiana and Mississippi. Now, we have heard of one confirmed death. Sheriffs say that a man was struck by a tree that fell on him in Prairieville. But of course, right now, with communication so limited and access so limited, we really don't know the true toll of this storm just yet. Maribel, Francis, back to you.
Just devastating, Michael. Thank you so much for that live report. Now let's check on where Ida is now and where it's heading next.
Yeah, for that, we're going to go to CBS 4 meteorologist Lisette Gonzalez. Lisette, good morning.
Good morning to you, Francis and Maribel. Good morning, everyone. It was so tough to watch all the images yesterday. I was monitoring Ida as it made landfall just shy of a Category 5, and it's incredible to think that it was on the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina here. Same area is devastated there in southeast Louisiana. Now, Ida is a tropical storm now, but still bringing torrential rain, flooding, the threat for tornadoes, storm surge continuing. So this is really a devastating, catastrophic situation for folks here as it is moving north at 8 miles an hour, max sustained winds of 60 miles an hour. So yeah, at least it is weakening. That's exactly what they need. They need for Ida just to move out of the state. And indeed, it is expected to move into the lower Mississippi Valley. But hurricane warnings are still in place for parts of southeast coast of Louisiana, and then tropical storm warnings surrounding those areas as Ida is forecast to likely become a depression later today as it pushes further inland. Then it'll track towards the northeast and head here across Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky. Eventually, it'll weaken to a low pressure system, and the remnants of Ida will then be over parts of the mid-Atlantic, northeast, and New England areas as we head into later this week. So here's the latest infrared satellite image, and here's a look at the radar and satellite. Just earlier, we had tornado warnings up here, so this is even impacting the Florida Panhandle, parts of Mississippi, Alabama, pretty much most of the southeast getting inundated.
Starting to rise over Gulfport, Mississippi as Ida brings wind and rain to that area. And lights out in New Orleans. Ida knocking out power to the entire city, affecting more than 840,000 people there. Isabel Rosales is live in New Orleans this morning with how things are looking there right now. Good morning, Isabel.
Good morning, Alex, Anna. And with the sun coming up, Louisiana will soon be able to see the full scope of the aftermath of Hurricane Ida here. We're learning that deputies across several parishes, including the hard-hit Jefferson Parish, are starting to go out, assess the damage, check in on people. Here in New Orleans, this is the widest spread impact right now. It's these power outages. The whole city lights out, the whole parish lights out. Louisiana as a whole, over 1 million power outages. The power company says it could take weeks to restore. Not only that, checking in on loved ones, also difficult. Cell towers are down. Hurricane Ida slamming into Louisiana as a Category 4 storm Sunday is one of the strongest to ever hit the state.
When you have Mother Nature throw at you a storm this strong with the surge, the wind, the rain that we're talking about with Hurricane Ida, there's going to be devastating impacts.
With sustained winds as strong as 150 miles per hour and storm surge up to 15 feet, the National Weather Service warns parts of southeastern Louisiana could be uninhabitable for weeks.
This is a devastating hurricane. It's going to have catastrophic impact.
Though Ida is slowly weakening, it continues to wreak havoc as it moves north across the state. Heavy rainfall and top levees now posing flash flooding threats.
It's not just a coastal event. This is going to impact people that are in this path of this storm throughout Louisiana, Mississippi, and even as the rain goes east. People need to be aware of what's going on, aware of where their risk is.
Widespread power outages adding to the danger.
Some of the lines can be restored in shorter order, and then advising us that maybe it'll be a few days, but it could be a matter of weeks.
As officials prepare to assess the scope of the devastation, many worry the situation could be dire for those who stayed behind.
The water is rising. People are in their homes, and we're getting reports of people with water up to their chest. They're asking to be rescued. So very, very dire situation, and we just can't get out yet.
And Alex and Diana, I can't fail to mention, we've talked about New Orleans, but really what's going on in southern Louisiana here in the town of John Lafitte, where two levees were actually overtopped. So that storm surge getting through, creating really quick flash flooding, life-threatening flash flooding. We've heard from the mayor there that he's never seen water like this. He didn't expect that that could happen to these levees there, especially the newer built one. 200 people trapped in their homes. Conditions have been just too dangerous to get out to them. The bridge, the only way to get into town or drive to them, has been hit by a loose barge because of those heavy winds. So just an all-around desperate, frustrating situation there.
So sad, Isabel. Thank you for that live report. We now want to send things over to meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez. She is tracking Ida this morning with the very latest on where the storm is right now, Viv.
That's right. It's located over Mississippi, about 95 miles southwest of Jackson. Winds are at 60 miles per hour, so this makes it a tropical storm, still packing some pretty strong winds and a lot of rain on the eastern side. These outer feeder bands still spinning up severe weather and very high rainfall rates, so flooding ongoing from the rain, but also surge impacting Mississippi and Louisiana. There's still the possibility of seeing isolated tornadoes, so a watch will remain in effect, and at least for a portion of the Florida Panhandle as well. For another hour or so, it will likely need to be extended, but we do have a flash flood emergency underway as warnings are in effect, but a watch now extends even into portions of the Tennessee Valley and southern New England, and this is the reason why. Ida will spend a good portion of the day over Mississippi, and then by Wednesday it should become a remnant area of low pressure that will be pushed to the east by a front, and this front is going to push those remnants over already saturated grounds from Henri impacted areas, and a lot of the models are suggesting an additional 3 to 5 inches of rain. But Ida isn't the only thing that we're tracking. We have Tropical Depression 10 and 2 other areas that have a chance for development. More on your local forecast in a couple of minutes.
Hello and welcome into America's Morning Headquarters. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno.
I'm meteorologist Kelly Cass. Thanks for joining us. Ida, not over yet. It may not be a high-end Category 4 anymore, but we just got a new advisory. Winds are still up around 45 miles per hour, and it's still bringing a torrent of rain and strong wind to the area.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at this. This is just how fierce the Hurricane Force winds are as Ida spun through Louisiana. We had power lines, trees, even small sheds that did not stand a chance against the 150-mile-per-hour winds when it made landfall.
So fortunately, it is weakening, and we're glad to see it, but it's not moving very much. So we're talking 45-mile-per-hour winds crossing over into Mississippi now and continuing to bring just a deluge of rain. And as we check on the, the conditions that we had at landfall, midday yesterday is when we had landfall. It was a high-end Category 4, almost a Cat 5.
Yes, Cat 5 is 157. It made landfall at sustained winds of 150. Gusts were higher than that. The pressure down at 930. Upper echelon of storms, of hurricanes that have made landfall in the U.S. here. And compare it back to last year, Laura, that was also 150.
And you can see some of the top winds around Port Fourchon, 172. Sustained winds, by the way, were right around 150 miles per hour. We are learning more about the damage as Ida ripped through southern Louisiana, peeling off roofs with its strong wind gusts, as you can see here in Lafourche Parish, which is under a mandatory evacuation. The National Weather Service out of New Orleans warning that surrounding areas may be uninhabitable for weeks because of extreme damage to homes and utilities. We'll get a better feel for what it's looking like this morning now that the sun is coming up. We've got Paul Goodloe in New Orleans and, of course, Dave Malkoff. He's in Jackson, Mississippi. But, Jen, let's kind of go over that new advisory and what Ida is doing right now.
Yes, all right. So we do have the new advisory in. Winds have come down as we expected. It spent more time over land. Some dry air is getting into the system. You can see that on the western side of the circulation. And just the thunderstorms themselves and the rain and and the clouds themselves here have come down a bit here. There's not as many bright colors on the eastern side as there were. That said, there's still a lot going on that eastern side of the circulation. Winds now 45 miles per hour. Movement still slow, north at 8. Hasn't moved much since the last advisory. Now it is sitting about 65 miles to the south of Jackson. We have the risks on the eastern side, including those risks of tornadoes. So there's a tornado watch. Biloxi, Mobile, Monroeville in Alabama, Greenville, Alabama, you're in this. Also Pensacola and Crestview under this tornado watch. These outer bands are the ones that you got to keep an eye on here. Looking at this in Biloxi, this is just off to your west, so we'll watch for that. All of these are creating some heavy rain concerns, and it's a widespread area of rain. And then where you see the yellows, the oranges, the reds on the radar, those are some of the bigger rainfall rates. Look at what has already happened in the past 24 hours. So you go down in southern Mississippi, anywhere south of Hattiesburg. So we've had a widespread 5 to 8 inches of rain already, and it's still raining here. So what we're looking at coming is on top of that across this area. Got to keep a close watch on streams and creeks and all the river gauges across this area too. We have numerous flash flood warnings, especially right now active in Hattiesburg and down towards Biloxi. These flash flood emergencies also are still ongoing in Louisiana after our rain from yesterday. St. Charles, St. John the Baptist goes until 7:15. That includes LaPlace, Hammond. This is where we had 8 to 14 inches of rain. Livingston Parish, Tangipahoa Parish, 8 to 14 inches of rain, very widespread all across this area. Kelly.
All right, Jen, the headlines on Ida and what we know right now at this hour. The Louisiana DOT warning motorists that downed trees, power lines, and debris are blocking portions of Interstates 10 and 12. A boil water advisory in Jefferson Parish where pressure is plummeting after trees damaged water system infrastructure. Ida frees 22 barges on the Mississippi River. One has damaged the Kerner Swing Bridge. That's near the town of Lafitte. And one man, unfortunately, has died after a tree crushed his home. That was in Prairieville, Louisiana.
So be sure to tune back into the Weather Channel as we continue to track Tropical Storm Ida. Just the latest updates for you in terms of power outages here in the state of Mississippi, right around 135,000. A lot of those occurring between Jackson and through southern portions of the state as well, right along the Gulf Coast, as we saw strong winds yesterday between 50 and 60 miles an hour. And speaking of those strong winds, I want to bring in Dr. Greg Postel, because Dr. Postel, at the core of this storm, I know we've seen those reports of 150 and 170 mile-an-hour winds. But what amazed me the most, what I was most intrigued by as a meteorologist, how strong this storm held to its core for several hours inland. So you're talking about 80 miles inland to a place like Baton Rouge, Louisiana, that saw strong winds too along the interstate. How atypical is this for a storm to hold, or how common is it for a storm to hold on to such a major designation, even miles inland?
Yeah, it's not all that common. You're right about that, Tevin, and it's really a byproduct of the fact that the terrain over southern Louisiana, there are not a lot of hills. There's not a lot of things in the way. It's relatively low-lying, swampy territory, so there's not a lot of friction to slow down or spin down the hurricane. And we saw that on the presentation yesterday. Tevin, thank you very much. Let me go to this graphic because in anticipation of your question, I've got yesterday's radar to show you what it was like at landfall. And you can see the characteristic eye wall here, the inner eye wall anyway, where those wind gusts over 150 miles per hour were reported. But then, as you noted, Tevin, this is a really good observation. As we move through the afternoon and evening hours, look at how well Ida presented itself. This was last evening at 6 o'clock. So this is like, 6 hours after landfall. We still had a well-developed circulation, at least on radar. Now, it is important to know that the radar sometimes doesn't give you an idea of exactly how strong the winds are, but certainly the rainfall patterns were well preserved many hours after landfall. The wind was spinning down still. The strongest winds were at the coast, but there was definitely wind gusts probably over 100 miles per hour still in the eye wall right here and close by. So this held its own hours after landfall. There was not much friction over the swampy area over southern Louisiana to slow it down really much. So that was one of the byproducts, I think, of a landfall in this part of the Gulf of Mexico. Had this made landfall, let's say, over the panhandle of Florida, totally different outcome, but it would have weakened much more quickly, in part because of the terrain underneath.
Well, Ida may have lost some steam over land, but the storm is still causing plenty of problems.
Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis is here to show us.
Ida is weaker, but carrying a big flood threat. Good afternoon, everyone. As of the new advisory, now a tropical depression. So no longer a hurricane or a storm, but a depression. Winds of 35 miles per hour, moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. The center of the system just north-northwest of Jackson, Mississippi. Here's the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center. They're showing it moving northeastward tomorrow over middle Tennessee, and the middle part of the week it's in the mid-Atlantic, and then eventually moving out to sea. But also notice just how extensive the flash flood watches are, with Ida stretching all the way up to southern New England. So some soaking rains that cause flooding will be anticipated as Ida, a weaker version of itself, continues to impact other areas of the U.S. this week. Meantime, elsewhere over the tropics, there's Kate, a tropical storm out over the middle of the Atlantic. Not concerned about that. We will watch an area in the Caribbean Sea this week. National Hurricane Center expecting an area of low pressure could develop there. We'll see what happens. And also a disturbance near the west coast of Africa has a high chance of developing over the next several days as it pulls out over the eastern Atlantic. We'll keep an eye on it, but right now I'm not necessarily seeing anything we need to be concerned about here in South Florida.
2 rush hours in Atlanta, not what you want to see with the rain moving in. Well, heavy rain is also inundating Mississippi tonight as Tropical Depression Ida shifts to the north and to the east. This is a look at the downpours the outer bands brought to Biloxi this morning. It caused low-lying areas to flood and rivers to rise. The city warned residents to stay off the roads until the system passed. We do want to talk about a concerning trend that we're seeing for potentially a significant flash flooding event setting up in the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast. So this is a fairly slow-moving system. It's going to spend the better part of Tuesday, so tomorrow, over northern Alabama, stretching into Tennessee. It will pick up speed just a little bit as it tangles with a frontal boundary, but not all that much. And that's going to lead to some flooding problems. As it combines with that front, we already have a huge area that has seen just repeated heavy rainfall events so far this summer. So you've got saturated soil, and then on top of that, you have a tropical system moving in, and then a front that's fairly strong for this time of year. Those things combine, and we will likely see some areas of some very high rainfall. What we're looking at right now, potentially for the highest rainfall, does include Washington, D.C., Harrisburg, up into New York City, even New Jersey, likely seeing some flash flooding. And these are some of the very same areas that were hard hit in the flooding department by past tropical systems, Fred and Henri. So let's check out the timing of this, likely seeing some ongoing rain ahead of this thanks to our frontal boundary. But then here comes Ida. You can see that red dot in the corner there. Our frontal boundary will be draped in pretty stationary across portions of West Virginia, stretching up into Pennsylvania. As that moves in, just the instability that tropical moisture combines, we will see very heavy rainfall, and a lot of it, potentially some areas that see upwards of 5 to even 8 inches of rain. And this is just a broad brush of the rainfall amounts. It is very likely that we will see some localized higher amounts, even higher than 8 inches of rain.
NBC6 First Alert Weather, certified most accurate 8 years in a row.
All right, so tonight, Ida is a tropical depression, but it's still producing quite a bit of rain. And as a matter of fact, that's what the new threat is. The fact that there could be excessive amounts of rain, not just tonight and into Tuesday, but throughout the rest of the week as this system moves towards the northeast and spreads across the Appalachians and eventually past Pennsylvania and into New England. Threat of flash flooding from the remnants of Ida, which reached, by the way, southeast Louisiana as the strongest hurricane to ever strike the state, tied with Laura from last year and a mid-19th century hurricane. So 2 out of the 3 strongest hurricanes to ever strike Louisiana have happened in the last 2 years. New Orleans tonight, some rain in the vicinity, but thankfully not a lot of heavy precipitation today. The flooding there is mainly saltwater flooding from the storm surge, which was pretty extensive outside of those levees, which worked, by the way. The ones that were fortified after Hurricane Katrina kept the core of New Orleans free of any storm surge. Tonight, again, Ida is moving northeast at 9 miles per hour 35-mile-an-hour winds because, again, it is just a tropical depression.
So we'll talk about temperatures right now. This is also exciting. Guys, we have the upper 70s. Miami, Fort Lauderdale, 76 degrees in Pembroke Pines. Still warm in the Keys at 83. But hey, a few degrees off our morning lows, where yesterday we were already in the lower 80s at this time. We'll take it. 76 in Pembroke Pines, 75 in Kendall. Why did we see our temperatures drop a few degrees this morning? Because of a shift in the wind direction. So we'll see some early sunshine, and then that sunshine does fuel for some afternoon sea breeze storms. I think the bus stop will be mostly dry. There's a few showers by Cuba, and I'm watching with some lightning over the upper Keys. Let's go to the tropics. We promised you that update, and yes, we are watching what is left of Ida, still spinning over the southeast, right over northern Mississippi. The system has winds of 30 miles per hour, moving to the northeast at 12. Unfortunately, it's going to continue to bring rain bands and flooding concerns anywhere from Mississippi, Tennessee towards the northeast. We also have Tropical Storm Kate, but again, not a threat to the United States or land. It's on the open waters of the Atlantic. This area in the Caribbean has a 20% chance of development. This area, a 90% chance. More details on your Tuesday forecast coming up.
Now to blame for at least 5 deaths in Louisiana and Mississippi.
Rescue efforts are ramping up as more than 1 million people remain without power. Local 10's Eden Checkle is in the newsroom with more.
Nicole Calvin, Ida's remnants are moving up into the northeast, but tonight the death toll is rising in the Gulf Coast. At least 2 people were killed and 10 others hurt when heavy rains washed away part of Highway 26. That's a main artery between Mississippi and Louisiana. The ground gave way, sending 7 cars plummeting into a crack. Over in Virginia, another 4 people are missing, including an elderly woman, after severe flooding ripped nearly 24 homes right off their foundation. And where Ida made landfall in Louisiana, many roads remain impassable or blocked by debris. State police assessing the damage by air. And just look at all the flooding left more than 48 hours later. These before and after photos showing some areas wiped off the map, completely underwater. Search and rescue efforts continue on the ground. Nearly 400 people and 55 pets have been saved by the state's National Guard since Sunday. And with more than 1 million people in the dark, many have become desperate to find gas, not just for their cars, but generators as well. Louisiana's governor telling those who evacuated not to return home yet.
The schools are not open, the businesses are not open, the hospitals are slammed. There's not water in your home, and there's not going to be electricity.
And officials say that it could take a month to restore electricity to some areas. Those power outages are creating a potentially life-threatening situation as a heat wave is forecast to bring temperatures up to the triple digits.
Oh my.
Many difficult days ahead. Thank you, Eden. And as Ida moves north, tens of millions of Americans are now under a flash flood threat.
Our chief certified meteorologist Betty Davis here now with that and your tropical update, Betty.
Hi, everyone. Well, the Northeast will get several inches of rainfall out of Ida, what's left of it. Meantime, way out over the Atlantic is Tropical Depression number 12. It's forecast to gain some steam over the next several days. As of the 11 p.m. advisory, not quite a tropical storm, but forecast to be so by tomorrow. And by Thursday, actually, the National Hurricane Center now bringing it up to hurricane status, a Category 2 hurricane at that. By Friday, it's moving west-northwest at 20 miles per hour. And even 5 miles per hour, even 5 days out, it's still really far away from the far eastern Caribbean islands and the U.S. Hopefully, it's a system that we just don't have to worry about at all, but we'll keep an eye on it. There's also a disturbance in the southwest Caribbean Sea. It has a low chance of developing over the next 2 to 5 days at just 20%. For now, not too worried about that. And here's what's left of Ida. All that tropical moisture is going to continue to be funneled up into the northeast, bringing those flooding concerns.
10:07 is your low tide, so it's up here shortly, right ahead. Tropical storm Larry developed this morning just after 5 a.m. and it's going to kind of meander out here in the open Atlantic, and that's a good thing. It's moving west-northwest, but won't really get that push toward the U.S. It's going to be out in the middle of the ocean. That's great because it's going to be a major hurricane. It looks like, per the intensity forecast, a 3 as we get into Monday. So we'll be tracking Larry, make sure there's no changes. There's Tropical Depression Kate still looming. Kate is not a threat. Kate is cool out here in the middle of the ocean, just chill. So you can just not worry about that, disregard that. We are going to head, though, to an ups chance here in the southern Caribbean. Of course, this is the origin story of Ida, and this is the hot water that is giving this cluster of storms a chance at life and sort of an organizational pattern. So a 30% chance over the 2- and 5-day period now that this becomes Mindy, the next name on the list. And what about Ida? Well, it is going to be possibly an historic rain day across parts of Pennsylvania, New York City, severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, all in the book. And then tomorrow it's heading into New England. Also dragging southward a cool front. Early on, it is going to be very weak, even if it manages to pass South Florida. A lot of the models want to have it hanging out somewhere in our vicinity, upping the rain chances. I think at some point we'll get some rain. I don't think we're going to notice a dramatic difference, but it's still an early sign of what we could see later on this season.
Tonight, flooding remains a major concern as the remnants of Ida move toward the northeast. Tornadoes and damaging winds also a threat before the storm moves off the coast later this week. Meanwhile, a tiny glimmer of hope in Louisiana. Power has been restored to parts of eastern New Orleans. However, it could be many weeks before the power grid is fully back online as thousands of workers go around the clock to try to bring power back on.
And more on that urgent need for power, Michael, as New Orleans and the surrounding region do remain under a heat advisory at the moment. These long lines have formed at distribution centers and gas stations alike as people look for food, water, and fuel right now. You can see the shelves just cleared out. The storm being blamed on at least 6 deaths that we know of right now. And tonight, officials are warning people who did evacuate not to return, with homes damaged, roads underwater, and a general lack of supplies. If you would like to help the people of Louisiana, there are several national and regional organizations that are providing assistance. We've compiled a list for you, posted it on our website, WPTV.com.
And speaking of Ida right now working its way across the northeast, at least what's left over of that storm system, but it is producing very heavy rain right now. You can see big downpours just north of D.C. through Baltimore, now moving into parts of New Jersey, Pennsylvania. All of this will stay just north of New York City, moving into the Hudson Valley, but it's also producing some severe weather on the warm side with severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. Now, speaking of the tropics, we now have what used to be Kate, no longer a tropical system. That one has fizzled on out, but we do have Tropical Storm Larry, a little stronger now, almost a hurricane, winds of 70 miles an hour. And in fact, it is expected to become a hurricane as we head into the next several days. And then eventually the storm system will work its way into the middle of the Atlantic, approaching Bermuda. It should be a Category 3 hurricane as we approach Monday with winds of 120 miles an hour.
And now you're looking live at what is turning into a nightmare in the Northeast. These pictures coming from Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, near Philadelphia, where rescues are currently underway to get to people trapped in their homes by these incredible rising waters. And Ida is not done. It continues to batter the eastern seaboard.
From Pennsylvania to New Jersey, fast-moving water gushing through already swamped streets. And this is by no means over yet.
We want to show you some live pictures from a very empty Times Square as the mayor of New York tells everyone to be ready because more is coming. And then we're going to show you out of Delaware, flooding, swamping streets there, homes inundated. Ida's wrath blasting through the Northeast overnight.
And there are already reports of multiple people killed in what's turned into massive historic flooding across several different states. Reporter Brian Yennis takes us to these hard-hit areas.
Remnants of Ida ravaging the Northeast Wednesday night, killing multiple people in New York City and New Jersey. Heavy flooding and tornadoes causing extensive damage across the region. The conditions catching many off guard.
I thought the whole house was going to shatter in my face.
In New York City, several inches of rain inundated streets, sparking the first ever flash flood emergency in the area. The National Weather Service says more than 3 inches of rain fell in Central Park in just 1 hour. The conditions nearly bringing public transportation to a standstill. Those who did travel found themselves wading through high water as subway stations flooded.
We're still uncovering the true depth of the loss, the human loss, which is hard to imagine that people simply in their cars, in their homes, in their basements, succumb to the ravages of a brutal storm.
And over in New Jersey, multiple homes were destroyed after a tornado struck the town of Malika Hill. Governor Phil Murphy declared a state of emergency and urged people to stay off the roads.
We're still not out of the woods. Tornadoes touching down, severe flooding.
sadly, loss of life.
The storm also causing heavy flooding in Pennsylvania, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. Many of these states already waterlogged from weeks of rain.
I go from sewage in my basement into mold into my basement, into bleach in my basement, and back into sewage in my basement.
Among the multiple people who died in last night's flash flood include a mother and a son who died when water rushed into their basement apartment here in Jamaica, Queens. In New York City, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
And all this flooding leading to flight delays from South Florida to the Northeast. 7's Brandon Byer live at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport with what travelers should expect there. Brandon.
Well, if you're going to New York, Ethan, you should expect some delays, possibly even cancellations. Just incredible to see the video of what's happening up there. You know, here in South Florida, storms, that sort of rain, something we deal with. But I talked to one woman who was canceled yesterday. Says in New York, this is not something that they are used to seeing. Let me go over some of the numbers with you. We're at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International, where right now there are 7 delays. 10 cancellations. Again, these are flights that are heading to Newark, New York, that area. So if that's what your day, what your travel looks like, make sure you're paying attention because it could affect you. Flights coming in are delayed and canceled as well. You have 16 arrivals that have been canceled. Down in Miami, similar departures, 9 delays, 3 cancellations, and around 7 delays. Coming into MIA. So that weather is wreaking havoc up there. It is heartbreaking to hear that some people have lost their lives. It's also affecting travel if you are heading to New York from South Florida. For now, we are live at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International. Brandon Byer, 7 News.
All right, Brandon, thank you. And team coverage continues now in the Weather Center with meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez. Viv.
That's right. And the Northeast actually seeing improvements from the rain, the bulk of it pushing well to the northeast into the Canadian territories and also off the eastern seaboard. So although they're getting relief from the rain, they still have flash flood watches and warnings in effect because of the standing water. And impressive totals in just 48 hours alone. Areas of Philadelphia saw better than 10.5 inches of rain, almost 12 inches in certain sections of New York, especially in the eastern urban corridor. And as far as watches and warnings are concerned, everything here highlighted in green under those watches and warnings. And it does seem like more rain will be headed around all already saturated grounds heading into the upcoming weekend. So they're going to be getting a break from the rain, but then another round is expected associated with a front. So yes, the remnants of Ida still producing some concerns, but the only area that we're actually tracking in the tropics, it's Larry, and it's larger and stronger as of the 11 o'clock advisory. 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving west at 17, and on the forecast track, it's going to bypass the Caribbean islands altogether, but over the weekend, likely becoming a major Cat 4 system. Saturday with 130 to even potentially 140-mile-per-hour winds, and then it's going to curve northward. And this is what we're looking at. High pressure sliding away. That front that's going to be impacting the eastern seaboard, basically sliding off the coast, and it's going to open up an avenue for Larry to turn northward, maybe Bermuda bound. If anything changes, of course, we'll keep you posted with the latest. We're also monitoring a low pressure area already impacting Nicaragua. And then at 11 o'clock this morning, the Hurricane Center sent a special tropical weather statement saying that another area of low pressure behind Larry is starting to form. More on our local forecast coming up in a few minutes.
Stunning what happened. I mean, it was just amazing and how quickly it happened too. Then there was this. It seemed like there were never-ending disasters going on yesterday. Multiple tornado touchdowns, including this. Preliminary rated in EF3 in Mullica Hill, New Jersey last night. Could potentially be even stronger. That's just the initial survey from the National Weather Service. That is a monster. We've only had a couple of tornadoes that strong in the last 70 years in New Jersey. Here's an aerial view in Mullica Hill. Look at the homes here. I mean, we have sides that were ripped off, second stories that were taken down. Truly a stunning scene that happened here. Now, meteorologist Jen Carfagno has been in Mullica Hill, New Jersey since late last night after that tornado went through. She spoke with one resident today about what she experienced during and after the tornado.
This is one of the homes really significantly damaged by the tornado in Mullica Hill, New Jersey. You can see a significant portion of the roof was removed. The entire left side of the house completely gone. And you can see into the house. You can see the couch. You can see the inside. You can see the clothes still hanging on the rack and the shoes still on their shelf. Now, a lot of neighbors woke up this morning in the light of day to really get the full scope of the damage. Some of the neighbors walked around the neighborhood, checking on others and looking for things of their own. Here's what one had to say.
We didn't really hear too much until our house was shaking, and I just was in disbelief because this is our neighborhood. These people are my friends, and just to see that house that was leveled, my kids' best friends, our good friends, I initially just thought like we lost them.
And this is why she was surprised. Look at what happened to her house. So you can see how significant the damage, almost completely leveled, at least 2/3 of it completely leveled. But the family was able to seek safe shelter in the basement, and they came out okay. I saw the mom over here earlier today actually looking at her home. So a lot of emotions, no doubt here, but certainly everyone safe. In Mullica Hill, New Jersey, I'm Jen Carfagno.
That is the key right there. Everyone's safe, right?
At least we don't have a tropical entity coming in our direction. We'll keep watch on Larry. Hurricane Larry forecast to be major as we move through the weekend. Bermuda will want to watch for that early next week. And the disturbance over the Caribbean near the Yucatan Peninsula looks to move out toward the Gulf of Mexico. We'll watch that. But for now, no huge concerns for South Florida. Nicole?
We are tracking the tropics, Hurricane Larry, and another system closer to Florida.
The 11 p.m. update is out. First Alert meteorologist Kate Wenzel joins us now with the latest. Kate?
Yeah, Tanya and John, we have two systems we're watching. We're going to start with Larry because the 11 o'clock advisory is now out. And interestingly enough, Larry has actually, I don't want to say weakened, but the winds have dropped from 125 down to 120. It's still a very powerful Category 3 hurricane moving to the west-northwest at 14. Now, it does have quite a defined wide eye. The eye about 40 to 45 nautical miles wide. So Larry is a big system, and Larry's going to be churning through the Atlantic. Right now, it's being steered by an area of high pressure, so it's going to continue on that northwesterly track until eventually it turns off to the northeast. So the one area of concern with Larry is, of course, the island of Bermuda. They're going to have to watch this very closely, as some of the models do bring the storm over Bermuda, while others bring it just to the east of Bermuda as a strong Category 3 hurricane. So Bermuda will definitely feel some effects of Larry, and even along the U.S. coastline, we're going to see some larger swells generated by Larry. We're also watching a disturbance over the Yucatan Peninsula, and this is expected to emerge out into the Gulf of Mexico in the next day or two. I'll have more on this disturbance and your Labor Day forecast coming up in a few minutes.
Well, in the wake of Hurricane Ida, a suspected oil spill spotted in the Gulf of Mexico. NOAA first reported this image of a miles-long brownish black slick spreading in coastal waters about 2 miles off the coast of Louisiana. A private dive team is now locating the source of that spill. Meanwhile, Ida has now claimed the lives of at least 68 people across 8 states. New Jersey saw the greatest loss of life, with at least 27 killed by the storm. Here's Phil Lipoff with the details.
1 week after Ida came ashore as a Category 4 hurricane in Louisiana, more than 500,000 people are still without power.
We know there are a lot of people out there who are in fact hurting, and we're going to continue to work hard every single day to bring additional relief and to make progress.
Residents waiting in long lines for water, ice, food, and fuel. The situation made worse by the extreme heat.
Every night it get a little bit warmer, and then try to tough it out. But without any air, you got to get out. It's just too tough.
The mayor of Grand Isle says recovery will take months.
Looked like a bomb went off. We have no water, we have no electricity, and we have no food.
Some of the hardest hit areas could be without power until the end of September. Ida's path of destruction stretched all the way to the northeast. In Philadelphia, the Vine Street Expressway is finally reopened after crews cleared the floodwaters. Nearly 800 bridges across Pennsylvania will now need post-flood inspections. New Jersey saw flooding and tornadoes spawned by Ida, and then homes and businesses destroyed by fire. those fires unreachable amid the floodwaters. President Biden got a first-hand look at some of the devastation in Louisiana on Friday. On Tuesday, he will travel to some of the hardest-hit areas in New Jersey and New York.
The human toll, my friends, was tremendous. 1,200 homes have been impacted by the storm.
The cost to rebuild and repair the damage inflicted by Ida is already estimated to be in the tens of billions of dollars. Phil Lipoff, ABC News, New York.
Now, we have a sliver of dry air just to the north of that frontal boundary that's stalled out, but look at all this dry air surrounding our major Hurricane Larry that we have out into the Atlantic. So that's what's keeping the storm from becoming a Category 4. As it will, again, move off and stay into the Atlantic. So it's going to stay Category 3 for the most part. It's going to curve out to sea. No effects for us here in South Florida, not impacting the East Coast, but maybe coming very close to Nova Scotia later on in the week. And another area that we're watching in the Gulf of Mexico eventually will drift from the Yucatan Peninsula, has a 30% chance of developing over the next 5 days. But for now, it's a little bit of energy. You can see very disorganized, and it could bring in some heavy rain for portions of southeast Louisiana all the way to the panhandle of Florida. No direct impact for us here in southeast Florida.
5:30, and so all of this will continue to track eastward. So as we continue on through the 6 o'clock hour, by 7, still dealing with some storms, and then things should quiet down as we head into the nighttime. Here's a look at what's happening near the Yucatan Peninsula and over the Gulf of Mexico. It is a tropical disturbance. It is disorganized, but it contains deep tropical moisture. And where is it going? It's going to be headed towards the northeast Gulf Coast, including Florida. And here in South Florida, Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to have a lot of that moisture in our atmosphere, so rain chances will go up. Gusty storms for Wednesday, Thursday, but then take a look at this drier air mass comes our way as we head later into Friday, hopefully to push some of that moisture away. There is that chance, that 30% chance. The reason why it's so low is because, well, the tropical disturbance is running into upper level wind shear. Now, Larry could be an impact for Bermuda, not direct, but Bermuda will be dealing with tropical storm force winds as we head into Thursday. Back here at home, highs staying in the low 90s.
And that's when we watch the storms really tend to flare up. That'll be the case again this afternoon. And there's a little extra moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. Part of this disturbance, the National Hurricane Center is watching with a 30% development chance, a minor, very quick window of time to develop, probably in this general area near the Big Bend or Panhandle on Wednesday, and then focus once it gets into the Gulf of Mexico, I should say into the Atlantic Ocean from the Gulf later on in the week. Now, we're also going to watch as that moisture combines with a front, and that could also lead to some more in the way of wet weather as we continue through this week. There's Larry. It's a hurricane Category 3, but expected to very gradually wind down to the east of Bermuda, still moving north into some cooler waters and eventually racing away, but might take all week to do that.
But Jim, we're still looking at what else is to come out in the Gulf.
And we have to. I mean, we're nearing the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season, so we're going to be watching everything here, including Invest 91L. 8 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center on this. No change, and not surprising. I mean, everything's pretty much disorganized at this time, but it's really a weird system. It's kind of this inverted trough that's kind of in this very odd shape, but it'll be drifting north over the next couple of days, and as it does, then we have the potential to start to crank it up. You'll notice the X here, but no development until we get north into this potential development area. And I think if this thing's going to get a name, frankly, it's probably going to have to wait to the Atlantic side. And that's still a big if, because none of the guidance really does much with this. There are no Hurricane Hunter aircraft scheduled to investigate this at the present time on any given day. I think they're going to need to see more of it before it does everything. But look at the shear down to the south. So this was cutting across in the last couple of days. So it's lifted north of that. All right, so it's in a little less shear, but still not a very favorable environment. Plus, it's still disorganized. It's just a clustering of showers and thunderstorms. Subtropical ridge, it'll start to make the turn around that. Plus, feel the trough that's coming through the Great Lakes in the Northeast today and tomorrow, and that means it gets ejected across Florida and off the southeast coast. But notice the spin, what happens with it. Both models do this. It starts to crank up a little bit. The GFS is a little bit farther north with it. The European's a little bit farther south. But both of these are offshore and well south of the South Carolina, North Carolina coast. If you remember yesterday, we were talking about, holy smoke, man, this thing just sits it here and soaks eastern South Carolina and North Carolina. We could have a very, very heavy rain event. that, at least today, remember, we're at a different day, different guidance, right, has shifted a little bit farther south. So you can kind of see the apex of where this is coming. Tallahassee, since you're 10 inches down, I guess this is good news for you. Everybody else around you seems to be pretty saturated. So it is what it is, you know, when it comes to the rain gauge. Sometimes you miss them, sometimes you lose them.
The showers are offshore to the east, to our west, but thankfully not bothering us as of now. But later on, we'll see the storms developing. And you can see on the water vapor imagery, we have a lot of moisture in the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere, and it's streaming across the state, all associated with this disturbance in the Gulf of Mexico that the National Hurricane Center is giving a medium potential of development here. So that has increased since yesterday, so that is a change. And the last thing that our friends here along the northern Gulf Coast need is any additional rain. But because of the moisture associated with the system, regardless of development, unfortunately, more rain is possible here for some of the areas recovering from Ida. And then also, we're seeing this disturbance could be moving across the Florida Panhandle, the Big Bend, and then eventually towards Georgia, the Carolinas, and into the western Atlantic. And then Hurricane Larry is still out there spinning, a big hurricane, Category 3 major hurricane headed to the northwest at 10 miles an hour, forecast to become a Category 2, and the center state of the east of Bermuda, but tropical storm conditions will still be possible there. And then it'll create large swells, rough surf, rip currents along the Atlantic seaboard. Today, hot and steamy, high soaring to the low 90s.
Cancel and down to the tropics, and where we are now monitoring just formed Tropical Storm Mindy near the Florida Panhandle here, and your weather authority also keeping a very close watch on the local radar with the usual afternoon storms out there. Our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, with more now. Betty.
Tropical storm Mindy probably won't get much stronger than it already is, as that center of circulation is closing in on the Florida Panhandle as we speak. Winds of 45 miles per hour. The location 75 miles west-southwest of Apalachicola. It is moving northeast at 21 miles per hour. And you can see how the rainfall associated with this system is already starting to drench Panama City, spreading on over toward Tallahassee. Some of that is going to be working into South Georgia through the night. The official rainfall forecast from the National Hurricane Center calling for some 2 to 4 inches for parts of the Panhandle, Georgia, maybe even the Carolinas as well. There may be some spots that do about 6 inches through Thursday morning. So wet times for tonight. The system basically crosses over, gets off the southeast coast of the U.S. and basically weakens. So it's not a huge concern, a rainmaker though for parts of Florida. Meantime, out over the Atlantic, here's Hurricane Larry, still large and powerful, winds of 110 miles per hour, moving northwest at 15 miles per hour. It expected to pass east of Bermuda tomorrow. Tropical storm conditions expected there. It stays away from the east coast of the U.S., but the swells that it generates will reach the east coast of the U.S. and Atlantic Canada. That's going to increase the rip current risk for a lot of the beaches, as well as push the surf up. Not so much here in South Florida. I'll have more on our website.
Well, Tropical Storm Mindy might be only, about an hour and a half from making landfall on the eastern Florida Panhandle. And Larry is about to pass just east of Bermuda, sending dangerous swells to the east coast of the U.S. for the rest of this week. Got Olaf and another area to watch in the East Pacific, and a new tropical wave coming off the west coast of Africa. Welcome to the peak of the hurricane season, where Mindy formed late this afternoon from that area that we've been watching over the last couple of days, and the models were right about the last-minute spin-up in that surface trough. Despite the wind shear, the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico fueled a tropical storm that now has max winds of 45 miles an hour. Now, it is moving quickly to the northeast at 21 miles an hour. That's good in that it will lessen the rainfall totals, but bad in that we have a very short amount of time to get ready in this tropical storm warning area. This is kind of a short-fused tropical storm situation, but the good news is it's manageable. Just get off the roads. Don't be out on the slick roads in tropical storm conditions at night, where we could have some isolated flash flooding. Mexico Beach over to Steinhatchee includes Apalachicola and St. George Island, Carabel, St. Mark's. So it's just a couple hours away, maybe, where you get the winds and the water, but we've already got the water problems. We've got a flash flood warning in Panama City. The risk goes over to Tallahassee and north and east from there overnight tonight, as the center of circulation moves near or over Tallahassee after midnight, and then coming off the Georgia coastline midday tomorrow, then into the Atlantic, where it will become non-tropical and weaken Friday into Saturday, not going to have a big impact on the east coast of the U.S. I'd be worried more about the rip currents and the swells from Larry along the east coast of the U.S. than I am with Mindy. Now, here it is on the radar, and you can really tell where the center of circulation is. Right in here is where the center has moved, and we've got some surface observations that I'll plot on there in a second that will show you that the buoy has shown the shift from southerly now coming out of the west, so the circulation center is in here, gusting to 22 at Apalachicola. That will get stronger. And if you're on the west end of St. George Island, Indian Pass area, St. Vincent Island, that's where landfall could occur, maybe in less than an hour and a half or so. And it'll be going parallel to St. George Island and bringing those tropical storm conditions eastward. But on the weaker wind side, we've got the heavier rain that's been happening much of the day in Panama City and Lynn Haven. Flash flood warning goes till midnight. We've got areas that have gotten more than 3 inches of rain. And in the Lynn Haven area, emergency managers already reporting some additional flash flooding. Larry, we're moving past Bermuda, but watch out for those rip currents. Thanks so much for watching Weather Underground.
Some breaking news to pass along to you. The National Hurricane Center confirming Mindy has made landfall as a low-end tropical storm here on this Wednesday, September the 8th, 2021. 45-mile-an-hour winds just a few minutes ago, 8:15 Central Time, over St. Vincent Island in Florida. This makes it the 7th tropical cyclone to make landfall in the U.S. so far this year, and 18th tropical cyclone landfall in the past 2 seasons. Yeah, talk about an active period. Let me show you where this is. This is this little nub right here. If you look really closely, it's to the west-southwest of Apalachicola and to the east of Cape San Blas in northern Florida. Little island that sticks out in some of the barrier islands there. St. Vincent Island, Florida. Very close to the other tropical systems that we have had make landfall so far this season, whether it be Claudette or Fred. Of course, you have Henri, Ida. I mean, all of these so far, the 7th being Mindy. 45-mile-an-hour winds, pressure at 1,004. This thing just formed today because it got into radar coverage. Got within a couple hundred miles of the coastline. Radars were able to see into it, showing a well-defined circulation. Closed circulation, those winds intensified up to about 45 miles an hour just before that landfall. And now this thing is going to be racing back out to sea, but not before tonight. It moves over the Florida-Georgia border, provides some pretty heavy rains, isolated spin-up tornadoes, as Eric was just telling you about, and then it just shoves out to sea. Not riding up the East Coast of the United States, instead going out to sea and weakening, which is good. Still, we have tropical storm warnings until further notice, until those tropical storm force winds die down. That's Apalachicola to Steinhatchee, the river there. Mindy, Larry, and Olaf, the 3 named storms that we have between both basins. Larry is the other important storm to watch in the Atlantic because it's throwing big waves to the eastern United States. It's an impressive storm that'll move east of Bermuda, then move through Newfoundland, and then Greenland, but create strong rip currents here at our east coast beaches of the U.S.
Tonight, we're tracking Tropical Storm Mindy. The system formed late this afternoon in the Gulf of Mexico and has its sights on the Florida Panhandle. South Florida's Chief Meteorologist John Morales has the latest on Mindy's track. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. Yeah, Mindy, soon to be forgotten tropical storm. This system formed at 5 p.m. It's already made landfall in the Florida Panhandle, not far from Apalachicola. There, you see it there. The center passing right over the Panhandle's coast at this hour, heading towards the northeast pretty quickly, is going to come through Tallahassee pretty soon. The maximum sustained winds are not all that high, 45 miles per hour, but it is moving quickly at about 20 miles per hour. You already looked at the forecast cone from the National Hurricane Center, but I'll show it to you one more time. In southeast Georgia by 8 o'clock in the morning, then offshore as a tropical depression, and then eventually just a remnant low. So again, Mindy, more of a rainstorm, couple of gusty squalls, and that's about it. We won't have to deal with another Mindy for 6 years, so we'll probably forget that name pretty soon until it comes up 6 years again from now. We'll be back with a full forecast for the local area in a few minutes. Back.
Though it's going to feel like the triple digits before those storms move in. Going to the satellite and radar composite, we're seeing dry conditions, so let's check in on the tropics.
Because yesterday we had the disturbance in the Gulf of Mexico turn into Tropical Storm Mindy. Then it made landfall last night, and now it's a tropical depression, Mindy, with winds of 35 miles per hour, soaking much of the Panhandle, Florida. And yesterday it was the Gulf Coast states that had to deal with the rainfall. The system will continue to push towards the northeast off the coast of the Carolinas. Watching Hurricane Larry, just about 240 miles east-southeast of Bermuda. It is a powerful hurricane, but again, will stay offshore and basically bring some large swells to the east coast and Bermuda as well. So as we go to the other check on the tropics, there's an area in the Caribbean with a 20% chance of development and an area just off the coast of Africa with a 50% chance. More on the forecast coming up.
We want to talk about the large swells from Hurricane Larry lining the eastern seaboard, kicking up from coastal Carolina all the way to Long Island, even though the center of Larry is 900 miles from the Outer Banks. Think about that, 900 miles. That is a long way. Alerts are up, which include high surf advisories and the risk of rip currents. If I could just walk 100 miles, Jim.
If I could walk.
Thank you. 500.
You know what's interesting, too, is how beautiful it is out. So you don't really see the rip current risk.
No.
So that's so misleading out there. So be careful, guys.
It's hidden.
As inviting as that looks, and it does, there's a risk out there. All right, our good buddy Lair, down to 100 miles an hour, finally dropped below Cat 3 or major hurricane status yesterday. Now it's 100 miles an hour. Hurricane hunters, how lucky are these guys? They had to leave St. Croix this morning. Okay, they had to leave the confines of St. Croix and then head north. They made one pass through, 968 millibars. They're going to make another pass through before this is come and gone. But we're only 210 miles to the east of Bermuda. But what a morning. It is 82 degrees right now in Bermuda, which is amazing for sunrise. I mean, that's warm, okay? You may warm up to 84 degrees today for your high, and that's about it. All right, so you can see where the center of circulation is off the east. You can see where some of the heavier rain is, which is also just to the east of Bermuda. So we haven't gotten into that heavier rain yet, but we have tropical storm warnings out for Bermuda, and we certainly could see some of that unravel. But I think it's really about its closest approach. It's going to move more north now than northwest. And so that means places like St. John's and Newfoundland have to keep an eye on this thing, too. Now, Larry is going to weaken, but it's a big hurricane. Remember, you got the wind field of this thing is over 250 miles out from the center. So St. John's could take the right side with this track. St. John's could take the right side of this. Huge swells will build not only, back toward the United States as they are. We will peak those out today, by the way, tonight and tomorrow morning. But as we get up in towards St. John's, we will see the swells build as well, maybe up to 25, 30 feet. And, sometimes, Jordan, you get some of these rogue waves offshore with these things. 50, 70 feet, not out of the question.
I always find it so interesting, too, when we could potentially see a hurricane landfall in such northern latitudes. Because of that Gulf current, right? Everything just stays so much.
Keeps it alive, yeah.
Does keep it alive. Okay, let's go now from the Atlantic down to the Caribbean, another area to watch tropic-wise, and we've got some convection taking place off of the coast of Cancun, technically off the coast of Nicaragua here, but overall the track is going to put it down into the Bay of Campeche, and eventually we could be seeing a moisture surge for you folks in Texas, maybe southwest Louisiana. Something that we're watching for sure. Could it strengthen into a tropical entity? The 5-day development right now is about 20%. It'll be interesting once it gets into the Bay of Campeche, what happens. Right now, you've got the thunderstorms. Notice the easterlies are trying to pull it westward into the Gulf here, and you got some higher clouds moving eastward. You got some shear component there, but there's the energy. Once it gets into these very warm waters, we're going to see that plume shifting northward, and there's a couple of things that could happen. You've got the American model and the European model putting the bulk of it in a couple different positions. I think everybody from Brownsville or I was going to say Port Aransas, South Padre Island, all the way out to, south central Louisiana needs to be keeping an eye on rainfall with this. So here's, today, watching some of that energy kind of working its way up. Notice as we go into Saturday into Sunday, we get that wave that kind of slingshots in. We still have some moisture down into parts of Mexico, and that can continue to surge northward. This is the European model, and things could get really interesting as it just slides up on that eastern side of the land, still pulling in some energy from the warm Gulf waters. And if that comes to fruition, I mean, you're looking at a good bullseye in a very flat part of Texas here, which is on the coastline, which could, produce some easy flooding. You could get several inches out of this thing, especially if we get anything to linger. So we'll keep you guys posted on what happens once we get it to move into the Bay of Campeche. Steph.
NBC6 First Alert Weather, certified most accurate 8 years in a row.
Hey there, South Florida. It is Thursday, and we are, of course, starting things off tracking the tropics. We'll talk about that local forecast in a moment, but Tropical Depression Mindy continues to move off the coast of Georgia, still impacting places like South Carolina and coastal South Carolina with heavy amounts of rain. Winds are at 35 miles per hour, so it is a tropical depression. Continues to move east-northeast over the next day or so out into those Atlantic waters, so away from the coastal United States. Good news there. Hurricane Larry, a Category 1, it has weakened a bit, but now impacting folks in Bermuda. It also is bringing larger swells to the east coast of the United States, and eventually down the line, once it is done impacting parts of Bermuda today with tropical storm conditions, it'll move to the north, weakening and potentially impacting Newfoundland. So we'll watch for that here down the line. We're also keeping an eye on a tropical wave that will move over portions of Central America and then out into the Bay of Campeche, across parts of Mexico, potentially developing into a tropical depression down the line. A 30% chance of that over the next 5 days. We move to the coast of Africa, where in the next couple of days, possibly into late weekend or early next week, we could also see a tropical depression forming here. We'll keep a close eye on that. But as of right now, that's what's going on in the tropics. Locally, much quieter. Upper 80s for Miami, Fort Lauderdale, winds out of the southwest, so pumping in that heat and humidity. And you know that we're going to be dealing with those feels-like temperatures again in the triple digits today. And some locations have already seen that. 100 degrees right now in Fort Lauderdale, 99 for Miami, Kendall, Opelika sitting at 98 degrees, and down through Marathon, triple digits for you guys as well.
We are tracking Mindy as it moves out into the Atlantic.
And there are several other systems we are watching as the tropics heat up again. Our hurricane specialist Brian Norcross is joining us live with more on this. Brian.
All right, Louis, yes, it's supposed to be busy this time of year. Tomorrow is the statistical, hate that word, peak of hurricane season. And look at what's going on. But I want to talk about something outside of the Atlantic for just 1 second. Olaf here, if you have friends at Cabo San Lucas, that's forecast to approach there in Baja California as a Category 2. Now let's get to the Atlantic. That's going to happen tonight, by the way. In the Atlantic, first of all, here's what's left of Mindy heading offshore. Went right over Tallahassee. It was kind of a one-day thing, and it wasn't really too big of a problem, thankfully. Okay, here's the story with Larry. It's past Bermuda now down here, heading for Atlantic Canada. They're going to get a decent hit from a hurricane-strength storm. Looks like that'll happen day after tomorrow. All right, now one system, and this is the one really we're most interested in. This is kind of a very loose disturbance over here in the Caribbean, but when it gets up in the Gulf, the Hurricane Center has 30% chance on it. The new models out this afternoon say more than that. Mexico or Texas is going to have to watch that. But we're looking good. Guys, back to you.
This morning, residents in flood-prone areas are now bracing for more king tide. Chopper 4 over the Holiver Marina yesterday, where the first round of king tides left the boat ramp underwater. King tides are a natural phenomenon caused when the northern hemisphere is closest to the sun and the sun and moon align to create gravitational pull, which brings about higher tides than normal and flooding to some areas. September's king tides are expected through Saturday.
And we are on Friday now, so let's check in with meteorologist Lisette Gonzalez if that's something that people still need to be on the lookout for. Lisette.
Yeah, it will certainly be possible today and tomorrow. And where we typically see the coastal saltwater flooding is around those vulnerable low-lying areas, just as you saw over in Haulover and also around Fort Lauderdale Beach, Miami Beach, and oftentimes even, of course, down through the Keys. The next high tide times will take place right around 11 a.m. and then again at midnight. And add to that the fact that there could be some showers and storms along some of those same coastal areas. So any rainfall just exacerbates the king tide. So as we take a look at the radar, the good news is not dealing with any rainfall right now. But today, September 10th, is the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season. And this is typically on average when we see the most activity during the season. And it has been busy, right? Although the final advisory for Mindy was issued yesterday. Now it's just post-tropical and racing to the northeast and will be likely just north of Bermuda. And we have Hurricane Larry pulling away from Bermuda as a Category 1, moving north-northeast at 26 miles an hour, and forecast to continue moving in that general direction into the northern Atlantic. But there are a few other areas that we are watching in addition to Mindy and Hurricane Larry, and I should say the remnants of Mindy, right? There's an area in the Gulf of Mexico that has a medium potential of development, and then a wave that is expected to emerge off the west coast of Africa, and that does have a high potential of development. So it certainly is pretty active out there, but no threats to South Florida, and that really is the best news, right? And music to your ears.
Emergency efforts ongoing in Louisiana after Hurricane Ida devastated the region almost 2 weeks ago. A huge operation here, building a temporary bridge connecting Lafitte with Barataria, proved successful. This will give now emergency vehicles access and the ability to respond to hard-hit, isolated communities much faster. A total of 99 soldiers from the National Guard were involved in this impressive rapid construction project. And we know Ida's impact spread far and wide from the southeast portion of Louisiana to the northeast portion of the United States. Our Stephanie Abrams has an in-depth look at the devastating storm's journey.
From start to finish, Ida lasted 7 days, but the legacy it leaves behind will last for years, if not decades to come. In just 24 hours, Ida rapidly intensified from a Category 1 hurricane to a high-end Category 4, fueled by the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Running out of room to strengthen even more, Ida roared ashore, packing winds of 150 miles per hour, tying with 2 other hurricanes for the strongest landfall on record in the state of Louisiana. With destructive force, Ida barreled inland, Entergy revealing that catastrophic transmission damage left over 1 million customers without power. New Orleans was plunged into darkness. Extreme winds damaged nearly double the amount of power poles than Hurricane Katrina. Power may not be restored to some of the hardest hit parishes until at least the end of the month. More than 24 people lost their lives during Ida's siege on the Gulf Coast. But the devastating losses didn't end there. Ida's remnants merged with a cold front, triggering a double disaster of flooding and tornadoes that ravaged the Northeast. 7 twisters tore through Pennsylvania and New Jersey, the worst an EF3 that struck Mullica Hill, making it the strongest to hit New Jersey in nearly 31 years. It carved a 12.5 mile of destruction, nearly a dozen homes reduced to rubble. The state's largest dairy farm left in ruins, splintered by 150-mile-an-hour winds. Ida's fatal calling card was a historic rain and record flooding. Major roadways turned into rivers. Hundreds of cars swept up and submerged, water pouring into basement apartments, trapping their occupants inside. In a single hour, Central Park picked up 3.15 inches, breaking a 95-year-old record. In a single day, Newark, New Jersey saw 8.41 inches, making September 1st the wettest calendar day on record. Now, the road to recovery for millions won't be an easy one. With each passing day, we get a better understanding of the pain Ida inflicted. Tragically, more than 80 people perished from Louisiana to Connecticut. 2021's Ida will likely be the last. I-named storms are the most retired of any letter, and Ida could become the 12th overall, cementing its place in the history books.
Now, 7 weather with Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrell.
Hi, good evening, everyone. The weekend is here, and it wasn't a bad-looking Friday. Lows in the 70s to low 80s, and afternoon highs 90 to 91. Right now, everyone in Broward in the upper 70s, 82 in Miami, 85 in Key West. Pressure rising rapidly. The wind out of the north 5 to 8. The humidity at 76%. So here's a storm tracker. We did see some big downpours across northern Broward County, I-595 north, but all that activity has lifted and has moved into neighboring Palm Beach County. Plenty of activity in the tropics on this, the peak of hurricane season. We do have Hurricane Larry that is pushing north in through Newfoundland with about 80-mile-an-hour winds. Then we do have a tropical wave sitting here across Central America with an 80% chance for development. And then we have yet another strong wave coming off of the west coast of Africa. That's where we will begin, because this wave, once it moves into the area, highlighted in red, it's going to get a 70% chance for development. The early, very early model runs suggest if anything does develop, it should stay out here in the eastern Atlantic. Closer to home, this wave, once it moves into the area highlighted in red, it's going to get an 80% chance for development. Could become a depression this weekend. A recon plane is on standby Sunday if needed to go check it out.
Take a look at Hurricane Olaf. It's lost its steam in the eastern Pacific. It's moving back out to sea as a tropical depression, but this is what it did when it had the power, making landfall over the Baja Peninsula. It sustained 100-mile-per-hour winds and dumped plenty of rain across Cabo San Lucas. You hate to see that. Such a popular vacation destination, too. People trying to get there as summer is rounding out. But you know what, Dr. Postel, it is the risk that you take when you go to these tropical places around the peak of hurricane season. You have to know what you're getting into.
Yeah, you really do. And honestly, to be honest with you, I wouldn't mind being there for lots of reasons, but also to document these landfalls because they are so traumatic in many ways. And I think the more eyes on the ground, the better. But hopefully we won't have to deal with any more of that. But unfortunately, we may. And we talked about Invest 94L. This is something that we'll talk about much more the rest of the show, obviously with the potential for a lot of rain in the Gulf of Mexico, in the Gulf Coast in the next couple of days and maybe development there. But there's also other stuff out there. There's one here, which is now just an Invest 93L, meaning we're scrutinizing it a bit more than we were even 12 hours ago. So it's got, you know, obviously some of the goods there that may suggest, well, we'll see development over the next 5 days with a 70% chance of that happening as it moves toward the west, kind of over the main development region of the tropics. And what I mean by that is sort of the area of the tropics where we see a lot of big time systems eventually emerge. That's not to say that any one of them or this one is going to become that, but it's over a part of the tropics that has in the history allowed some things to get really pretty strong. But it's not just that. There's another system behind it in sort of the wave train. There's a whole packet of wave activity moving off of Africa, and there's another cluster of thunderstorms that over time will move out over water, and over time we're going to have to pay yet more attention to it. So let me show you, as we step ahead now to Tuesday, what you might be sort of drawn to in this area of spin. Well, that's the second one. That's the one that's over land now that by Tuesday will be here. The first one that's got a 70% chance, well, that's here. Well, you can track both of those westward day by day and get a sense that, well, maybe one won't do so well, but there may be the other one that does do so well. And we have to be watching out for the possibility that next weekend we're going to be dealing with something perhaps close to the Caribbean islands. But if you think that's enough, how about this? We've got an area of spin right now that's not circled at all, but it's right here north of the islands. It's an upper trough. It's not a tropical system yet, but it might become one as it moves westward. Let me go to Sunday's map here. I know I'm drawing a lot on here, but this is now Sunday's map. You think, what am I looking at? And you'd be right. You're not looking at anything yet tomorrow. But let's watch these areas of spin kind of aggregate, accumulate in this way. And then by early next week, we may see an area of low pressure with some spin and some moisture. And heads up, we may see tropical development close to the mid-Atlantic by mid-late sections of next week. Felicia, it just doesn't stop. Back to you.
It certainly doesn't, Dr. Postel. Well, it'll stop eventually, just not around right now. You know what is also not stopping? That possibility for seeing more of these. One, not two, but three water spouts were spotted near Islamorada, Florida, Friday as storms popped up along the Keys. In fact, much of the Sunshine State saw rain yesterday. Take a look at Tampa and Daytona Beach, where we'll see storms throughout the weekend, and we have a chance for more rain and storms throughout the week. But man, did you know that the Keys are actually the water spout capital of the world? You see more water spouts around the Florida Keys than anywhere else, so fitting.
We head into the late afternoon and evening hours. Showers could start up again. I think by tonight, Broward will get those heavy downpours that will move quickly. And then as we head into Monday afternoon, watch out for those on and off showers yet again. Why are we dealing with this? Well, because we do have this weak tropical wave that's moving over us, and that high pressure system over the Atlantic is what's guiding it towards the west. Now, as far as this cloud cover over the Gulf of Mexico, well, that's staying away from us, but Texas has to keep a watchful eye on this as it has a 90% chance for formation, could become a depression by later today. Another area to watch, it's not there just yet, but it is expected that an area of low pressure will develop in the upcoming days, and it'll have a 40% chance for formation. Two other areas also have a chance for formation. These are really far away from us, so we'll just keep that in the back of our mind. But it is a peak of hurricane season, and you can tell things are getting just a little active out there. Back here at home, highs in the upper 80s.
We want to get back out to Paul because it was 2 weeks ago today that southern Louisiana was feeling the full impacts of Hurricane Ida. Of course, Grand Isle was very hard hit. We could see that from Paul and talking to him this morning. Paul, you know, we can see the images, but you are there on the ground. What is the feeling of people that you've talked to?
You know, optimism, hopefulness, you know, a feeling of community. It's amazing. We see this after every single disaster. People come together, and there's a lot of the goodness in people really is exposed when Mother Nature comes down and reminds us how minuscule we really are on this earth. Again, we're protected somewhat because of this cover here, but as far as you can see, there's a lot of damage. There's, you know, one building that's still damaged, but there's a building next to it which is gone. All you see are the stilts out there. So it's truly amazing from the ground what you see. But the day after landfall, I had an opportunity to fly with the Coast Guard crew out of Sacramento doing recovery missions of what it looked like from the ground. This is about 24 hours after landfall, and what the parish president said, every single structure destroyed or damaged on the island. And again, this is literally hours after landfall, and it was quite evident. The road behind me you couldn't even tell it was road. It was covered with so much sand, which blew through because the wave action pushed all the sand from the beaches and the levees there, sand dunes, all across the island here. It's, you know, a barrier island, so by definition it's transitional. So this sand, even I'm standing on, is meant to kind of move until people put homes here as well. Let's talk about what's going on here in this complex we kind of are standing under. You can kind of pan around and you see tables set up. First responders here, some of those families, some of the volunteers, they're being fed here right under the police station. And yeah, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. This is what you need because you don't have power. You don't have water here. If you have power, it's because of a generator creating that power. The water also has to be trucked in as well. So the basic creature comforts are just not possible yet. But they're here to recover. They're here to rebuild. So it's going to get back to some semblance of pre-Ida, but that still might take several more weeks, if not several more months, to come across the area. And one thing that is delaying it is, yes, this rain, but also the concern of what else is out there in the Gulf of Mexico and perhaps farther down the road in the Atlantic. So we're not quite done by far with activity potential in the Atlantic or the Atlantic Basin. And Dr. Postel, I know we just had Tropical Storm Nicholas named about an hour or so ago. People are concerned, what could that bring to Louisiana?
Yes, Paul, those are great questions, and thank you very much for that reporting. I mean, it could bring a lot of rain, flooding rain. We could have some storm surge issues with coastal flooding. That is something to watch just in case. Perhaps even Nicholas gets stronger than forecast, and damaging winds. And with all that in mind, we have now tropical storm warnings and watches out for much of the coast of Texas. And you might be wondering, wait a minute, what happened here? I thought we were dealing with maybe not, an invest in the southern Gulf. Well, the hurricane hunters, the great men and women of the hurricane hunting efforts, have been finding out for us this morning that indeed this system is now Tropical Storm Nicholas at 40 miles per hour, and arguably even a little bit stronger than that, and moving north-northwest at 13 miles per hour. So that means that those of us with interests in coastal Mexico and also Texas and Louisiana, heads up, a tropical storm and maybe a hurricane is on the way. Don't lose sight of the fact that this couldn't be a hurricane, because it might. The atmospheric and oceanic conditions are ripe for this thing to strengthen. Now, whether or not it does is another question, but the official forecast has this at 65 miles per hour, closing through and moving by the Texas coast and crossing land eventually late Monday and into Tuesday, and bringing a lot of heavy rain inland to East Texas as well. Right now, we've got the rain and cloud and thunderstorms well in advance of Nicholas. This is a complicated situation, which is being aided aided by this pretty significant dip in the jet stream right here, which is extending the influence of Nicholas, although it's right down here. Nicholas is, well, there's rain and storms kind of tied to it, drawn all the way northward throughout the Gulf of Mexico, 600 miles away. Again, that upper trough has a lot to do with that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what happens to the atmosphere aloft, the jet stream forecast going through tomorrow and into Tuesday. A very large ridge in the atmosphere basically establishes itself over the Gulf of Mexico. And the position of the strong wind aloft, I think, is a really worrisome sign, because I think the atmosphere is going to allow this thing to strengthen a lot. And again, whether or not it does, we don't know yet, but there's that possibility. The oceanic component of it is also suggesting we could see a lot of strengthening because of so much heat content. The water is warm, and that warm water extends to a great depth. So that, again, is another component that says watch out for this thing to become a hurricane. Last graphic I'm going to show you as we forecast Nicholas northward. Be prepared for the conditions to get worse by quite a bit later on tomorrow and tomorrow night. Southeast Texas coast with a landfall potentially, let's say in the southern coast of Texas near Corpus. That's one option, right? One that goes in that direction. But there are other scenarios that move it farther to the east. Here's another model. I just want to hammer home the point that, Felicia, we don't know exactly where this thing is going to end up. But it does appear likely that a strengthening system, a high-end tropical storm, a hurricane, will be in the vicinity late Monday, early Tuesday, with all the hazards that we normally deal with.
Live look outside, dry now across West Palm Beach. Wasn't that way just a minute ago, and you can kind of see those ominous clouds as you look to the horizon. Well, temperatures definitely cooled by the rain here in West Palm Beach. 81 degrees, 84 Port St. Lucie, 81 in Wellington and Boca Raton, 86 degrees. When you factor in the humidity, this is what it feels like, feeling like 94 in Jupiter, 94 West Palm Beach, 93 in Boca, and feeling like 95 degrees in Vero Beach. So even though the calendar says September, this still feels very much like summer here in South Florida. Okay, this is Nicholas. We're watching Nicholas. It just developed this morning as of 10 o'clock. Spaghetti models in good agreement. It's going to hug the Texas coastline, likely make landfall across the Texas coastline as we head into early this week, bringing heavy rains as well. And then it looks to turn a little bit to the east and northeast, so it could bring some heavy rain to portions of western Louisiana also. Now we're watching this area in the Bahamas for potential development, but if something develops, it's going to stay to our north. It's not going to impact us much. And then way out in the Atlantic, we have this wave over Africa with a 60% chance of development over the next 5 days, and a little wave south of the Azores Islands, very far north in the Atlantic, with only a 20% chance of showers. And this little wave, well, it's now down to a 0% of developing.
Well, switching gears, let's check in with meteorologist Jennifer Collins, who is tracking the tropics. A lot going on behind you, Jen.
Not quite as active as what we were seeing yesterday with about those 5 systems out there, but we are monitoring one named storm as well as a couple areas to keep an eye on as well. The first one I want to start out with is this wave coming off the coast of Africa. It has about a 60% chance of development over the next 5 days. That's sped through right there. That could become a tropical depression over the next couple of days. We'll certainly keep an eye on it. It is hurricane season, so we got to keep an eye on anything out there. And we're also watching this area just off the southeast coast of the United States. This one also has a 50-50 chance of development over the next 5 days. We could see a low pressure area develop around that system right there in orange. Overall, this will drift to the north, so it will be a system that we'll pay attention to in the Carolinas. Could increase rip currents along the southeast coast of the United States over the next couple of days, but overall just something to keep an eye on. The next one I want to point out is the system in the Gulf of Mexico, Tropical Storm Nicholas. It formed earlier today, and we're looking at the system heading to the north at this time. Very slow, though. It's right moving around 2 miles per hour, though we can see a little bit better organization with it at this time, with a few of those cumulus clouds towering up at this moment as well. It'll head to the north along the coast, the western coast of the Gulf of Mexico, and then drift right along the coast of Texas, making landfall possibly as a tropical storm. The main thing with the system is it's going to slightly slow down once it makes landfall. So we're looking at really a heavy rain and flooding threat as we head over the next couple of days for this area. It will make landfall as a tropical storm, but of course you still get impacts with any sort of system, especially areas like tropical storms. And we're looking at the potential for heavy rainfall across portions of southeast Texas, anywhere from Corpus Christi up into southwest of Louisiana, which is still recovering from Ida at this time. And we're looking at the potential for some heavy rainfall as well as flash flooding, so something we'll keep an eye on.
Because we have plenty of moisture associated with a wave. So going into the afternoon, some scattered storms, and even into the evening looking unsettled. And you can see we not only have moisture right over our state, in addition to that, we have another wave that is just off to our east near the Bahamas, and that is going to be moving in our general direction. And then we have tropical storm Nicholas. Now we're down to the end name, and this is as of yesterday. It is moving towards the Texas coastline, northwestward at 14 miles an hour. Tropical storm warnings extending from the northeast coast of mainland Mexico into the southeast coast of Texas, where tropical storm warnings are in place. And Nicholas is expected to make landfall tomorrow night and then continue moving northeast, dumping heavy rain, potential for flooding here across Texas and even Louisiana, unfortunately, because it is expected to turn to the northeast, even though it's going to weaken eventually to depression and a low pressure system. So here's a look at tropical storm Nicholas, which is over the very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Here's that other wave that I just mentioned, north of the southeast Bahamas, that does have a medium potential of development, and it's forecast to move generally to the northeast, and we'll of course be watching that. And then a strong wave forecast to emerge off the west coast of Africa has a high potential of development.
Yeah. Have a long way to go in this hurricane season. Let's go to Jim Cantori and talk about Nicholas, because the center of the circulation on radar, Jim, is a little all over the place right now.
It's been a fun ride. Actually, you know what I'm going to do, Jonesy, for the next segment, next time we do this, is let's do like a 3-hour loop of Nicholas, because I want you to see what this thing's done. Either way, notice where all the action is. Well east of the center. We've had some showers, certainly in bands of rain, drift on shore. Corpus, even Hobby Airports had some heavy rain. But here's the 8 o'clock advisory, 40 miles to the south-southeast of the mouth of the Rio Grande. So it was within 20 miles of the Mexican coast. All right, and it was at one point, from what I was looking at on radar, about 30 miles to the southeast of the center. But it came in and it looped south and then started going back east again. So, yeah, hurricane hunters are on their way. I can't wait to see what they see out here, because it certainly doesn't look great structurally from a radar standpoint. But out in those thunderstorms, you know, you can easily get 50, 60 mile per hour winds well into the east of the center. We've been talking about that. There's a big trough of low pressure here, and that's what's giving it the southwest shear and kind of keeping it lopsided, if you will. The steering flow has been very, very light and from the south and east. So it's kind of, you know, playing push me, pull you with this at the present time. It's going to be south as we go on in time, and I think that's what's going to eventually bring it back to the north and up toward Corpus Christi. So again, if you go back in time, this thing, you know, so you have the track here. This thing went west of track, stopped for a second, and is now heading north again. So it did a little loop-the-loop out there this morning. So you can see that. That's denoted right there. So track's been shifted a little bit to the west. Either way, it's still going to mean this huge push of moisture, which is coming ashore now. Freeport, Galveston, we've had some wet weather there. It's already been raining in Houston, mostly light. Everything that the you know, the aqueducts and things like that can handle at the present time. But we've got tropical storm warnings posted. Corpus, Port Aransas, Port O'Connor, all these areas that are going to kind of deal with this system. Latest guidance again continues to bring this north, even with that little circoidal loop that it did near the coastline. But I think the dry air is really taking a beating on this. It's going to be tough to get this to a hurricane, given what we see meteorologically right now. Something's going to have to change structurally and internally for that to happen. Either way, the good news is this looks like it's going to keep on moving, Jordan. It's not going to stall. It's going to slow, but it's going to keep on moving, and that makes us at least exhale a little bit better for Houston.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, we're still looking, like you said, just a ton of rainfall. Let's go ahead and take a look. This is South Padre Island, where you could kind of get an idea of what's going on there with the first light popping up over the horizon. So a big destination here spot on the Texas Gulf Coast. The core, as Jim just broke down, is just to the east of this specific camera on the barrier island. Tropical storm force winds do stretch outside of the center by about 115 miles, so you're likely going to feel those impacts be beachgoers got to stay out of the water today. We've got large waves, currently 5 to 8, bumping up to 6 to 9 throughout the day. And then, of course, that comes along with the life-threatening rip currents. 13 years ago today, Hurricane Ike made landfall about 200 miles northeast of Port Aransas, Texas.
Right now, it is gloomy out there at South Beach. Temperatures, though, already into the mid-80s. We're warming up a little slower today than we have when we see full sunshine, but it still feels really uncomfortable in many locations. 97 degrees for what it feels like in Fort Lauderdale, 96 for Kendall, and as we look towards Opelika, 91, as well as Miami is currently sitting at 91 degrees. Today, we hit a high of 90 degrees, warm, humid. Those afternoon showers and thunderstorms will be widely scattered. We have a couple of areas that we're watching to develop into tropical depressions by middle of the week. This will not affect us, but will likely form just north of the Bahamas. Also, a tropical wave with an 80% chance of developing as it continues to move west. But how about what's going on with Tropical Storm Nicholas? That could produce up to 20 inches along the middle Texas coast and stretching into portions of Louisiana. So we will watch for heavy flooding and heavy rainfall through that area. But for us locally, scattered showers and thunderstorms again tomorrow, focused for the first half of the day. A good chance of rain as our winds become more southerly Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and into the weekend, Chris.
We had a little bit of rainfall that continues to move in across I-95. In the tropics, we have Tropical Storm Nicholas, a little stronger, winds up from 60 to 65 miles per hour, moving north-northeast at 12. But look at all the rainfall. It's on the eastern side of the system that will impact the coast of Texas and Louisiana tonight. So where is it going to make landfall? Well, it looks like it may do so right here along the coast of Port Lavaca, then making its way right across Houston. Heavy rainfall is expected there. And then it's just going to slow down, and it's going to soak the southeast once again over areas already soaked from recent tropical rainfall. And then in the far eastern Atlantic, the National Hurricane Center is eyeing this tropical wave. They're giving it a high chance for development right across the area highlighted in red. And you can see there the models taking it, aiming it towards the Lesser Antilles. They should be monitoring it very carefully. And then closer to home, part of the rainfall that we're getting is from this disturbance, and the National Hurricane Center is giving it at least a 50% chance that it could grow into a depression or a storm in the area highlighted in orange. Now for us, we're going to be keeping our eyes on all that moisture still. We're looking at a muggy night in store. For tomorrow, another chance for some thunderstorms across the area moving east to west. And then by the middle of the work week, there is that wave that could eventually become an area of low pressure heading north. That too could bring us an additional round for some rain here across South Florida.
Hopefully everyone's at home, Dr. Knapp, because once it's dark, it's going to be very difficult when that rain really kicks into gear on where the road is flooded and where it's not. Coming across those could be extremely dangerous.
Oh, such a good point, Chris. A nasty combination. Tropical storm conditions, at least slick roads and maybe full-on water-covered roads and flash flooding, and it's dark. So you're not going to be able to see, you don't have any chance to see how much water is covering the road in front of you, because the blinding rain will make it hard enough to see what's in front of you anyway. So we've got to get off the roads in the tropical storm warning area and where we've got the heavy rainfall moving in. Just terrible time to be on the roads. And the winds are going to be an issue. I mean, this is a 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm. We're not that far from having a hurricane on our hands. There's not that much difference really between a 70-mile-an-hour storm and a 75-mile-an-hour hurricane. And that is why not only do we have tropical storm warnings up, but we got a hurricane watch up. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody in here is going to get or could get hurricane force winds. It'll be in a small area, but this is just the area in which it is possible. But a lot more of you are going to get the tropical storm conditions because of the shape of the track, bringing the tropical storm force winds kind of, you know, moving up the coast along with the heavy rain overnight tonight. And you can see how the front end of the system is the heaviest rain and the strongest winds. That's this part of it. And you might be thinking, well, if this is just going to move on inland, then the backside of it will be a cakewalk. Well, but the shape of the track is going to mean you're going to stay on that right-hand side with the stronger wind, the heavier rain, and the onshore flow. And we've got plenty of wind out there along with the heavy rain. And the heaviest rain still hasn't quite gotten really completely on land, but look at Palacios gusting to 55, Bay City gusting near 50, Galveston has gusted to 35, even the Houston area airports have gusted around 20, and that's going to be on the increase. And the slow forward motion, this is going to be going less than 10 miles an hour on Tuesday and Wednesday over southeast Texas and over Louisiana, and that's why you've got the high risk of flash flooding, with a pretty considerable risk going inland from there. And when you look at what we've got going on now, the heaviest rains are still offshore, although we're starting to get these 2-inch-per-hour rain rates right on our doorstep. But some of the rain offshore, Alex, is at 3 inches per hour. And look at how much rain the radar has estimated. Some areas, just since the system came within radar range, have been more than 8 inches. You put this on land, that's why we've got trouble overnight tonight.
But the tropical moisture is still streaming in. Here's the first alert Doppler 6000. Again, Broward County, Miami-Dade, down through the Keys. Not a whole lot going on. We will see more activity develop in the offshore waters through the overnight, and catch up with us tomorrow morning. I want to head over towards Texas now because we have some new information going into the overnight hours. Of course, Nicholas has organized, moving towards the Texas coast, but it's stronger and a little bit more potent, and it has jumped from a tropical storm to the season's 6th hurricane. Winds right now at 75 miles per hour as it's closing in on landfall through the overnight, moving off to the north-northeast at 10. What's significant about this storm, it's going to slow down, and it has a ton of rain with it. This will be a rainmaker with an inland flood potential here, especially for the Houston metro area, and that will continue through East Texas and again into Louisiana, hard hit earlier in the season by Ida. So again, the punches keep coming there across the northern Gulf Coast. Let's move out across the Atlantic quickly, see what's going on. 50% chance for development for the area east of the Bahamas. If anything takes shape, it's going off to the north, so no concerns in South Florida. We will watch our next wave poised to develop coming off the coast of Africa. Next 5 days, 80% chance for development as it moves off to the west. Again, September, we expect this to happen. Best part, no threats to us here in South Florida.
And when you've got a really shallow shelf like that, it doesn't take as much to cause storm surge flooding. And as you mentioned, that's part of it. The other part of it is that there's, a tremendous amount of water that's falling on the ground, and that's trying to run back out and into the water. So that too is adding to that water level rise.
But look at that, you've got waves coming through. It's amazing that this car here from tracker Scott Peak in the area is okay. Hopefully that water rise doesn't come up too quickly, but there's waves there, right? You can see the little white caps as the Gulf is marching its way down the street. Never a good sign when that is occurring in your area.
Absolutely not. And, we're going to be looking at more of this going through tonight. We're talking about a high tide occurring in Galveston at about 1 o'clock in the morning. And by the way, this is what's coming to you in Galveston. We've been looking at winds consistently gusting 50 to 60 miles per hour in Bay City, and that banding is now just off to your south and west, Mark.
Yeah, and this is really the meat of the storm. This is just outside of where the center of our storm is as it's working its way up the coast. And so that attempt of a bit of an eye wall, that kind of northwest side of the center had an attempt at an eye wall earlier today. That's what this is. And look at the swirling winds here. I know the camera and the processing between night and the swirling rains having a little bit of a hard time. You're getting some fuzziness and it's kind of hard to see. But imagine how hard it is to see when you're out there driving in this. I mean, the sheets of rain here going left to right across the screen and then swirling around. At one point, it was coming right at the camera and at the windshield. This is wild. And, this storm tracker, Joko Williams, is just barely moving down the street. And the sheets of rain here is incredible to watch.
Yeah, just a fierce storm now coming up onto the south side of the Houston metro area. And here's the latest on the storm. Now, it was made a hurricane at the 11 p.m. advisory. That's because they had a sustained wind to 75 miles per hour at Matagorda and winds gusting to 95 miles per hour at that time. So that was enough to go ahead and pull the trigger. And now moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. Big bursting of thunderstorms near that center. Here's a change with the new advisory. Hurricane warnings have been been added from around Matagorda Bay up into southern parts of Brazoria County. And also we've seen a slowing in terms of the track in the longer term. So this thing is going to be crawling for the next couple of days, and that is certainly going to add to the flash flood threat, though it may be by the middle of the week that we start to see a decoupling where a lot of the weather is sort of swept away by stronger winds aloft, even as the low-level center remains there in southern Louisiana. Looking at the radar picture, you can see where that business end of the storm is coming through right in there, and the banding out ahead of that. Winds now gusting to 58 miles per hour in Bay City. Look at this platform that is offshore, gusting to 81 miles per hour offshore. That's elevated, no doubt, but you know that gives you an idea of how much ferocity is sitting at the core of this storm. Winds now gusting to 53 miles per hour in Palacios, so there's going to be a lot of wind on the backside of the circulation as well. And then this incredibly heavy rain. I mean, you're looking at rainfall rates there around Freeport, maybe 2 to 3 inches per hour, maybe more in some spots. It is really, really coming down. We've already gotten reports of some road closures around Freeport. That's only going to get worse as we go through the night tonight. And here you see this banding that is coming in. One thing I want you to notice is the character of these cells. So right in there you see almost little curlicues right there and right there. Those are rotating cells, so we could very well be looking at a tornado warning at some point as those come in. They're also bringing in a lot of wind. That's where some of the strongest wind is. And as more of that deeper convection, more of that heavy rain edges up and into Galveston over the next couple of hours, the winds are really going to step up and the rainfall is really going to step up. It is going to be a tough night in Brazoria County, in Galveston County, southern parts of Harris County as well.
And Nicholas making landfall in the Lone Star State after bringing rounds of rain overnight. We have the new advisory. Good morning, I'm Diana Diaz.
And I'm Alex DiArmas. 5 hours of Today in Florida start right now.
This is 7 News Today in Florida.
And we begin this hour this morning with the very latest on Nicholas. It made landfall in Texas as a Category 1 hurricane overnight, bringing a flood of trouble to the Gulf Coast. And here's a live look at Houston, Texas right now. The storm expected to drop up to 20 inches of rain in some parts of the state there, bringing life-threatening storm surge too to other people. Tens of thousands of Texans already waking up to widespread power outages.
Meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez live in the Plex now with that new advisory. Viv?
That's right. And Nicholas is a weakened to a tropical storm. That's the latest update, but it is already causing life-threatening flash flooding. Winds are now down to 70 miles per hour, and the center of the storm is definitely pushing inland and moving toward Houston at this hour, but it's a very lopsided storm. Most of the rain to the north and eastern side. So you see Galveston, Houston getting hit pretty hard with squally weather, some very strong winds, heavy rain already reaching Port Arthur and even sections of southwestern Louisiana. Based on the forecast track, it is going to continue lifting northward and then eventually track across portions of Louisiana. So sometime by the middle portion of the week, it should weaken to a depression and then become a remnant area of low pressure where it's going to rain itself out over here and produce tons of rain. Flash flood watches are in effect, and that takes us also into a portion of Mississippi and Alabama, at least coastal areas. And most of the models are suggesting 8 to 16 inches of rain, isolated amounts of up to 20. And then on top of that, you add the surge. And this is what models are suggesting could take place around these locations. Definitely not a good situation since these areas are highly saturated. And about a 3 to 5 foot storm surge possible, especially higher during times of high tide. More on this and the rest of the tropics in a couple of minutes.
Nicholas, boy, it is hammering the western Gulf Coast after it made landfall overnight as a Category 1 hurricane.
The storm bringing torrential rains and powerful winds, creating a huge storm surge and life-threatening flooding. We have team coverage at noon on Nicholas. Our Weather Authority meteorologist Luke Doris is tracking the storm.
And let's start things off with local 10's Andrea Martinez. She's in the newsroom with a look at the devastation it's already left behind.
Yeah, Chrissy, Janice, Hurricane Nicholas slammed into the Gulf Coast of Texas overnight, upgrading to a Category 1 storm just before making landfall, and it dumped more than a foot of rain along the same area swamped by Hurricane Harvey in 2017 and drenched an already storm-battered Louisiana, knocking out power to hundreds of thousands of people. Let's take a look right now to some live pictures. This is from Galveston, Texas. You can see those cars driving on the roads there. The roads still really wet out there as that rain still comes down. The mayor telling everybody to be storm ready and to turn around, don't drown. Take a look at the damage. This morning, Nicholas is hammering the western Gulf Coast. Flash floods and surge engulfing these streets in Surfside, Texas. Water gushing into businesses after Nicholas made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane with winds up to 75 miles an hour, threatening up to 18 inches of rain. Over at Sargent Beach, eyewall lightning signaling the intensifying hurricane, floodwater barreling through the streets surrounding these houses. Tom Abrahams from our ABC station in Houston battling through the roaring winds in Freeport as Nicholas loomed.
We have a long way to go tonight.
The hurricane leaving nearly 200,000 people without power across the state. You can see the exact moment the island city of Galveston lost power down the seawall. We were there 3 hours earlier and felt those powerful winds even then.
The front shield of Nicholas has just started coming in, but the storm is still more than 100 miles to our southwest, and you can just see that irritated Gulf of Mexico. This is only the beginning.
In Matagorda, the flooding turning this parking lot into an extension of the bay. The top of this Citgo rocking precariously before crashing to the ground. Port O'Connor facing a trial of damage before Nicholas even made landfall.
Fences down, trees down, roofs off. It's coming. It's built up big.
Let's take you now to pictures live right now in Houston, looking like a gloomy day and a lot of rain out there. So many people without power, so much rain coming down, and still a long way to go before getting back to normal. Now, Harvey was blamed for at least 68 deaths, including 36 in the Houston area. And after Harvey, voters approved billions of dollars for flood control projects, including the widening of bayous. Luckily, researchers say Nicholas's rain isn't anything like Hurricane Harvey's. In the newsroom, Andrea Martinez, Local 10 News.
And thank goodness for that. Okay, Andrea, let's get right over to our Weather Authority meteorologist, Luke Doris.
He has more on Nicholas in your tropical update.
Well, look at this. Nicholas is centered right about over Houston right now, but that's not where the worst weather is. It's all way over here lopsided to the right. So there's not much happening on the left side of the storm. Conditions will be improving here in Houston before too awful long. Winds at 45 miles per hour, but that's not the threat with Nicholas any longer. It's the rain. All right, so it weakens down to a depression later on today, and between tonight and tomorrow night it only moves about 80 miles. It essentially stalls over Louisiana as it becomes a remnant low but still a prolific rainmaker by Thursday. So the greatest rain threat has shifted over into Louisiana. Houston on the back edge of that, the flash flooding threat there, it's there, but it's not as high as it was previously as of yesterday. So they're looking at 6 to 10 inches of rain in a kind of widespread area across Louisiana and extreme eastern Texas. But some spots could see 20 inches of rain, and this is an area where they're still reeling from Ida. A lot of people still don't even have power. Okay, elsewhere there's the disturbance that's off of Florida. It's over here north of the Bahamas. Pretty good chance that we'll get a depression to form out of this sometime this week, but it's not a threat to South Florida. If something does form, it moves to the north, and they'll be watching that on up the east coast. And then way out in the far Atlantic, there's a disturbance that's come off of Africa that we've been talking about the past few days. This will probably become Tropical Storm Odette sometime this week. We're going to keep an eye on that. You can see the general track where it could develop in this red zone. So we have all kinds of time to watch it, which we will. Guys?
Welcome back to Tracking Nicholas here on the Weather Channel, and new pictures in from Clear Lake Shores, Texas here, the southwest of Houston. Pretty big tree blown onto the house there, a combination of some of the winds from Nicholas making landfall as a hurricane this morning, and also probably some rain as well, and some storm surge, and some flooding going on. We still have hundreds of thousands of people without power now across areas of Texas, all because of our latest hurricane to make landfall here in the Gulf Coast this season. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in Lake Charles, Louisiana. This area last year was in tatters because of what made landfall in August 27th. We can zoom out and show behind me, yeah, lots of construction debris here, but across the streets, that's the Capital One Bank building here, and you can see all the plywood on the windows. Category 4 Hurricane Laura blew through here last August, and we're still recovering from that. We had also a major flood event blow through here in May. In some areas got 12 to 20 inches of rain and massive flooding going on. This area is definitely flood prone. When you have Nicholas coming this way, and some of the models are also calling for heavy rain here. So far, so good. We've been lucky. No flash flood warnings for us, a flash flood watch for sure, but areas east of us and west of us, they've been under flash flood warning, including Lafayette and also including New Orleans, where reports of flooding in some of the streets there in that city. So, Jackie, it's something we're watching closely here across southern Louisiana. Another tropical system bringing us more rain and more flood concerns across the state. Jackie?
Yeah, and this is going to last for a couple of days here for sure, so we're in the long haul in terms of the rain and flood threat. We're coming up upon 12 hours now since Nicholas made landfall at 1 o'clock Central Time overnight. A Category 1 hurricane. So, you know, if you went to bed early and you missed it, it ramped up pretty quickly and made it all the way up to a hurricane with maximum winds around 75 miles per hour. Minimum pressure was 991 millibars when it did that, and happened near Matagorda, Texas, right there. And there you can see where Houston is, so just to the south and west of the Houston metro area. So it is continuing to move right now at the north and east. It's at a very slow pace, and as we take a look at the satellite imagery, it doesn't look very impressive at all, does it? But notice that all this moisture is really sprawled out across the region, and there's a lot of cloud cover, cloud deck with it, so a lot of it is kind of what we call that stratiform rain, kind of that regular, steady, heavy rain, as opposed to thunderstorms that dump a ton in a short period of time. That said, we do have this one band, this one squall area that we really need to watch right now, and that's what's moving into New Orleans, where rainfall rates are approaching 1 to 2 inches per hour, and why New Orleans is under a flash flood warning. Remember, a warning means flooding is happening or imminent. A watch means conditions are favorable for flooding to occur, and the greater area from eastern Texas all the way over into southern Alabama, all under that flash flood watch. So keep that in mind. And one of the other big concerns I guess going forward is that, you know, this is moving over areas that were hit so hard by Ida, and there's a lot of debris still out, and when that debris gets lifted and caught up with flood waters, it clogs the drains very easily and could exacerbate the situation. So if you have the opportunity, if you live in that region and you can clean out those drains a little bit yet, if it's safe to do so, please go out and do that.
Tropical storm Nicholas continues to slowly move along the Texas coastline. The live feeds that we've been monitoring throughout the day, they show the weather calm at the moment, but it certainly was a different story overnight. Nicholas became a hurricane just before it hit land. It quickly lost strength, but had enough punch to do some damage, knocking out power to thousands of customers. Now people in Louisiana who are still recovering from Hurricane Ida, they're bracing or picking up the pieces after Nicholas here. Some doing both. Piles of debris and down power lines still littering streets of St. Charles Parish. Many fear that the storm will set back crews trying to restore power to the thousands of customers still in the dark tonight. First Alert Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel standing by tracking all of it. Steve?
Yeah, and surprising last night, it reached hurricane strength briefly before it moved inland, and it's just tracking along the north coast of the Gulf of Mexico tonight, with the rainfall pulling away from Houston, Galveston, areas that were really battered during the day on Monday. And there's the center. You can see the latest radar out of the southeast showing the showers and storms stretching all the way through New Orleans and even into the Florida Panhandle tonight. There's a new advisory. This just came in from the Hurricane Center. Still a tropical storm expected to slowly push in through Louisiana with heavy rainfall through the next 3 to 4 days, and eventually just kind of fizzling out after that. But it is still going to have a big impact through this week.
Yeah, 1 to 2 inch per hour rain rates are common in much of Louisiana right now in the areas where it is raining. And if it's not raining where you are, it probably will be very soon. So best advice is to stay off the roads tonight, because it will get worse. Because I'll show you the future radar, how bands are starting to fill in again in southern Louisiana after a bit of a break in some portions of the state. But we've got a really concentrated area of thunderstorms just off the coastline in Mississippi, Alabama. I really hope some of that doesn't make it on shore too soon. And then here in southwestern Louisiana, it's starting to ramp up again. The heavy rainfall on the east side of the circulation center that is still near the coast of southeastern Texas. And so the rainfall totals are starting to ramp up here, Lake Charles and southwestward, in addition to, of course, the half a foot of rain in some portions of the Beaumont, Port Arthur, Orange area. You see how we have mainly been south of I-10 and southeast of Houston with the heaviest rainfall. And wind-wise, at least in Texas, it's really coming down. But Lake Charles has been gusting to tropical storm force recently on the east side with that onshore flow. But because of all that rain that has fallen in the Beaumont, Port Arthur, Orange areas, south and west of Beaumont, you're under flood warning till 10 local time because of so many water-covered roads still being a problem. That's also been the case with the reports out to Orange, Texas, and it's still coming down there. So you're still under a flash flood warning there, and that extends eastward toward Lake Charles. But now Lake Charles under its own flash flood warning, along with sulfur. You're getting the 1 to 2 inch per hour rain rates. That goes till 9 local time. And as it gets dark, it gets even more dangerous to be out on the roads. There's how heavy it's been raining, especially to the west of town, but that's moving eastward towards Jennings and Lafayette. And you know, New Orleans and Baton Rouge relatively been getting a break in the recent hours, but you are at risk of flash flooding overnight tonight.
A little more of an ocean breeze coming in and just some passing showers, kind of the pattern that we saw to start the week, with sun and showers blowing by. Here is the latest on Nicholas tonight. You can see once again it's a very lopsided system here, tropical depression now, with the rain continuing to come in off the Gulf. So flooding is going to be a serious concern from Louisiana all the way into the Florida Panhandle. Winds now under 40 miles an hour, and it's forecast to, over the next several days, just drift east and into the north before it finally dissipates. There's Nicholas. We're also watching a low pressure disturbance out here east of us, east of the Bahamas. It's forecast to move to the north and then turn to the northeast. No threat to Florida, but developments expected with that, as well as a strong tropical wave that is now in the eastern Atlantic. It's forecast to move to the west. Conditions are fairly favorable for development, and then they become a little bit unfavorable by the time it gets towards the islands. Here's the latest model run on this system out there, and there you can see we are Friday, Saturday, and by Sunday night at this time. Probably east of the islands there, folks in the islands need to watch. Of course, we'll keep our eyes on it, but this area over here, some wind shear and drier air is forecast to be there, so we'll see how far it gets to the west.
At the very least right now, ponding on the roadways, but I think we see a little bit more than that into our Thursday. Jim.
Yeah, and you know what? This may be one of those things, Tevin, too, where you wait a couple of hours and some of these interior areas of Harrison and Hancock County all of a sudden start popping out with the flood warnings. We've already got one for Hancock County. So let's talk about this. And, of course, you know, Tevin's down here on the Mississippi coast in Biloxi, and we'll talk about his threat that he just mentioned with the waterspouts in a second. You've got the center, which is probably somewhere just to the northeast of Lake Charles. The last advisory from the Hurricane Center was 4 o'clock local time this morning. But, I mean, look at this area of rain. I mean, just huge. And then the tentacles offshore, all this coming toward Fort Walton and Destin. And then, of course, there's more where that came from, right? And as these come ashore, they have the propensity to spin a little bit. So this is this special marine warning that was issued for really the bottom part of this cell. Let's take a look at it and see what kind of rotation we've got going on in there, because it was issued for a potential water spout, if you will. So let's take a look at that, Julian, and kind of see what we have in here. Nothing really stands out. This is not one of these things where you see, oh, wow, we got strong inbound and outbound winds, but there's certainly a little something down here that's coming on to the north. Does that make it as far north as where, you know, Tevin is in Biloxi? We'll see. There's also a little spin right here, just to the south of Gulfport. These are very transient. Remember, you got 5-minute scans here, so every scan, the atmosphere has a chance to change pretty quickly, and it will, especially in a situation like this. But just look at all this rain through much of southern Mississippi, over through Hattiesburg, McLean. So just a breezy, wind-driven rain day, Hancock, Pearl River as well. And this is going to be the day we're going to have today, all right?
Well, we're watching the tropics, and there is lots of activity out in the Atlantic, and 2 of the 3 areas have a high chance to develop into something stronger. Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow is here now. He's got the details for us. Phil.
Plenty to watch throughout the Atlantic basin. There is a tropical wave that has just come off of the west coast of Africa. And then 2 areas of low pressure with high chances to become the next named system. We will begin with the area of low pressure in the middle of the Atlantic. Not as organized as it was yesterday. Chances have come down from 90% yesterday to 80%, and the models take it towards the northwest. The Lesser Antilles, especially Leeward Islands, should be paying attention closely. Now, if it does develop, high pressure will continue to push it to the northwest. Plenty of moisture here. That could impact the Leeward Islands and Puerto Rico. And then it's going to be too close to call here. A front could move offshore and deflect whatever develops. So there's plenty to watch in the days ahead. Meanwhile, the area of low pressure close to home, a recon plane just returned. They did not find any significant data. The chances for development remain at 70, and the models suggest that it will stay offshore. Even if it doesn't develop, however, it's going to cause some very rough conditions up and down the eastern seaboard. Rough seas, rip currents, and possible waterspouts. And even the remnants of Nicholas still dumping a lot of rain across the southeast. We'll have a lot more on this and our local forecast a little bit later on in weather.
Another round of rain this Thursday.
We're also watching several disturbances in the tropics. Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis is here with a look at the radar and your tropical update. Betty.
Good evening. It has been dry for most of the night, but now we do see a few showers working into South Miami-Dade. They're moving in from the south, and then the showers and storms are more numerous on the Gulf side of the Keys. With a little time, and in fact, in a few more minutes, I would expect a rain shower to be pushing on into Miami and maybe even making it up toward Miami Beach as well. And then by tomorrow morning, we should be mostly quiet. So whatever showers we have out there now, those are going to diminish through the overnight. And then tomorrow afternoon, we'll get more thunderstorms developing. We'll talk more about that later. But let's get you the tropical update, where we're still watching a disturbance just off the coast of the Carolinas. Not yet organized, but over the next day or so could become a tropical depression as it's moving north-northeastward off the east coast of the U.S. And then those 2 other disturbances we're following way out there over the Atlantic waters. This lead one, not looking too robust right now, but in a few days, it may try to organize and become a tropical depression as it's moving west-northwestward, pulling closer to the eastern Caribbean islands later on this weekend. We'll keep an eye on all of these. Right now, still don't see anything out there we need to be worried about here in South Florida. Nicole? All right.